Chapter 1099. Lan Si was the first to arrive at the market and he looked around curiously. The market was located in a valley and there were stalls set up every few meters. People walked by from time to time looking at one stall from another. "Junior needs a cosmic ring," someone shouted. In the distance, the void in front of a cultivator tore open and a cosmic ring appeared. Lan Si's eyes flashed. This was a place for trading and anyone who wanted to trade could request a cosmic ring. This was a common occurrence in the Neoverse, but it was the first time for Lan Si and the others. It was also the first time that the Innerverse had participated in the competition for the Star Tower. Behind him there were footsteps and an ugly man appeared behind Lan Si. "Brother, you're from the Innerverse, right?" Lan Si turned around. "What's the matter?" The man grinned and stared at Lan Si. "I never thought that the rumors were true. Someone from the Innerverse can come here to compete for the Star Tower's inheritance. How laughable." Lan Si's eyes narrowed, but he ignored the man and continued walking forward. The man's figure flashed and blocked Lan Si's path. "I'm talking to you. Answer me. What's your name? Where are you from? Show me what you're capable of. Follow me if you can and I'll give you some resources." The man's voice was very loud and it attracted quite a few people's attention. Everyone here was from the Neoverse and they looked down on the Innerverse. They had not participated in the Sixth Mainland's invasion. Lan Si frowned. "Get out of my way." The man sneered and placed a hand on Lan Si's shoulder. He threatened, "Little brat, go back to the Innerverse. The mountain and sea realm's resources are not for you to meddle with." Lan Si remained calm. The man's right hand exerted more and more force, to the point where his veins were bulging. The ground trembled even though there was no wind. He was a peak cruiser and his cultivation was definitely not weak. He had even trained in the astral storm realm, which had earned him the reputation of a savage beast. Many people were unwilling to get close to him as his physical body was too tyrannical. Everyone in the market had mocking looks on their faces, as if they could already see Lan Si struggling and falling to the ground. However, the crowd was soon shocked. Lan Si did not move and he calmly looked at the man. "Have you had enough fun?" The man's expression changed. He had used all his strength but this person had not felt a thing. How was this possible? He let out a low growl and the ground beneath his feet cracked open. Ripples appeared in the void as he used more than 150,000 combat power. A cruiser with a power level of over 150,000 would be able to reach the top 10 of the top 100 rankings in the Innerverse. But it was still useless to Lance. Lan Si frowned. His figure quickly swept past the burly man and slowly walked forward. The burly man's body froze in place. In the next moment he spat out a mouthful of blood and slowly knelt down. His face was extremely unsightly as he howled in pain. Finally he fell to the ground, gasping for breath. Everyone in the city was astonished. What had happened? Interesting. Very strong overlaying stacks. In the corner, a man was leaning against a stone wall. He was looking at Lan Si curiously. Lan Si looked at him with a solemn gaze. This person was very strong. The man slowly walked towards Lan Si and smiled. "Let's get to know each other. I'm Ku Lei." Lan Si's expression changed. 7 courts, the Ku family? Ku Lei smiled. "Which one of the 10 arbiters are you?" Lan Si. Ku Lei nodded. "One of the 10 arbiters, the Divine Fist." Lan Si, "I've long heard that you're famous for your overlaying stacks and it seems that it's true. Follow me. Although you won't be able to become one of the 5 astral children, I can guarantee that you'll receive ample resources. If I remember correctly, the Boundless Continent's 72 training arenas were destroyed during the Sixth Mainland's invasion. You have nowhere else to go so you can come to my Ku family." Lan Si calmly replied, "No need. I'm not interested in the Neoverse." He then turned to leave. Ku Lei blocked his path. "My Ku family isn't interested in the Innerverse or Outerverse, but we do know one thing. You lost to someone called Lu Yin." Lan Si remained calm. Ku Lei continued, "Losers have no rights. You must be unwilling but I can avenge you. If that person also comes to the mountain and sea realm I'll beat him until he kneels on the ground. That's my promise to you. How about it?" Lan Si looked at Ku Lei and laughed. "You're very confident." Ku Lei arrogantly replied, "This is your chance. Grab it and you'll have a meteoric rise." Lan Si shook his head. "Then I'm sorry. I can't grab it." Within the city, the people who had set up their stalls immediately packed up and left. They had all heard of Ku Lei, and he was one of the top disciples of the Ku family. He had a bad temper. Ku Lei's gaze turned cold. You don't know what's good for you. The next moment, lightning exploded as star energy collided. The void distorted, and there was a loud bang as lightning swept out in all directions. Lan Si was forced back 100 meters as he stared at the other side in shock. Ku Lei's body was covered in lightning, and his eyes flickered with a blue light. He raised a hand and slapped at Lan Si. Lan Si raised his hand and countered with 150 stacks. The two palms collided and the overlaying stacks and the lightning clashed. A shockwave swept out and formed an arc that cut through the mountain range. Many people in the distance looked over in shock. As the rumbling of thunder faded away, a giant crater appeared in the ground. The mountain and sea realm's landmass had long since been reinforced, and anyone below the power level of an enlighter would not be able to destroy it. Many people stared at Lan Si in shock. This person was actually so strong that he could even fight against Ku Lei. Ku Lei had not expected Lan Si to be able to block his attack, and his lips curled up. 10 arbiters, you're quite strong. Think about it carefully, and once you've made up your mind, come find me. My promise is still valid. Lan Si's eyes narrowed and he raised a hand. His palm was slightly charred as he had been injured. What a terrifying might of lightning. The layers of overlaying stacks had disintegrated, rendering his attack ineffective. Ku Lei. In another direction, Feng He was in trouble as well. The people from the home of the gods were looking for trouble. Feng He was helpless and his long hair fluttered. You guys are so annoying. Directly in front of him, a youth dressed in embroidered robes shouted, You actually dared to show up, traitor. Feng He dug his ears. Don't be so loud. I'm not at the level of a traitor. Back then the captain left peacefully and you old fogies didn't stop him. He then sneered. Or are you saying that you don't dare to stop him? You're courting death. Several people were enraged and they immediately attacked. Their eyes turned into runes that weakened Feng He's rune lines. Feng He laughed, but he didn't fight them. He quickly left. If you want to play, then go to the Mountain and Sea Legacy realm. I'll play with you until you're satisfied. I'm just afraid that you don't have the right to play. After him. Kill that traitor. Several people chased after him. Not too far away, someone said, Those lunatics from the home of the gods are looking for trouble again. Keep your voice down. Although they're a little crazy, their strength is freakish. They're all very strange. No matter what, they're still the inheritors of an ancient civilization. Let's hide. As more and more people gathered in the mountain and sea realm, more and more conflicts arose. At the same time, more and more people began to cooperate with each other. On the surface, the people from the 7 courts were not allowed to compete for the Star Tower, but they had come and the Hall of Honor did not stop them. More and more people from the Neoverse gathered in the mountain and sea realm. Outside the mountain and sea realm, brothels began to appear. Brothels would go wherever there were people. This was common knowledge in the Neoverse. After all, brothels could fly. News of brothels appearing outside the mountain and sea realm quickly spread, and many people were eager to visit them. At that moment, Tai Yishan had already entered a brothel. After the invasion of the 6th mainland, his previous underestimation of the Innerverse had completely vanished. The 10 arbiters were all monsters, and even if he was arrogant, he would not underestimate them. The mountain and sea realm would become increasingly chaotic, and the truly important figures had yet to arrive. He did not want to expose his strength at this time, so he might as well stay in the brothel and have some fun. In the Sirius sect outside of Sirius Jade Cliff Canyon, a disciple came up to Mu Ziying and whispered something to him. Mu Ziying nodded and allowed the disciple to leave. Junior Yao, what do you plan to do after entering the mountain and sea realm? Mu Ziying asked, his voice entering Yao Ji's ears. Yao Ji was surprised. Senior Mu, why do you ask? Mu Ziying calmly replied, The 10 arbiters of the Innerverse have already entered the mountain and sea realm. The divine fist of the 10 arbiters has already fought with the Ku family's successor, and more than 10 people from the home of the gods have gone there as well. If Junior Yao wishes to compete for the Star Tower, please be careful. Yao Ji muttered, Senior Mu, how strong are the 10 arbiters of the Innerverse? Mu Ziying replied, Very strong. Yao Ji frowned. The 10 arbiters were 10 powerhouses. There were too many people competing for the Star Tower and there were too many powerhouses. Senior Mu, what do you plan to do? Mu Ziying replied, I've already discussed this with Junior Hua Shao. When the time comes we'll work together. Whether or not we can compete for the Star Tower will depend on our luck. Yao Ji replied, I want to follow Senior Mu. Mu Ziying nodded and did not say anything else. Although he did not like Yao Ji, the more people there were, the better. In truth, he did not have much confidence in facing off against those freaks, especially the Mavis family, the Hall of Honor, the Seven Courts, the Burial Garden, and even the Neo-Human Alliance. In the previous Star Tower contests, the Neo-Human Alliance had always tried their best to enter the Mountain and Sea Realm. Occasionally they would enter the Mountain and Sea Realm, but there were records in the sect that stated that very few people who encountered the Neo-Human Alliance survived. Thus Mu Ziying hoped to find more people. It would be great if Lu Yin was willing to work together, as it was not impossible. Lu Yin definitely had the 5 Scions of the Stars as his goal, but they did not have much confidence in competing for the 5 Scions of the Stars. They were more interested in luck, so there was not much conflict between them. It was not like they did not have a chance to work together, but if they wanted to work together, why not find their eldest senior sister? Mu Ziying looked down into the ground. Lu Yin should be coming out soon. In the blink of an eye, another 10 days passed. Yao Ji's face was gloomy. Lu Yin had actually stayed there for another 10 days. Mu Ziying was not surprised. With Lu Yin's innate gift, it was not impossible for him to stay there for a month. He would have to wait. Who knew how many stars he could control when he came out? There were now more than 200 people in the Mountain and Sea Realm, and they were all elites of the Neoverse. Over the past 10 days, many people from the Innerverse had come looking for trouble, but the strength of the 10 Arbiters had truly shocked the elites of the Neoverse, and they had been beaten to the point where they could not say anything. The 10 Arbiters' names had already spread throughout the Neoverse, but no one had cared at the time. Only the 6th Mainland's invasion had caused the top heirs of the Neoverse great powers to understand the 10 Arbiters' power levels. Now the 10 strength was slowly spreading throughout the Neoverse. Chapter 1100. The little stutterer was unlucky as he had been bullied many times. Fortunately, he was fast enough to escape each time. Xia Tian was not weak, and even if he was not at the level of the 10 Arbiters, he would have no problem protecting himself. The Xiaoye Ting was gone and no one could find him. Qing Longlong spread her poison everywhere and few dared to provoke her. Everyone was still very cautious when it came to poisons. The unluckiest was Tai Yuanjun. He did not have any protrusions and he was not very strong either. He also had a foul mouth, so he had been attacked by many people. Starsabil was very indifferent and she did not make a move even once. Even the Neoverse was wary of the Starsabil sect, as no one dared to casually provoke their divination abilities. Furthermore, Starsabil was too beautiful, and many cultivators from the Neoverse wanted to curry favor with her. The battles on land had evolved from one-on-one battles to chaotic battles. Many people had already found partners and 2 or 3 partners would act together, causing smoke to rise from many places on land. In a mountain range there were 8 people fighting and the mountain range was overturned and the sky exploded. When a figure landed, the chaotic battle immediately stopped, and both sides retreated from the mountain range, not daring to attack again. Not long after, news of the Mavis family's Treeheart descendants' appearance shook the entire Mountain and Sea realm. There were a few behemoths in the Neoverse that could not be provoked. Needless to say, the Hall of Honor, the Sirius sect, the 7 Courts, the Burial Garden, and the Mavis family were all unparalleled behemoths. The Mavis family was very mysterious and their location was not fixed. Many people knew that the Mavis family had been born from an ancient tree on the back of a giant tortoise. After countless years, they had taken control of the human domain's economy. No one knew how they had done it, but just thinking about it made one realize how terrifying it was. Outside the mountain range, 2 men and 1 woman were panting heavily. I never thought that the Mavis family's Treeheart descendant would come so early. The Hall of Honor's method hasn't even arrived yet. Perhaps the Mavis family is rather far from the Mountain and Sea realm, so they had to come early, one of the men said. The 3 were helpless. The chaotic battle just now had been between them and another group, but they had been stopped by the Mavis family. A pebble fell and smashed into the ground. Dust swept across the ground calmly. It was very gentle, but it contained a power that made the 3 of them not dare to move. At some point in time, a man had appeared above their heads and he slowly descended to appear in front of them. The man's appearance was ordinary and there was nothing special about him. Only his eyes looked special and were unforgettable. "Did you just say that Mavis appeared in the mountain range?" the man asked in a gentle tone. The three of them nodded blankly. "How many?" "One." The man was surprised. "Only one?" The three of them nodded. The man waved his hand, and the three of them hurriedly left as if a heavy burden had been lifted off their shoulders. "Only one came?" "It seems that this generation's Tree Heart's successor is very confident. This is troublesome," the man muttered to himself. In the distance the three people ran for a long time before stopping. "That scared me to death. I thought I was going to be killed. Who was that man just now?" the woman said in fear. The other two men shook their heads. "I don't know him, but that power is so strong that no one dares to move. He's definitely a top-tier expert. Too many experts have come to the mountain and sea realm this time. The so-called 10 arbiters from the Innerverse aren't weak, and they can even fight against the 7 Court's successor. Let's find a few more people to work with. We don't plan on fighting for the title of Starry 5 anyway." "That's right, let's find a few more." Within the mountain range, Yuhua Mavis was floating in the air. Grass extended from beneath her feet and lifted her up. She sat on the grass and looked into the distance at the hazy mountain. No one knew what she was thinking. Not long after, the man arrived with a smile. Sure enough, only one came. "May I know your name?" Yuhua Mavis looked at the man with a surprised expression. "Yuhua Mavis." The man praised. "That's a good name. I'm Xiajuyo." Yuhua Mavis' eyes lit up. 7 Courts, Xia family's successor. "I've heard of you." Xiajuyo smiled. "It's an honor. Why are you looking for me?" Yuhua Mavis asked. Xiajuyo replied, "I'm just here to take a look. After all, the Mavis family's Tree Heart's successor is rare." "There's nothing special about it, is there?" Yuhua Mavis asked. Xiajuyo smiled and bid her farewell before gradually leaving. Yuhua Mavis looked at Xiajuyo's back with a serious expression. This person was different from the rest. She didn't know how to describe it, but she felt that he was unfathomable. The 7 Courts consisted of Xia, Yu, Su, Ku, Hui and Xia. Even though there was no clear distinction between them, the Hall of Honor had always been wary of the Xia family. Everyone, including the Mavis bloodline and the Sirius sect, recognized the Xia family as the leader of the 7 Courts. Xiajuyo was definitely one of the most terrifying opponents in this contest for the Star Tower. Outside the mountain and sea realm, a smoking spacecraft arrived. Many people saw it and had strange expressions. That spacecraft was about to explode. Back in the spacecraft, Gushauer was very excited. He had finally escaped the Sea of Bitterness. He would rather fight those freaks to the death than stay in the smoke-gulping mountains and be tormented by his father. He had finally made it out alive. He leaped out of the spacecraft and was just about to enter the mountain and sea realm when, perhaps it was fate that brought them together, Gushauer slowly turned his head and saw a brothel. 3 days later, a huge spacecraft appeared outside the mountain and sea realm, attracting the attention of countless people. Inside the brothel, the previously carefree Gushauer and Tai Ishan were startled. They looked at the spacecraft, which belonged to the Hall of Honor, and inside it was none other than the Hall of Honor's disciples. There were many rumors about the Hall of Honor in this generation. The most popular one was that the legendary 3 Yang ancestral Qi had been successfully cultivated, and that it was the first disciple who had succeeded. The 3 Yang ancestral Qi was about as famous as the Hall of Honor itself. Or perhaps from another perspective, it was the 3 Yang ancestral Qi that had made the Hall of Honor what it was. It was similar to how Sirius Gong was to the Sirius sect. Everyone had heard of the 3 Yang ancestral Qi and the various great powers had studied it. However, they knew very little about its true power. It was as if, from ancient times until now, no one had been able to force out the true power of the 3 Yang ancestral Qi. Of course, another reason was that not every generation had someone who could cultivate the 3 Yang ancestral Qi. Many people did not believe that the 3 Yang ancestral Qi, which no one had been able to cultivate for 100,000 years, had been successfully cultivated. The first to emerge from the spacecraft was Xu Jing. Back when the Cosmic Sea and the Sixth Mainland had fought, he had been one of the first to charge forward and join forces with the 10 arbiters to fight against Bukong. He had won the respect of many. Next was a woman with a strange mask on her face. It was impossible to see her face or her power level. Even Daoist could not tell just by looking at the rune lines. The last to emerge was Xianxia, who was also the first disciple. Xianxia's expression was cold, and 3 streams of energy coiled around her body. She looked like a god and many people were stunned. Could that be the legendary 3-yang ancestral qi? Someone guessed. It shouldn't be. Didn't they say that the Hall of Honor was just bragging? You believe that? Sorry, but are you talking about the Hall of Honor's bragging or the 3-yang ancestral qi? Why do I feel like this first disciple is more like a god than those lunatics in the home of the gods? I feel the same way. Daoist's face darkened as he listened to the conversations of the others. He stared at Xianxia and his pupils transformed into runes. However, no matter how hard he looked, he could not see Xianxia's true strength. The same went for that woman and Xujing. Gu Shaoer glanced at them and did not care anymore. His father wanted him to fight for the Star Tower, but he did not want to. Wasn't he just seeking death by competing with these freaks? In the blink of an eye, the Hall of Honor's 3 disciples entered the mountain and sea realm. As soon as they entered, they were greeted by Tai Yuanjun and 2 other cultivators. Tai Yuanjun was arrogant. These are the so-called elites of the Neoverse? You think you can fight for the Star Tower? What a joke. Before the 6th Mainland's invasion, although Tai Yuanjun had been arrogant, he had not been so rude. However, the fact that Star Sibyl had followed Night King Zhenwu had provoked him, and he now had the urge to vent his anger on everything around him. Across from him, the 2 cultivators coldly said, "A mere cultivator from the Innerverse dares to be so arrogant? You're courting death." Tai Yuanjun waved his hand. "Come and try." At this moment, Xianxia's trio calmly walked over and stood between Tai Yuanjun and the 2 cultivators. When the 2 cultivators saw Xianxia's trio, they were shocked and immediately retreated. They recognized Xu Jing and the woman as she was second Fatsi. Her mask was too unique. The 2 retreated, but Tai Yuanjun was unhappy. "Stop. Go around them from behind. Are the people of the Neoverse so rude?" Xianxia's trio paused and looked at Tai Yuanjun. The 2 cultivators who had been confronting Tai Yuanjun were aghast. They looked at each other and then fled without looking back. Their respect for Tai Yuanjun had increased by 100 times. This was a person who liked to court death. Tai Yuanjun raised his brows. "You're running away? Trash." He then glared at Xianxia's trio and turned to leave. "Stop. Are you from the Innerverse?" Xianxia asked. As he spoke, the masked second Fatsi soared into the sky and left. Xu Jing looked at Tai Yuanjun sympathetically and then left as well. Only Xianxia remained in place and looked at Tai Yuanjun. Tai Yuanjun turned back. "What? Are you trying to provoke us?" Xianxia's tone was cold. "Take me to the 10 arbiters." Tai Yuanjun's eyes narrowed. "How do you know that I'm not one?" "You're not worthy," Xianxia replied indifferently. Tai Yuanjun's anger surged, and the first person he thought of was Night King Zhenwu. He recalled how Star Sibyl had followed him for such a long time without knowing what had happened. When he thought of this, he lost control of himself. Without hesitation, he pulled out his jade green flute and started playing a battle technique. His battle technique was called Farewell Junsong, and a single tune of Farewell Junsong would send you off to the 9 heavens. Farewell Junsong was famous in the Innerverse, and it had caused countless peers to lose their voices. As long as Farewell Junsong played, it meant that only the 10 arbiters could resist it. During this time, Tai Yuanjun's name had spread throughout the mountain and sea realm. Just as the flute was about to play, Xianxia's aura disappeared and then swept past Tai Yuanjun. Tai Yuanjun's pupils shrank and the flute fell from his hand. His entire body slowly fell to the ground and blood leaked out of his mouth. Chapter 1101. Off in the distance, someone saw this and was confused. Xianxia approached Tai Yuanlord step by step, looking down at him from above. At that moment, Tai Yuanlord realized that he had not touched the ground at all and was only floating about a centimeter above the ground. "Now, can you take me to the 10 arbiters?" Xianxia asked indifferently, as if defeating Tai Yuanlord was as easy as crushing an ant. Tai Yuanlord looked up with difficulty. I don't know where they are." "Then let's go together. If you see them, point them out." Tai Yuanlord nodded, panting heavily. He looked at Xianxia with an intense fear in his eyes. This person was too terrifying. The mountain and sea realm was huge, but no matter how big it was, they would always run into people. 2 hours later, Xianxia suddenly stopped and looked to the right where a man was passing by. Tai Yuan Lord was puzzled. Xianxia looked at the man. Sup? The man looked back, puzzled. What's the matter? Xianxia's gaze was calm. Try to leave. With that, he waved his hand and a stream of air whisked past him, instantly disappearing and crossing the void to appear in front of the man. Tai Yuan Lord's eyes widened as he stared at this scene. He had just been crushed by the stream of air. The stream of air descended and the man's gaze changed. His aura exploded, transforming into a giant ruler that measured the void. The man himself disappeared along with the ruler by 1,000 meters. Xianxia's eyes flashed and the stream of air disappeared once more. When it reappeared, it was right in front of the man and viciously slamming into him. The man frowned and raised his hand. His palm danced as he used several battle techniques in the shortest amount of time possible to disintegrate the stream of air. Each battle technique shocked Tai Yuan Lord, and they were no less powerful than Bijun Song. However, the stream of air did not change at all, and it could not even slow it down. It tore through the void and slammed into the man. The man snorted. He did not know how he did it, but his body suddenly disappeared and did not reappear. The stream of air circled in place before finally returning to Xianxia's body. Tai Yuan Lord was confused. What had happened? Where did that guy go? Xianxia was calm. So it's someone from the Su family. Su secret, star chess. The next time I see you, I won't let you run away. He then continued walking. Tai Yuan Lord was stunned. It was a secret technique. Wasn't the Su family the 7 courts? How could a descendant of the 7 courts who knew a secret technique be chased away? He looked at Xianxia's eyes. Another 2 hours passed and thunder rumbled in the sky. A figure with a cold gaze flew into the distance. Xianxia raised his head and waved his hand. On the surface of his body, a stream of air shuttled through the void, pushing aside the lightning and sweeping towards the man. The man was none other than Ku Lei. He had subdued several cultivators for his own use. Under the power of thunder, he had never met a worthy opponent. Even cultivators of the same level as him would not provoke him at this time. He had never expected to be attacked for no reason. The airflow was truly miraculous. Ku Lei's lightning could not obstruct it in the slightest. He felt that something was amiss, so he raised his hand and pointed out. A giant finger descended. One finger Zen. One finger Zen successfully hit the air current and pierced through it. However, the air current instantly fused together and blasted directly onto his body. Ku Lei's chest tightened and he almost vomited blood. He looked down in disbelief. What the hell? He saw Xianxia and the other 2 streams of qi that were coiling around Xianxia's body. His pupils shrank. What is that? Xianxia waved his hand, and the air current attacking Ku Lei suddenly expanded, covering the entire sky and pressing down. Ku Lei gritted his teeth and his 9-lined battle force soared into the sky. Lightning crackled around his body and in a flash his speed reached its peak. Even Xianxia could not react to such extreme speed. Ku Lei disappeared and Xianxia retracted his air current. A descendant of the Ku family. Interesting. He then continued forward. Tai Yuanjun was stunned. Along the way he had already met 2 descendants of the 7 courts, but they had all been easily defeated. Who was this person? If the 7 courts descendants were unable to give Tai Yuanjun a direct shock, then the 3rd powerhouse that Xianxia was concerned about was truly shocking. This was because they had met Xianxia. Xianxia sized up Xianxia in surprise. You're the 10 Arbiters scholar? Xianxia's gaze was unprecedentedly solemn. Those 3 streams of qi gave him an unshakable feeling. None of his peers could give him such a feeling. This was the first time he had met someone of the same generation. You are? Xianxia asked. Although the 10 Arbiters had great influence in the innerverse and outerverse and knew many things, they knew very little about the neoverse. Even in the neoverse, not many people knew of Xianxia's existence. Those who could participate in the contest for the Star Tower and enter the mountain and sea realms mainland were the neoverse most elite and had the most powerful backgrounds. Not all of them recognized Xianxia, but all of them had heard of him. Not only has the 10 Arbiters' names spread throughout the innerverse and outerverse, but it has even spread to the glory realm. I'd like to see for myself. Xianxia then waved his hand, causing a stream of qi to rush out. His attack was very simple, even more so than Lan Si's. Lan Si's overlaying stacks also had the empty palm, but Xianxia only had the attack of a stream of qi. However, this seemingly simple attack caused Xianxi's hair to stand on end. He quickly retreated and condensed an ancient character in the void, forming the number 7, and trapping the stream of qi within. Then he left without looking back. The next moment the literary prison cracked open and finally shattered. The stream of qi bombarded the void, causing ripples to spread outwards for 5 kilometers, 50 kilometers, 1,000 kilometers, and even 10,000 kilometers. Quite a few people were touched by the ripples in the void, and they were all shocked. They felt an irresistible power, and they felt a supreme reverence. They could not help but prostrate themselves in worship. In the distance, Xianxi's expression was extremely solemn. He had always been cautious, and this was the most cautious he had ever been in a fight with someone of the same generation. However, he still felt that it was not enough. In the future, if I run into that person, I'll have to leave immediately. I'll think thrice before I act. Xianxia retracted his stream of qi and sighed. He really is on the same level as the Neoverse top descendants. He should be proud that he was able to retreat safely. Tai Yuanjun was stunned, as he had never imagined that one of the 10 arbiters would be so easily defeated. Although they had not been defeated, their defeat had been even worse than defeat, as they had not even dared to exchange blows. He could clearly see that the person in front of him was definitely the strongest person in this Star Tower contest. Not long after, the Hall of Honor's top disciple Xianxia had used the 3 sons' ancestral qi to defeat the 7 quartz descendants. News of the 10 arbiters quickly spread throughout the mountain and sea realm, causing an uproar. The 3 sons' ancestral qi was the strongest technique in the human domain, and this had been the case since ancient times. However, no one knew exactly how powerful it was. Now that there was a comparison, everyone knew that the 3 sons' ancestral qi was unparalleled. Within the Sirius sect, Lu Yin had already stayed within the jade disk for a month, and the number of stars around his body had reached 302. Even though he had been very confident in himself, he had not expected to be able to circulate so many stars in his first visit to Sirius jade disk. He had surpassed Mu Xing, and among the Sirius sect's disciples he was second only to the 4 ultimates, Qiushi. As he watched the stars revolve in the sky, Lu Yin was afraid that the outside world would suspect him, so he left first. At that moment, outside the canyon of Sirius jade disk, Yao Ji's flames were already pointed at the sky, but they also contained an indescribable feeling of envy, jealousy, and hatred. He hated Lu Yin for cutting the queue and entering Sirius jade disk early to cultivate, but he was also shocked by how long Lu Yin had stayed within. In the history of the Sirius sect, very few people had been able to stay within Sirius jade disk for more than a month, but Lu Yin had already done so. If he continued to stay within, then he would be recorded in the history of the Sirius sect. No, he could already be recorded. Mu Xing's eyes were filled with amazement as he looked at Lu Yin. He felt like he was looking at a peerless genius of the current generation. During this period of time, news from the mountain and sea realm had been constantly spreading, and he had heard many rumors. In particular, he had heard that the Prime Clear had continuously defeated various experts and truly established herself as unparalleled. The Prime Clear, Mavis, and eldest sister should be the top experts in this competition. I'm not sure if any of the 10 arbiters are hiding their strength. As for this Lu Yin, Mu Xing could not make a judgment. This person's strength was rare among his peers, but he was still from the innerverse and outerverse, so his achievements were limited for now. No matter how great his talent was, it only represented the future. For now, no matter how strong the 10 arbiters were, they would not be able to surpass those people. They did not even know how terrifying those people were, and it would cause them to despair. Someone's coming out. A disciple cried out. Yao Ji and the rest looked over and saw that it was Lu Yin. Lu Yin walked out of the underground cavern and smiled at Yao Ji. Sorry for taking up so much of your time. Yao Ji was furious, but he did not dare to show his anger. He snorted coldly and charged underground. Lu Yin pursed his lips. How rude. Many of the Sirius sect disciples were speechless, and they suddenly felt some sympathy for Yao Ji. This arrogant genius had been completely silenced by Lu Yin, and he had actually been cut in line. Mu Xing coughed and smiled. Congratulations on coming out of seclusion, brother Lu. May I know how your cultivation of the second level went? Lu Yin smiled. I succeeded. May I know how I can enter the Sirius Jade Disc again? I want to cultivate the third level. Many disciples were in an uproar. He managed to cultivate the second level in just a month? What a monster. Otherwise, how could he have used the third method to become a true disciple? Aside from eldest sister, no one else in our sect is a match for him. Monster. Mu Xing was shocked by Lu Yin's cultivation talent. Brother Lu, you can already activate 99 stars? Lu Yin nodded and casually replied, it's not that difficult. He then directly activated 99 stars. Mu Xing was instantly speechless. At this moment, many of the older powerhouses in the Sirius sect were staring with wide eyes. This kid's cultivation speed is too fast. He managed to cultivate the second level in just a month. If he was given another chance, he might even be able to surpass Hua Xiao and Mu Xing. This kid's talent is top-notch. Perhaps this kid is very suited to cultivate the Sirius technique. What a pity. Within the main hall of the Sirius sect, Sect Master Yuan Qiong sighed. His talent is indeed extraordinary. He then thought of something and immediately contacted the core elders. Brother Mu, how can I enter the Sirius Jade Disc again? Lu Yin asked expectantly. Mu Xing replied, it's not easy to enter the Sirius Jade Disc, but it's also easy. All you have to do is make some contributions. The sect doesn't just nurture disciples blindly. The disciples also need to repay the sect. Lu Yin was helpless. Mu Xing had mentioned this before, but he didn't have the time to do it. Brother Lu, the sect will soon bring us to the mountain and sea realm. You should conserve your energy. The mountain and sea realm is very lively right now, Mu Xing said. He then told Lu Yin about some of the rumors that had occurred in the mountain and sea realm. Chapter 1102. The Heir of the Seven Courts, the 10 Arbiters, Mavis, the Hall of Honor's Invincible Number 1 Method, the 3 Yang's Ancestral Qi, and so on. All of these things made Lu Yin impatient to head to the mountain and sea realm. Is the 3 Suns' Ancestral Qi really that powerful? Lu Yin asked. Mu Xing nodded and said solemnly, according to the ancient records, as long as the 3 Suns' Ancestral Qi is born, it's invincible. There has never been an exception. The 3 Suns' Ancestral Qi is absolutely invincible. The only downside is that very few people are able to successfully cultivate it. However, once someone successfully cultivates it, there's no need for them to compete. At most, they can compete for second place. Lu Yin frowned. There's nothing in the universe that's absolutely certain. Mu Xing shook his head. Brother Lu, you know too little about the 3 Suns' Ancestral Qi. In theory, there are no absolutes in the universe, but the 3 Suns' Ancestral Qi is absolutely invincible. This is not limited to just the human domain, but also the astral beast domain and the technocracy. It's the most invincible technique in the entire 5th mainland. Does that mean that the Hall of Honor's number 1 disciple is one of the 5 astral children? Lu Yin asked. Mu Xing replied, absolutely. There won't be any exceptions. This was not the first time that Lu Yin had heard of the 3 Suns' Ancestral Qi. Haizid Xinwei had mentioned it before, but he had not paid much attention to it at the time. Even when Xianxia had temporarily avoided Lu Yin's attack. Although when Xianxi's power might not necessarily surpass Night King Zhenwu's, in Lan Xi's words, he would be very difficult to defeat. Even such a difficult opponent had fled. What about the others? He had never underestimated the powerhouses of the Neoverse, but he had never thought that he would meet such a freak. With the appearance of the prime clear lineage, everyone else can only fight for second place, including eldest apprentice sister. What a pity that the 3 young ancestral Qi actually appeared in our generation, Mu Xing said helplessly. Brother Mu, I've heard that everyone in our sect is a lock breaker. Where can I learn source box arrays? Lu Yin suddenly asked, no longer thinking about the matter of the Shangqing sect. Since such a person was praised so highly by everyone, then he was just asking for a beating. Everyone else definitely had their own schemes, so there was no need for Lu Yin to think too much about it. If the other people's schemes didn't work, then there was no point in him overthinking it. Mu Xing was astonished. A source box array? Brother Lu, do you want to learn? Lu Yin smiled. Which lockbreaker wouldn't want to learn source box arrays? Mu Xing was speechless. It seems that Brother Lu is planning to empty out the Sirius sect. Lu Yin seriously replied, Brother Mu, you're treating me like an outsider. I, Lu Yin, am also a disciple of a sect, and I'm even the fifth disciple. Mu Xing was just about to speak when he suddenly paused as if he had heard something. He then looked at Lu Yin and said, Brother Lu, let's go. We'll go to the Star Palace and engrave your name there. I can leave my name in the Astral Hall? Lu Yin was surprised. Mu Xing replied, Of course. Brother Lu is the fifth true disciple of Sirius. Have you forgotten? When Mu Xing retorted with her own words, Lu Yin nodded. Alright, please. Please. Only true disciples could enter the stellar hall of the Sirius sect. Any cultivator who had reached the rank of a true disciple only had to engrave their name in the stellar hall and would be accepted as a disciple by the older generation. Some talented cultivators would even cause the older generation to fight over them. Back then, when eldest senior sister carved her name into the stellar hall, it caused many seniors to fight over it. They all wanted to take her as a disciple, said Mu Xing enviously. Lu Yin was curious. Which senior did she take as her master in the end? Mu Xing replied, That's hard to say. You should ask her. Brother Lu, we've arrived at the stellar hall. Lu Yin looked at the vast hall in front of him and bowed seriously. This was one of the core areas of the Sirius sect, and the moment he entered he would be seen by many of the older powerhouses of the Sirius sect. He hoped to try his luck and see if one of the older powerhouses was willing to teach him the Sirius technique. Even if it was just a chance to enter the Jade Disc of Sirius, it would be fine. Lu Yin's attitude pleased the Sirius sect. Mu Xing had not expected Lu Yin to be so polite and waited for a moment. Lu Yin straightened up. The Sirius sect has protected the fifth mainland for generations to come. I am fortunate enough to have my name engraved in the stellar hall, and I will definitely follow in the footsteps of my seniors and protect the fifth mainland and the human race. It was unknown if Lu Yin's words had an effect, but the stellar hall actually lit up and illuminated the entire Sirius sect. Yunqiang was shocked. This child was actually able to attract Elder Jioshan's attention. He must be fated with the Sirius sect. It's a pity that Everlasting Island took him away first. What a pity. Mu Xing was stunned. How was this possible? He hurriedly bowed and imitated Lu Yin's words, but there was no reaction. Lu Yin looked at him strangely. What's wrong, Brother Mu? This was his first time in the stellar hall and he did not know that it rarely lit up. Mu Xing was embarrassed. Nothing. Brother Lu, please. The stellar hall was a symbol of status, but it was just a symbol. Lu Yin entered and saw countless names engraved at the top. Not far from him was an elder. Disciple Mu Xing greets Elder Yuan Shou. Lu Yin hurriedly stepped forward. Disciple Lu Yin greets Elder Yuan Shou. Elder Yuan Shou sized Lu Yin up and was very satisfied. Not bad, not bad. Your attitude is humble and your heart is righteous. You are also extremely respectful to the Sirius sect. Child, you are not bad. Lu Yin humbly replied, This disciple still has many shortcomings. Please enlighten me, Elder. Elder Yuan Shou smiled. Your greatest shortcoming is that you are not a disciple of the Sirius sect. What a pity. Lu Yin solemnly replied, Since I've learned the Sirius technique, I am a disciple of the Sirius sect. Disciple Lu Yin greets Elder Yuan Shou once again. Mu Xing was astonished. How had he not realized that this kid was so good with words? He watched as Elder Yuan Shou's smile stretched all the way to his ears. This kid was so good at coaxing people. Seventh bro, you're so disgusting. The monkey could not take it anymore. Lu Yin did not care. Since he had learned the Sirius technique, he obviously had to find a way to get along well with the Sirius sect. At the very least, he wanted to learn the third level. As for the fourth level, he needed to open the body's 36 death acupuncture points, but that was fine. If he did not join the Sirius sect, then he definitely would not be able to learn it. Elder Yuan Shou was very satisfied with Lu Yin, and he patted his shoulder. Well said. Once you learn the Sirius technique, you are a disciple of the Sirius sect. Don't embarrass the Sirius sect in the future. This disciple understands, Lu Yin respectfully replied. Not long after, the two left Star Hall. Mu Xing looked at Lu Yin and spoke with a tone full of admiration. Brother Lu, I finally understand how you managed to survive in the innerverse and outerverse. I'm impressed. Lu Yin looked at Mu Xing. Brother Mu, you still haven't told me how to learn sourcebox arrays. Mu Xing pursed his lips. Only boundless advanced lockbreakers can learn sourcebox arrays. Brother Lu, you haven't reached that level yet. Lu Yin nodded, seemingly deep in thought. Brother Lu, we'll be heading to the mountain and sea realm in a few days. I'll take you to rest and prepare, Mu Xing said. Lu Yin looked at Mu Xing. Brother Mu, our sect should have a secret technique, right? Mu Xing blinked. Brother Lu, you can't be thinking of learning a secret technique right now, right? Is that even possible? Lu Yin's eyes lit up. Mu Xing was speechless. Of course not. True disciples should be qualified to learn a secret technique, right? Lu Yin asked. Mu Xing calmly replied, contribution. Lu Yin was helpless. Can I borrow it? Or overdraft it? Mu Xing was amused. Brother Lu's thinking is a little ahead of its time. Lu Yin sighed. There's no other way. My time in the serious sect is limited. By the way, Brother Mu, what's our sect's secret technique? Mu Xing shrugged. I can't tell you. If Brother Lu is qualified to learn it, you'll naturally know. Lu Yin hesitated. Could it be that Brother Mu hasn't learned it yet? Mu Xing nodded. Currently, only eldest senior sister has learned it. I haven't been able to learn it. Lu Yin had not expected this to be the case. Indeed, secret techniques were very difficult to learn. He had learned the Yu secret art by memorizing the Stonewall scriptures in the time-stop space, while he had learned the plan secret art by borrowing Xianxia's innate gift of deduction. Both of these techniques were very difficult to learn. The serious sect definitely had secret techniques, but they were also very difficult to learn. Secret techniques were very mystical, and once learned, one's strength would undergo a complete transformation. Lu Yin really wanted to know more about the serious sect's secret techniques. There were very few secret techniques, and the direction in which the progenitors had developed them determined how useful they would be to their users. For example, the Yu secret art allowed Lu Yin to be invincible against all sorts of powerhouses, unless his opponent's attack speed was so fast that it could not be seen. For example, Lan Si's emptiness palm or a progenitor's battle technique was very difficult to dodge. The plan secret art also leaned towards evasion. Night King Zhenwu's secret technique Heart Arrow was the most suitable for sneak attacks. This did not mean that Heart Arrow surpassed the Yu secret art or the Su secret art. In fact, from Lu Yin's point of view, Heart Arrow was not as miraculous as those two secret techniques. However, Heart Arrow focused on sneak attacks. As long as there was a way to defend against it, then this secret technique would at most cause a superficial wound. Lu Yin had thought that the arrow progenitor who had created Heart Arrow was definitely a sinister person. Now he wanted to use the serious sect's secret techniques to understand what kind of person progenitor Chen was. If he was not wrong, then the serious sect's secret techniques had definitely come from progenitor Chen. He just did not know if the serious sect had progenitor Chen's 9 clones technique. Lu Yin inexplicably recalled what Xiaoqing had said back in the Daoist sect's ruins. She had said that there was someone in this universe with the same aura that was suspected to have cultivated the 9 clones technique, but he did not know who she was referring to. Brother Lu, time is really limited. Don't think about such trivial things. Let's go, I'll take you to a place to rest, Mu Xing urged. He was well aware of how difficult it was to obtain contribution points in the serious sect, and it was impossible for Lu Yin to obtain a large number of contribution points in a short amount of time for him to go to the serious jade disc or learn a secret technique. Lu Yin knew this as well, so he could only follow Mu Xing. The place that Mu Xing had arranged for Lu Yin to rest was on a planet outside the serious sect. This planet belongs to you, Brother Lu. Of course, the time limit is before you return to Everlasting Sky Island, Mu Xing said. Lu Yin looked at the planet in front of him with his back facing the serious sect. He took a closer look and saw that the planet was covered in a layer of rune lines. According to Mu Xing, this was to prevent others from entering without permission. The entire serious sect should have set up an enormous sourcebox array, and every planet could use the sourcebox array to shield and conceal itself. Lu Yin felt at ease and settled down on the planet. Chapter 1103. Mu Xing heaved a sigh of relief after sending Lu Yin to the planet and then immediately left. His understanding of Lu Yin had grown considerably after these past few days, and his shamelessness had left a deep impression on him. Lu Yin was clearly just an exchange disciple of Everlasting Sky Island, but he had tried to obtain everything from the serious sect. Forget about the serious art, he had even coveted source boxes, arrays and secret techniques. However, it wouldn't be long before he went to the mountain and sea realm. There were countless stars revolving around the Sirius sect, and the planet that Lu Yin was on was specifically used by true disciples to cultivate. There were strange astronomical phenomena on the planet that were helpful in both training one's physical body and spiritual force. There were also quite a few servants and such. Perhaps because Lu Yin could not stay in the Sirius sect for long, there were no servants to receive him. Lu Yin wanted nothing more than peace and quiet. He looked around. This was where the true disciples rested. The buildings on this planet were constructed according to different styles, and there were no less than 100 manors. Some were ancient, some were exquisite, some were pavilions, and some were caves. There were all sorts of styles. Lu Yin casually found a pavilion and entered a secret cultivation room. He raised his hand and began to roll his die. Since he knew the method to cultivate the third level of the serious art, there was no reason not to cultivate it. He was not afraid of anyone when it came to time. With anticipation for the third level of the serious art, Lu Yin tapped the die, and it spun until it finally stopped at 6 pips. Lu Yin's expression changed. Not good. Just as he thought of this, the scene in front of him changed and he appeared in a dark space. He didn't even think about it as he rushed towards the nearest ball of light and fused with it. He only had about 7 million star essence on him at the moment, which was a backup. He did not want to spend it on enhance. Even if he wanted to roll enhance, he would have to wait until he had enough money. Right now, he only wanted to roll enhance and cultivate the serious art as well as the finger that he had seen on the bridge of everlasting sky. He didn't even check to see if the ball of light he had merged with was suitable for him, and he immediately rushed in. When he opened his eyes, he was greeted by a scene of debauchery and 2 flirtatious women cuddling in his arms. Lu Yin blinked and tried to recall. The person he had merged with was called Xianxia, an inner disciple of the Sirius sect. His current location was called the Great Red Planet, and the city lord was Xianxia's father, Xiangju. Just as he was thinking about this, the door to the outer gate shattered and a group of people rushed in. The prince is here. Capture him and send him to the city lord's mansion. Lu Yin was shocked and instinctively wanted to flee. Young master, there's a secret passageway. The woman in his arms panicked. She skillfully pulled open the bed curtain, revealing a dark secret passageway. Lu Yin immediately rushed in and the secret passage closed behind him. Wait, why am I running? Lu Yin was speechless. He wasn't the one being captured, and according to his memories, the group of people who had captured him had come from the city lord's mansion. They were his father's subordinates, and the most they would do was beat him up. Lu Yin recalled that this body had instinctively wanted to flee because the city lord, Xiangju, was extremely strict with Xianxia. The Great Red Planet was one of the heavenly cities managed by the Sirius sect, and it was similar to the relationship between Wuxia City and Everlasting Island. Xiangju had hoped that Xianxia would become a true disciple of the Sirius sect and isolate him from any factors that might slow down his cultivation, including visiting brothels. However, Xianxia liked visiting brothels, which had led to the current situation. Lu Yin was just about to return when he suddenly recalled something that made him leave through the secret passage without hesitation. He didn't flee, but instead headed straight for the city lord's mansion. The Great Red Planet was huge, but as an inner disciple of the Sirius sect and a cruiser, Xianxia's speed wasn't slow, and it didn't take him long to reach the city lord's mansion. According to his memories, Lu Yin swaggered into the city lord's manor and smoothly arrived outside the city lord's study. Sir, the city lord has said that no one is allowed to enter the study. Please leave. Outside the study, a man stood guard like an iron tower and stared at Xianxia with a gloomy gaze. Lu Yin raised his head arrogantly. Even I can't enter? The man replied in a low voice. No. Lu Yin frowned and pressed down on the man's shoulder, exerting force. Even though this body belonged to Xianxia and couldn't reach the level of 170 stacks, using 80 stacks wasn't a problem. At most, this body would suffer a little afterwards. The man was violently pushed aside by Lu Yin and he looked at him in shock. Sir, you? Lu Yin snorted and pushed open the door to enter. The man didn't dare to stop him. In his memories, the young master's strength wasn't bad, but he couldn't easily push a hunter away. That overlaying stacks had been very powerful, and the young master seemed to have improved. After entering Xiangju's study, Lu Yin's breathing quickened as he looked towards the corner. From Xianxia's memories, Lu Yin had learned Xiangju's greatest secret. This city lord acted respectfully towards the serious sect, but in reality he had coveted their techniques, secret techniques and sourcebox arrays for a very long time. More than 100 years ago, Serious Sect's core disciple Qin Fu had died because of this city lord Shangju. Qin Fu had obtained the sourcebox array back then. Qin Fu and Shangju had a very good relationship, and Shangju had inadvertently revealed this information, which had drawn Shangju's murderous intent. Shangju had then pushed the blame for Qin Fu's death onto someone else and successfully avoided it himself. This incident had happened more than 100 years ago, and the Serious Sect had no suspicions about it. Shangqin had also accidentally found out about it. Now Lu Yi knew this secret. Not only that, but he had also obtained the sourcebox array that Shangju had used to kill Qin Fu. It was called the Greater Transfer Array. The Serious Sect only had one sourcebox array, which was the Greater Transfer Array. When he thought of this name, Lu Yin recalled the battle on the general appointing platform. Qiushi had thrown him, Bukong, Night King Zhenwu and the others into outer space. She had probably used this sourcebox array. Lu Yin's breathing quickened as he took out a dust-covered wooden box from the corner. The Greater Transfer Array was inside. Shangju had not reached the boundless advanced level yet, so he could not learn it. Lu Yin put away the wooden box and walked out of the study. He glanced at the man. "If father asks, just say that I've never been here." The man did not ask any questions and merely stood there respectfully. Lu Yin controlled Shangchen's body to an inconspicuous place and buried the box there. He then controlled Shangchen's body to leave the brothel and leave. When he opened his eyes again, they were filled with excitement. He could not go and retrieve the sourcebox now. He had just arrived at the Serious Sect and he had not even toured the sect before going to the Great Red Planet. Furthermore, he was about to head to the Star Tower contest, which would attract too much attention. Since the Serious Sect wanted a contribution, then he would give it to Lu Yin. This contribution should not be low. Lu Yin looked at his gadget and hesitated. He had just parted ways with Mu Xing. Would it be inappropriate to look for him at this time? After thinking about it, Lu Yin left the planet and headed towards the Star Hall. He felt that the core elder had treated him quite well. "What? You want to report him?" Within the Star Hall, the core elder Yuan Shou was shocked and looked at Lu Yin strangely. Lu Yin respectfully replied, "I just remembered that I once received a piece of information. At the time, I did not know the significance of this information, but after arriving at the Serious Sect and looking at the surrounding star charts, I finally understood." "What information?" Elder Yuan Shou was curious. Lu Yin's face was filled with grief and indignation. "Elder, do you still remember the core disciple Qin Fu?" Elder Yuan Shou's expression changed and his entire demeanor changed. He became abnormally fierce. "The information is about Qin Fu?" Lu Yin nodded. "Yes. I have now unified the Outerverse and I receive as much information as the stars in the sky every day. Half a year ago I received a piece of information that someone in the Neoverse had plotted against Qin Fu on the Great Red Star. I did not recall it at first, but after looking at the surrounding star cities and seeing the Great Red Star I remembered." Elder Yuan Shou's gaze turned cold as he stared at Lu Yin. He anxiously asked, Who plotted against Qin Fu?" Lu Yin felt that something was strange. Elder Yuan Shou's attitude made it seem like Qin Fu was his disciple. It was the Great Red Star's city lord Shangju. His goal was to obtain the sourcebox array that Senior Qin Fu was qualified to comprehend in the past. Elder Yuan Shou's pupils shrank, and he froze in place as if he was trying to recall something. Lu Yin did not move. After a full 7 minutes, Elder Yuan Shou looked up. "I have already reported this matter to the sect master. As long as it is verified, it will be considered your contribution to the sect, and you will be given a chance to cultivate in the Jade Disc of Sirius." Lu Yin solemnly replied, "I do not wish to cultivate. I only wish for Senior Qin Fu's clear snow." Elder Yuan Shou looked at Lu Yin in admiration. "Child, you're not bad." Lu Yin looked at Elder Yuan Shou. "Elder, I request to head to the Great Red Star to personally witness the execution of the villains." Elder Yuan Shou thought about it. "All right, I'll take you with me." Lu Yin nodded. The Great Red Star was not too far from the Serious Sect, and Lu Yin did not know what Elder Yuan Shou's cultivation was. All he knew was that the man had easily torn through the void and appeared outside the Serious Sect. He then tore through the void again and appeared on the Great Red Star. Lu Yin was thinking about how to obtain the box. At this moment, within the city lord's mansion on the Great Red Star, Xianxia was in a sorry state as he glared at a dozen cultivators from the Sirius sect who had lined up in front of him. I, Xianxia, have served the Sirius sect for hundreds of years. Even if I haven't made any contributions, I've still worked hard. The one who accused you is the current fifth disciple of the Sirius sect, Xianxia. Follow us back to the sect to be investigated. If the investigation proves to be unfounded, you will be released and compensated. One person stepped forward, his star energy suppressing the Great Red Star. This was a powerhouse with a power level of over 400,000. Xianxia only had a power level of 300,000, so he could not resist at all. I refuse to accept this. Who is the fifth disciple? Someone must be trying to frame me. Elder Yuan Shou brought Lu Yin directly to the city lord's mansion, hovering in the air as he looked at Xianxia. When Xianxia saw Elder Yuan Shou, he hurriedly shouted, "Elder, I've been wronged. I treated Brother Chenfu with utmost sincerity, so how could I have harmed him? Elder, you are well aware of the situation back then. It's clearly..." Lu Yin shouted, "Xianxia, you still want to quibble? You killed Senior Brother Chenfu in a cave on the Great Red Star's Endless Mountain. Senior Brother Chenfu's head was crushed by your blade, and you even took his cosmic ring. It's in your study." Xiangju's expression changed and he stared at Lu Yin in disbelief. You. Chapter 1104. Lu Yin sneered. You still want to deny it? You moved the mountains and filled the seas, pushing 100,000 feet into the sea in a vain attempt to destroy all traces. But did you really think that you could fool everyone? Your matter has already been exposed. Xiangju's eyes were filled with hatred. It was that mute. He betrayed me. Lu Yin was speechless as there really were people who knew about this matter. The only reason he had dared to accuse Xianxia was because Chenfu's cosmic ring was in his study. Otherwise he would not have taken the source box array away. Accusations without evidence were meaningless. Yuan Shou's gaze turned cold as a monstrous killing intent descended. The void trembled and Xiangju's entire body was pressed to the ground as his bones shattered. It's really you. How dare you harm my disciple? Who gave you the courage? Xiangju struggled to raise his head and his mouth was filled with blood. He looked at Yuan Shou with a savage expression. He forced me. He said that he would let me take a look, but he went back on his word. I sacrificed so much to help him, but he went back on his word. Yuan Shou was enraged and he slapped out with his palm, pressing Xiangju into the ground. Speak. Where is the source box array? Xiangju bellowed. Outside the city lord's mansion, Xiangqin knelt on the ground and looked at Yuan Shou in fear. Yuan Shou barked, "If you don't speak, I'll let you taste the most severe punishment in the Sirius sect." Xiangju's eyes were filled with hatred, but there was also fear in the depths of his eyes. Under Elder Yuan Shou's pressure, Xiangju could only lower his head. It's in the study. Yuan Shou's gaze turned cold and he waved his hand, flipping the city lord's mansion over. The man guarding the study spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying before crashing to the ground. Where? Xiangju coughed up blood as he was grabbed by the Sirius sect cultivators and brought to the study. He resigned himself to his fate and opened the box. Where's the box? Xiangju stared blankly at the empty corner with a blank look on his face. Elder Yuan Shou looked down at him from above. There were many Sirius sect cultivators surrounding him. Even an envoy-level powerhouse would not be able to escape, let alone him. This was the strength of the Sirius sect. Any random elder had a power level of over 500,000, and Elder Yuan Shou's true strength was at the Sea King's level. The position of a core elder was not much lower than that of the sect master. He was one of the most powerful people in the sect. Everyone looked at Xiangju. Xiangju stared at the corner and rubbed his eyes. His hands were covered in blood. As for the box, it was gone. It was gone. Lu Yin swallowed his saliva and felt some sympathy for Xiangju. Encountering Lu Yin was just bad luck. You still want to hide things now? Elder Yuan Shou shouted angrily. Xiangju was terrified. I'm not hiding anything. The item is right here. He looked at the man guarding the study and shouted, Who entered the study? The man had already fainted. A Sirius sect cultivator immediately woke him up. The man looked around in confusion. Who entered the study these 2 days? Xiangju glared at him and asked. The man coughed up blood and stuttered, Yes, sir. Shangju's face paled. Only him. Yes, only the young master has gone in. When? Not long ago. Elder Yuan Shou snorted and glanced outside the city lord's mansion. He tossed the trembling Shangqin in front of Shangju, who stared at him with regret. You entered the study? Where's the item? Shangqin was confused. What item? The box in the corner. Shangju shouted. Shangqin's face paled and he hurriedly shook his head. I don't know. Shangju glared at him. Speak. Where's the item? Hurry up and tell me and you won't die. Shangqin despaired. Father, I really don't know. I've never been to the study. The man guarding the study widened his eyes. Sir, you were here just now and you even pushed me away. Shangqin glared at the man. Nonsense. When did I push you away? You're a hunter. How could I push you away? Shangju turned to glare at the man with a venomous gaze. You're saying that my son pushed you away? How is that possible? You're lying. Speak. Why are you accusing us? What's your relationship with Mute? The man's voice was hoarse as he tried his best to speak. It really was Sir who pushed me away. If it wasn't for Sir, who else would have been able to reach the study and enter the city lord's mansion so easily? Nonsense. Shangqin bellowed. You've wronged me. Enough. Elder Yuan Shou barked and his gaze swept across the trio. Take them all back to the sect and interrogate them. Shangju looked at Elder Yuan Shou in despair. Elder, I've already admitted that I killed Qin Fu, so he's definitely dead. There's no need to hide the source box array. Elder, someone must have framed me and stolen the source box array. Elder, I'm not lying. I really didn't come to the study. Shangqin shouted in despair. No matter what they said, they could not change the fact that a tragic future awaited them, or perhaps no future at all. Elder Yuan Shou exhaled and looked into the distance. Little Fu Master has avenged you. Lu Yin stood quietly to the side and did not make a sound, appearing very obedient. The city lord's mansion was isolated, and many serious sect cultivators stood guard in all four directions. After a while, Elder Yuan Shou sighed and looked at Lu Yin. He was gratified. Good child, you've done a great service for the serious sect. Lu Yin hurriedly replied, as long as Senior Qin Fu's death can be avenged, I'll be satisfied. I definitely can't let a villain like him off. Elder Yuan Shou ruthlessly replied, don't worry, he won't have an easy time. Elder, I want to wander around the Great Red Planet. I've been cultivating all this time and I feel a little dizzy, Lu Yin said. Elder Yuan Shou was concerned. Dizzy? Are you all right? Lu Yin replied, I'm fine. I'm just a little tired. Elder Yuan Shou raised a hand and a pill bottle appeared in his palm. This is a pill refined by my sect and it has some effect even on envoys. Take it. Lu Yin was pleasantly surprised. Thank you, Elder. Elder Yuan Shou patted Lu Yin's shoulder. How great would it be if you were a disciple of the serious sect? No matter how difficult it would be, I would definitely find a way for you to learn the secret techniques and even the highest level of the serious technique. What a pity. Lu Yin pursed his lips. What a tempting suggestion. You've done a great service this time, so I'll make the decision to give you a chance to enter the serious jade disc to study. You can use this opportunity at any time, even if you're no longer a disciple of the serious sect, Elder Yuan Shou said. Lu Yin was pleasantly surprised. Thank you, Elder. Elder Yuan Shou patted Lu Yin's shoulder again, and then he left the Great Red Planet with a melancholy heart. Lu Yin looked at the ruined city lord's mansion and muttered to himself, don't blame me. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for reaping what you sowed. The path of cultivation is a struggle against fate, and if you can't win, then this is the outcome. 7th Bro, how did you know that this city lord assassinated a true disciple of the serious sect? The monkey asked curiously. Lu Yin casually replied, information from the outer verse. Is that so? The outer verse can obtain information on the neoverse? Lu Yin knew that such a thing was not very reliable, but even if the serious sect wanted to investigate, there was no way for them to do so. Firstly, the serious sect did not care much about the outer verse and did not have much influence over it. Secondly, the Astral River Arc was still in the hands of the Great Eastern Alliance. Unless the serious sect sent a few 100,000 powerhouses across the Astral River, they would not be able to investigate the outer verse. Even if they did investigate, they would not be able to find anything in a short amount of time. Besides, Shangju had already pleaded guilty, so the source of the information was not important to the serious sect. Lu Yin passed by the place where he had buried the wooden box, and he discreetly took it away. His trip to the Great Red Planet had ended without a hitch, and he could return to the serious sect after a short stroll around. He also had a chance to enter the Sirius Jade Wall to study. Actually, it would be best to enter the Sirius Jade Wall after the contest for the Star Tower, where he could cultivate to his heart's content. However, Lu Yin was not sure if he would return to the Sirius sect after the contest for the Star Tower, so it was better to use this opportunity as soon as possible and let the people of the Sirius sect confirm that he had broken through the second layer and reached the third layer. Then when he was outside, he would be able to use the Sirius technique to his heart's content. Furthermore, the more stars one could circulate, the stronger one's power level would be. The contest for the Star Tower was a very cruel battlefield. Elsewhere in the Sirius sect, Mu Xing was reading through information on the mountain and sea realm's internal struggles when he received news of Lu Yin's contribution. He was somewhat confused. What's the fifth disciple's contribution? A female disciple across from him respectfully answered. The fifth disciple revealed that the Great Red Planet's city lord Shangju had murdered senior brother Chen Fu, a true disciple from 100 years ago. He has contributed greatly and has earned another chance to enter the Sirius Jade Wall. Mu Xing blinked. Are you sure it's the fifth disciple Lu Yin? Isn't he resting? Yes. Mu Xing facepalmed. What was this Lu Yin doing? Was he crazy? He was jumping up and down. Whatever, it had nothing to do with him. Back on the mainland of the mountain and sea realm, a shocking battle was breaking out. 3 streams of energy spiraled around each other as Xianxia coldly stared ahead. Xia Juyo retreated step by step as he watched the streams of energy with a grave expression. These streams of energy left him speechless, as they could not be broken through no matter how hard he tried. Furthermore, there was no way to isolate them and they were extremely powerful. Nearby, thunder rumbled as Ku Lei gritted his teeth and waited for an opportunity to strike. Even further away, Ling Gong was also facing a stream of energy which was rather troublesome. 3 peak experts were working together to fight against Xianxia, but they were unable to gain any advantage. Xianxia's lips curled up as he controlled the 3 streams of energy to force the 3 back. In the distance, many spectators were watching this scene in a daze. Tai Yuanjun was completely dumbfounded as he had never seen such a scene before. The 10 arbiters were working together to deal with someone else, and that someone else was actually a peak descendant of the 7 courts. He already knew Xianxia's identity, and he was now extremely wary of the Hall of Honor. Go, go, go. The little stutter had arrived at some point, and his voice was trembling as he pointed at the battlefield. He wanted to say Xianxia as he had heard others talking about her before. A large man in front of him angrily turned around and glared at the little stutter. Who are you asking to go? You go if you have the ability. You. The little stutter looked at him, wanting to say that he had misunderstood, but the large man understood that the little stutter was asking him to go, which made him even more annoyed. He stepped aside and said, You go. God. The little stutter saw Lan Si and wanted to say that the divine hand was here, but the large man was instantly enraged. Don't spout nonsense. I'm not one of those lunatics from the home of the gods. At that moment, the experts from the home of the gods who had been chasing after Li He arrived. They had also heard the little stutter's words, and they glared at him in an unfriendly manner. Kid, who are you calling lunatic? Chapter 1105. The big man was stunned. He hadn't expected someone from the home of the gods to be there. He quickly explained, It's a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding. Little stutter finally managed to form a complete sentence. If you keep spouting nonsense, be careful of your mouth, threatened a woman from the home of the gods. The big man didn't dare to retort. Although his background wasn't bad, allowing him to come to the mountain and sea realm, compared to the home of the gods, he couldn't compare. Now that he thought about it, it was all that bastard's fault. The big man finally understood that the kid was a stutter. Little stutterer sensed that the big man's gaze wasn't friendly, so he quickly ran to the side. The battle lasted for a full hour, and in the end, both sides left without a clear victor. Even though there was no clear victor, everyone discovered a horrifying thing, and that was that Xianxia had not moved at all from the beginning to the end. This discovery shocked the entire mountain and sea realm. Whether it was Xia Jiuyo, Ku Lei, or the 10 Arbiters' Spirit Palace, They were all considered the most powerful people in the mountain and sea realm, but they hadn't been able to make the prime clarity move a single step. Although it seemed like a draw, the fact that the three of them had joined forces meant that they had lost. The prime clarity's path to invincibility continued. What he wanted was to become invincible. He represented the Hall of Honor and the supreme authority of mankind. Although he seemed to be recklessly challenging others everywhere, this was his way. Whether it was the beginning or the end, he would not be defeated. Not even once. There were 5 starry children and he wanted to become the head of the starry children. This was his path and it was the only path. Everyone was silent about the prime clarity's invincibility. A few days later, Heizid Shinwei's spacecraft arrived outside the mountain and sea realm, and the two figures quickly entered. Heizid Shinwei had originally wanted to say a few words of encouragement, but he didn't. Try not to cause trouble. Half a day later, Ku Lei was roaring as he chased after the two black figures. Clearly, Heizid Shinwei's wish had failed. Little Black and Xiao Bai had just entered the mountain and sea realm, and because they were moving too quickly, they hadn't been able to stop for long. Ku Lei wasn't interested in the two girls, so he arrogantly prepared to leave. However, Xiao Bai's words enraged him. "Damned girl, when I catch you I'll rip your mouth off," roared Ku Lei. Thunder roared and his domain quickly enveloped the area, suppressing Xiao He and Xiao Bai. The two girls ran away extremely quickly and weren't affected by the domain at all. Xiao Bai pursed her lips. "You're so ugly, yet you're blaming others for it. Who are you blaming for having a pointy mouth and monkey cheeks? Are you feeling inferior?" "Xiao Bai, don't talk about her like that. Everyone knows who's feeling inferior," Xiao He advised calmly. Ku Lei gritted his teeth and raised his finger. A bolt of lightning swept across, tearing the void apart and splitting the earth along the way. Several cultivators who passed by were almost affected and quickly retreated in fear. Xiao Bai easily dodged it. Even Lu Yin had trouble keeping up with her speed, so it wasn't difficult for her to dodge Ku Lei's attacks. Ku Lei didn't expect the two girls to be so troublesome that he couldn't catch them. "Hey Thunder, that's enough. If you keep chasing you'll be going overboard. You lack discipline," Xiao Bai shouted. Xiao He calmly advised again, "Xiao Bai, don't talk about her like that. She might be an orphan and lack education." Ku Lei was furious and he raised his hand again. A finger condensed in the void and pressed down. It was the Ku family's battle technique, finger tap. When finger tap appeared, the surroundings would wither, and it could calm the opponent's mind and make them lose all desire to resist. However, Xiao He and Xiao Bai didn't even think about resisting. They only wanted to escape. Finger tap was ineffective against them. Not long after, Xiao He and Xiao Bai really did escape and Ku Lei couldn't catch up to them. He panted heavily, his stomach full of grievances. He had been suppressed by the Xianxia family twice recently, and now he had encountered a pair of strange twins. He felt that he was too unlucky. 2 more days passed and Xiao He and Xiao Bai were once again being chased by someone. This time it was a man from the home of the gods called Qin Guangshan. Qin Guangshan was originally discussing with a few other people from the home of the gods how to deal with the 10 arbiters. But he didn't realize that Xiao He and Xiao Bai were next to him. The two girls then loudly announced their plan. The people from the home of the gods were instantly enraged, and they chased after the two girls to beat them up. The Xianxia family was also being followed. To be more precise, they were being tailed. The one tailing the Xianxia family was a mischievous girl. She wore revealing clothes and only had a piece of cloth covering her body. She was quite alluring and she wore many bells on her body, which made a crisp sound when she walked. She was called Xian and she was the successor of the 7 court Xia family. The Xia family was special even in the 7 courts because their secret technique was very disgusting, very disgusting. As the name implied, the evil secret technique used a secret technique to borrow battle skills. As long as the user was willing, they could borrow anyone's battle skills to fight within a certain range. Obviously, Xianxia had her eyes on the Xianxia family and wanted to borrow the 3 young ancestral qi. The Xianxia family turned to look at Xianxia. "Even if you borrow one, it's useless. You're not my match." Xianxia smiled charmingly and took a few steps forward. The crisp sound of bells rang out. "I'm not trying to fight you. I have enemies. I'll be safe if I follow you." The Xianxia family calmly looked at her. Beside them, Tai Yuanjun gulped. Xianxia was exuding a unique charm that was hard to resist. Xianxia also noticed the Tai Yuanjun and looked over curiously. Who are you? The Tai Yuanjun dryly replied, second on the top 100 rankings Tai Yuanjun. Xianxia tapped her chin. Second? Where's first? The Tai Yuanjun didn't answer. The Xianxia family coldly said, your so-called enemy is the specter race. Do you think they can enter the mountain and sea realm? Xianxia tilted her head looking quite innocent. I don't know, but it's not impossible. The specter race has joined forces with the Neo-Human Alliance. Whether or not they can enter the mountain and sea realm isn't something you can decide. The Xianxia family's eyes flashed, but he didn't say anything else and calmly walked forward. Xianxia smiled and immediately followed. In the Sirius sect, Lu Yin had returned. He had wandered around the Great Red Planet for a few days and then spent another few days to return. He went directly to the Jade Wall Canyon of Sirius and waited for Yaoji to come out. My apologies, junior brothers, Lu Yin greeted them. He had cut in line again. There were already more than 10 Sirius disciples in line, and the ones at the very front were still the same few. First Yaoji had cut in line and then Lu Yin had cut in line. Now Lu Yin was cutting in line again. They had waited for more than a month, and from the looks of it they would have to wait for another month. There was nothing they could do about it, as the true disciples had special privileges. They couldn't bear to leave as they had waited for so long. The disciple at the very front was the most pitiful as he had the worst luck. They had never met anyone who had continuously entered Sirius's Jade Wall. Anyone who entered Sirius's Jade Wall would consume a large amount of contribution points, and they would only return after a certain amount of time had passed for the best results. No one had been like Lu Yin. But if Lu Yin wanted to come, they couldn't stop him. A day later Yaoji walked out in high spirits. His cultivation in Sirius's Jade Wall had improved considerably this time. It had been more than a year since he had entered Sirius's Jade Wall, and the number of revolving stars he had gained this time had increased by 50. This was quite good and he was rather proud of himself. Not just anyone could gain 50 stars in one go, and he shouldn't be too far away from becoming the third true disciple Hua Shao. He was greeted by a face that made him want to punch it. Looks like you've improved quite a bit, Brother Yao. Congratulations, Lu Yin smiled. Yao Ji stared blankly at Lu Yin. Why are you here again? Lu Yin shrugged. I have no choice. The contest for the Star Tower is imminent and I want to work hard. Sirius's Jade Wall isn't a public toilet. Do you think you can enter as you please? Hurry up and leave or the elders won't be polite to you, Yao Ji mocked. Lu Yin smiled. Thank you for the reminder, Brother Yao. I'm leaving. He then brushed past Yao Ji and entered the underground. Yao Ji stared blankly, and then he looked outside the canyon and saw a group of disciples with helpless expressions. When he saw this, Yao Ji understood that Lu Yin must have used some method to obtain another opportunity to enter Sirius's Jade Wall. Yao Ji was not stupid and he immediately guessed what had happened. So what if you've entered continuously? Do you think you can catch up to me? Yao Ji said sourly before leaving. After entering Sirius's Jade Wall once more, Lu Yin knew that he only had 10 days, as the Sirius sect would depart for the mountain and sea realm in 12 days. He needed to reserve 2 days to roll his die. As he watched the stars in Sirius rotate, Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat. 302 stars appeared on the surface of his body, which was the maximum number of stars that he could circulate at the moment. He wondered how many more stars he could circulate in 10 days. As he thought about it, Lu Yin calmed down and began to cultivate. From 99 to 302 stars, Lu Yin had cultivated for a month, and he had only managed to complete it after accumulating a lot of energy. He had been circulating 99 stars for a very long time. Lu Yin had originally thought that he would only be able to circulate a few dozen stars at most. Who would have thought that after 10 days he would be able to circulate 420 stars? His previous accumulation had not been used up, and his next cultivation might not be so exaggerated. He had a total of 420 stars. Although he hadn't reached Mu Ziying's level, he wasn't far off. If Mu Ziying knew that Lu Yin's progress in the serious art was about the same as his, Lu Yin wondered how he would react. Lu Yin thought about it as he walked out of Sirius's Jade Wall. It was a pity that he did not have enough time. Otherwise he would have been able to cultivate for more than a month. At that time he would have been able to circulate close to 500 stars, surpassing Mu Ziying's. What a pity. There were only 2 more days before he had to depart, and Lu Yin found that he had not been able to rest for even a moment. He returned to the planet that Mu Ziying had brought him to rest on and went to the secret room. He looked up and saw the die appear once more. This time he placed his cosmic ring to the side and tapped the die, causing it to slowly spin. 3 pips was a good number, but there was nothing to improve for now. He continued to roll. On 1 pip a letter fell out. What an ancient method. He opened it and saw that it was a love letter. He threw it away and continued to roll. This time he rolled 4 pips. He grabbed his cosmic ring and disappeared from the secret room, reappearing in the time-stop space. He had directly increased his cultivation time by half a year, and he took advantage of his experience in Sirius's Jade Wall to continue cultivating the Sirius art. Chapter 1106. Cultivation knew no time, and as one's cultivation increased, a single seclusion could last 1 year, 10 years, 100 years, or even 1,000 years. Teacher Yuan had existed for an unknown number of years, and every time he woke up from a deep slumber, the entire structure of the Innerverse might have changed. Although Lu Yin's cultivation this time was not as exaggerated, when he opened his eyes again, 5 months had already passed. There was only 1 month left in the time-stop space. He quickly added another half a year. After 5 months of cultivating the Sirius art, the number of stars that he could circulate had increased by another 100, surpassing Mu Ziying's to 520. Lu Yin was excited and he raised a hand to unleash the cosmic palm. Stars appeared from his palm as 520 stars exploded. Combined with his 9-lined battle force and immense physical strength, the might of this attack was no less than that of the empty palm. Lu Yin did not place too much importance on the attack's power. The empty palm was the culmination of the overlaying stack's path, and its power was enough to deal with an absolute expert. Unless one broke through to the 4th level of the Sirius art, they would not be able to face the empty palm head-on. The greatest benefit of the Sirius art was the defensive force field of the surrounding stars, which could slow down an enemy's attack speed. Just like when Earth had ended, Lu Yin had relied on the Sirius art to defeat the various elites of the Great Yu Empire, and he had even battled with Qingyu. He could imitate other people's battle techniques, and speed was useless against him. More importantly, it could increase his cultivation speed, which was the greatest value of the Sirius art. Now that he could circulate 520 stars, his cultivation speed had increased by 520 times. 520 times. What did that mean? If he compared the amount of star energy he needed to circulate to a normal person, even with 99 stars, his cultivation speed would still be 50 times slower than a normal person's. Now, however, it was only 10 times slower. If he could circulate 5,000 stars, then his cultivation speed would be on par with a normal person's. This kind of despairing difference in cultivation speed could be equalized with the Sirius art. However, he did not need to pay too much attention to this, as his cultivation had never been done step by step. The Heaven Fire Stone was a shortcut. Suddenly Lu Yin thought of something. Sirius Sect's senior disciple, the 4 Ultimates' heavenly maiden, Qiu Shi's Sirius art was definitely stronger than his own. In that case, her cultivation speed must also be very exaggerated. If that was the case, then was she still a hunter? Mu Ziying could circulate more than 400 stars, so why was she still a hunter? Why had she not broken through to the Enlighter realm? There was something wrong with this. Sirius's ability could increase a person's cultivation speed, but Mu Ziying and the others had not used it to break through to the Enlighter realm. This was a problem worth paying attention to. After 5 months of training in the Sirius art, he changed the environment of the time-stop space and rested for 2 days before taking out the Heaven Fire Stone. It was time for another round of training. After the previous cultivation, the Heavenly Flame Stone had absorbed the 15th layer of black flames of the Dark Phoenix race and the fire god of Old Monster Chi of the Fire Domain. The temperature was even higher than before. Lu Yin immediately took out 1,000,000 star essence, causing the temperature to rise as he circulated his Sirius art to absorb as much as he could. The number of stars in his Sirius art skyrocketed, and his cultivation speed increased once more. As the scorching lines spread, he gritted his teeth and endured the intense pain as he absorbed the star energy. This time he had spent less than 10 days cultivating. The Sirius art had increased his cultivation speed by a whopping 5 times. Lu Yin exhaled and looked at his hands. He had become an 8-cycle cruiser and his strength had increased once again. If it weren't for the fact that he was afraid of scaring the Sirius sect by increasing his cultivation by 2 realms, he would have already become a peak cruiser. However, it didn't matter. The difference between 8 and 9 cycles wasn't that great. The difference was when he broke through to the Hunter realm. Lu Yin wasn't confident that he could break through to the Hunter realm. The scene of him breaking through to the Hunter realm was still vivid in his mind. Melders and explorers had all suffered great hardships, so breaking through to the Hunter realm was definitely not that easy. If he wanted to break through to the Hunter realm, he would definitely need to use a formcast model. Thus, before he broke through, he would have to try upgrading the formcast model once more to see if he could upgrade it to 7 cycles. This was also very important. Many people had never heard of a formcast model that could be upgraded 7 times, and neither had Lu Yin, but he could give it a try. If he could really upgrade it 7 times, then he would probably be able to sell it for an astronomical price. At that point he would no longer be lacking in money. Now that he was an 8-cycle cruiser, the next thing he needed to do was cultivate the finger technique that the fog had simulated for him on the bridge. The might of a single finger was entwined with 9-lined battle force and a domain that compressed spiritual force. The fingertip also contained the overlaying stacks path and the true scripture of Aeon evolution to weaken his enemy's rune lines. With just a single finger he had covered everything. This was a battle technique that belonged solely to him. Although he had borrowed the power of the bridge, it could still be considered a self-created technique. He would name it 7th Bro's Finger. 7th Bro's Finger was not easy to cultivate, and just using his domain to compress spiritual force was very difficult. However, since the bridge could be simulated, it proved that it was possible. Lu Yin silently recited the Stonewall scriptures and calmed himself down. He then released his domain and began to cultivate. In the Sirius sect, a spacecraft had already been prepared. The 3rd true disciple Hua Xiao had returned, and he was rather surprised when he heard about the events that had transpired in the sect. Lu Yin actually used a 3rd method to become a true disciple? Mu Ziying nodded and helplessly replied, no one could stop him. If eldest senior sister didn't act, then everyone including me would have been defeated. Hua Xiao smiled bitterly. It would have been the same even if I had been there. If we worked together we might have been able to put him in a difficult position and prevent him from being defeated. However, the chances of defeating him are not high. Mu Ziying agreed. That's right. It's rare for 2 true disciples to be at the same time. Hua Xiao did not care much about Yao Ji. Although this person had been promoted to a true disciple, his strength was still far from theirs. It was just that his innate gift was very rare. With Junior Yao Ji around we can go all out against anyone. Mu Ziying replied, that's what I wanted to say as well. Junior Yao Ji's innate gift will be of great help to both of us. Keep your temper in check and treat him better. I know, Hua Xiao casually replied. He then looked towards the sect. Where's Lu Yin? Mu Ziying rolled her eyes. I don't know and I don't want to know. That guy is always jumping up and down and I don't know what he's doing all day. 10 days ago he even uncovered the mystery behind senior brother Qin Fu's death, which led to the execution of Astral Star City Lord Shangju. Hua Xiao laughed. He's the one who unified the Outerverse and he's the true master of the Outerverse. Mu Ziying could not help but admire Lu Yin. Although the Outerverse is a desolate land without many experts, it's still vast. It's not easy to unify the Outerverse, especially when one has to face the pressure of the Innerverse. Those are just external factors, so there's no need for us to care too much about them. The contest for the Star Tower is all about strength and opportunity. If we work together with Junior Yao Ji we might have a chance against the various elites. Hua Xiao was full of confidence. Junior Yao Ji has been promoted to a true disciple? A woman's voice rang out from behind the two. Mu Ziying and Hua Xiao turned around at the same time and saw a calm Qiu Shi. Qiu Shi was the eldest disciple of the Sirius sect. Aside from being the leader of the Sirius sect, she was also known as the 4 Ultimate Heavenly Maiden and had another title, Ball Queen. This title came from the 6th Mainland's invasion, and she had been given the title of Queen Qiu. However, because her chest was too large, everyone subconsciously called her the Ball Queen. Eldest disciple, you've come out of seclusion? Mu Ziying was pleasantly surprised. Hua Xiao respectfully replied, eldest disciple. Qiu Shi nodded with an indifferent expression. Junior Yao Ji wants to work with you? Mu Ziying replied, I was the one who invited him. Junior Yao's innate gift is very suitable for us to work together. Qiushi looked towards the sect. How far has Lu Yin cultivated the serious technique? Mu Ziying smiled bitterly. I don't know. He entered the serious jade disc twice in a row and he even wanted to learn source box arrays and secret techniques. He's insatiable. Qiushi turned around and entered the depths of the spacecraft. Mu Ziying and Hua Xiao did not dare to say anything else. Not long after Yaoji arrived. This time the serious sect had brought them to the mountain and sea realm, secret techniques Elder Yuan Ku from the Star Arts Hall. He was of the same generation as sect master Yuan Qiong and core elder Yuan Shou, and he was one of the top powerhouses in the serious sect. Not long after he arrived, Lu Yin arrived as well. When she saw Lu Yin again, Mu Ziying had a strange look in her eyes. She felt that the current Lu Yin was somewhat different. Lu Yin nodded at Mu Ziying and then looked at Hua Xiao with a smile. Long time no see, Prince Xiao. Hua Xiao sighed. Not only did Brother Lu defeat the Divine Fist and Arbiter Zhenwu in a row, but you also came to the Neoverse to represent Everlasting Island in the struggle for the Star Tower. You even entered the Sirius Jade Disc twice to study. If I'm not wrong, Brother Lu's serious technique has already broken through to the 3rd level. Lu Yin smiled. It's all thanks to the sect's nurturing. Hua Xiao wanted to know exactly how many stars Lu Yin could control, but this was not a good question to ask as it would be tantamount to prying into someone else's privacy. He estimated that Lu Yin was at most close to Yao Ji's, but that was unlikely. At most Lu Yin would be comparable to the top 5 of the inner sect with 100 or so stars. The serious technique was not that easy to cultivate. The spacecraft was very large and Lu Yin was given a room with Qiushi in front of him. Qiushi had sensed Lu Yin's presence the moment he boarded the spacecraft, but the two had not interacted before. Although they had met a few times, it had not reached the level of greeting. At most, Lu Yin had borrowed the Sirius Sect's spacecraft to travel to the mountain and sea realm. After the Star Tower struggle, he would no longer be a disciple of the Sirius Sect. Lu Yin had no plans to interact with Qiushi. He silently recited the Stonewall scriptures. The 5 core disciples had all arrived and Elder Yuan Ku did not wait any longer. She ordered the spacecraft to depart for the mountain and sea realm. Many Sirius disciples watched the spacecraft depart, hoping that their sect's experts would become the 5 astral children. Although the Sirius sect was a colossus in the Neoverse, very few people had ever been able to become one of the 5 astral children. Aside from the Hall of Honor, the other great powers were the same. This generation's greatest hope was Qiushi. The name of the 4 extremities maiden would definitely resound throughout the human domain. The Sirius sect set sail for the mountain and sea realm. 10 days later, news of the battle in the mountain and sea realm was transmitted to the Sirius sect's spacecraft. Mu Ziying, Hua Xiao and Yao Ji were left speechless. The Hall of Honor must have gone crazy this time. Just the Shangqing alone was enough to scare everyone away, and the second strongest, the Tear Lady, is actually so invincible. Xia Juyo is really unlucky. First he was beaten up by the Shangqing and now he's met the Tear Lady who beat him up again. I heard that he even met the 10 arbiters before, but he didn't fare well. The successor of the Xia family is really not good. Looks like the head of the 7 courts is going to change his surname. Thank you. I can't sleep enough. Thank you brothers for your support. I'll add more chapters, thank you. Chapter 1107. As Mu Ziying and the others discussed, Lu Yin leaned over. Xia Juyo. Mu Ziying replied, yeah, that unlucky guy. The Hall of Honor's first and second methods both beat him up. Lu Yin blinked. Isn't Xia the head of the 7 courts? Is he that bad? Only the heavens know. Hua Xiao shrugged. Yao Ji was not used to this and looked at his shoulder. Lu Yin had one hand on it and Yao Ji wanted to throw Lu Yin off, but when he thought about Lu Yin's savagery he decided against it. Brother Lu will reach the mountain and sea realm in a few days. What are your plans then? Mu Ziying asked. Hua Xiao and Yao Ji both looked at him. Lu Yin did not understand. What plans? Hua Xiao replied, Brother Lu, don't you know? There are 2 types of people who go to the mountain and sea realm to compete for the inheritance. The first type are those who truly want to become the 5 scions of the stars, which is eldest senior sister Brother Lu, and the top disciples of the various powers as well as the 10 arbiters. The second type are those who want to obtain an opportunity, which could be the inheritance of the Star Tower or the resources of the Mountain and Sea realm. Generally speaking, those who want to obtain the Star Tower will cooperate with those who are looking for resources. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. Let's cooperate. Hua Xiao, Mu Xing and Yao Ji were all speechless. How much did this guy look down on them? Did he think that they were only going for resources? But then again, that was indeed the case. Brother Lu, even if we cooperate, we'll still help eldest senior sister. Why don't you help her out as well? Mu Xing smiled. Lu Yin thought about it. Sure, the sect has treated me well. As long as there's a request, I'll do my best. Mu Xing rolled his eyes. Only a fool would believe him. Regardless of whether Lu Yin was telling the truth or not, his attitude was very comforting. At the very least, Elder Yuan Ku felt very comfortable. I've long since heard that this child is filial to the Sirius sect. His attitude is sincere and it seems that I was right. It's a pity that he's not a disciple of the Sirius sect. Elsewhere, outside the Mountain and Sea realm, the void distorted. A spacecraft was traveling normally, but just as it was about to reach the Mountain and Sea realm, it suddenly seemed to collide with something, causing a sharp screech. Inside the spacecraft, an old man looked up and his expression changed. Stop. Behind the old man was a young woman. She asked in surprise, Master, what's wrong? The flying shuttle stopped and the old man's face turned solemn. Soon the sound of horse hooves could be heard. It was getting closer and closer as if it was right above their heads. The woman raised her head but didn't see anything. After a while, the sound of horse hooves gradually faded into the distance and disappeared. The old man heaved a sigh of relief. The people from the burial garden are here. The woman's eyes widened. Burial garden? One of the 3 dark magnates? They could also compete for the Star Tower? Does the Hall of Honor not care? The old man shook his head. This matter is very complicated and I can't explain it to you. He then looked at the woman seriously. You just have to remember one thing. Don't provoke the person riding the horse. The woman nodded as if she understood. The old man looked up at the sky and laughed. But you can't provoke them even if you want to. You can't see them with your power. The woman was confused. Not long after, news spread throughout the Mountain and Sea realm that the inheritors of the burial garden had appeared. Strange flames were burning on the ground, and each flame looked like a horse's hoof print. Those were marks that could only be found in the burial garden. Many cultivators were terrified. I remember that no one from the burial garden participated in the last competition between the 5 starry children. I didn't expect them to come this time. It's not just the last competition. It's been a long time since any inheritors have appeared, but every time they do, the 5 starry children will always have a place. There was once when an inheritor of the burial garden snatched 3 mountain and sea inheritances in a row, shocking the universe. After all, they're one of the 3 magnates and the most mysterious. Compared to the burial garden, the Xia family, which used to be just as terrifying, is nothing. Xia Juyo probably won't be able to raise his head for the rest of his life. I heard that Xia Juyo was very powerful, but now it seems that he's just so. Forget about Xia Juyo. Think about how to deal with the inheritors of the burial garden. Deal with what? Can you see them? Most people can't see them. Every generation of the burial garden's inheritors are members of the legendary Deadman Regiment. The Deadman Regiment's name has been recorded in ancient times, so I advise you all to stay far away from them. The Deadman Regiment is truly terrifying. The Yellow Springs plays the Swona, and the Deadman Regiment carries the palanquin. Life is thin and the straw protects the tomb. These 4 sentences represent the 4 commanders of the Deadman Regiment, and they intimidate the entire universe. If you encounter anyone from the burial garden, it's best to stay far away. Within the Mountain and Sea realm, news of the burial garden's inheritors' appearance spread far and wide. Xianxia was astonished. Burial garden's successor has appeared. An interesting opponent has arrived. Tai Yuanjun was curious. The burial garden? I've seen them once. Their attacks are strange, but are they really that mysterious? Back when the 6th mainland had invaded the Cosmic Sea, Prime had teamed up with one of the burial garden's experts and Mu Xing to fight against Zi. Prime calmly replied, the burial garden's inheritor is an invisible opponent. Only those who can see them have the right to fight them. Tai Yuanjun did not understand. The burial garden was too mysterious. Even in the Neoverse, very few people had seen it, let alone the Innerverse. Atop a patch of green grass, Yuhua Mavis was holding a book and leisurely lying down on a stalk of grass that was several meters long. In the distance, the grass suddenly turned black and the soft sound of hooves could be heard. She turned around and looked into the distance. Please don't destroy the grass. Thank you. Across from her, the scorched grass regained its vitality. The sound of hooves gradually faded into the distance. Yuhua Mavis continued to read her book as if she was used to this. 5 days passed and the news of the burial garden's inheritor gradually died down. It was as if this person had never appeared in the mountain and sea realm. In any case, there had been no news of anyone fighting him. However, the young master of the Aurora spacecraft had arrived. On the second day, he had defeated the Xia family's Xia Juyo, which left everyone speechless. The Xia family has really lost face. The 7 courts have already weakened a lot. The Yu family is gone, the Yu family is divided, and the Shi family and the Spectre race are almost done fighting. Now it looks like it's the Xia family's turn. How pitiful. Outside the mountain and sea realm, the Sirius Sex spacecraft finally arrived. There were only a few days left until the contest for the Star Tower. Qiushi walked out of her room. When Lu Yin saw her, he happily greeted her. Eldest senior sister. Qiushi looked at him calmly. Brother Lu is too polite. The moment you stepped out of the Sirius sect, you were no longer a disciple of the Sirius sect. Lu Yin solemnly replied, once a disciple of the Sirius sect, forever a disciple of the Sirius sect. Shameless, Yaoji muttered. Elder Yuan Ku appeared and gave Lu Yin a look of praise. She then looked at Qiushi. Go in but leave your cosmic ring behind. Remember the rules. Qiushi nodded. Yes, Elder. Yes, Elder, Mu Ziying and the rest answered. Lu Yin had been informed of the rules. Within the mountain and sea realm's inheritance, any external items would be rejected. Even the clothes he wore had to be made from materials that could be found in the mountain and sea realm. In other words, he could not use any external items. This was considered fair, as the Hall of Honor's successor could casually take out a power vessel similar to the walnut that Master Yuan had bestowed upon him, and there would be no need to fight. What mattered was one's background, and even Lu Yin was not confident that he could compete with the Hall of Honor in terms of external items. The spacecraft left and Qiushi was the first to enter the mountain and sea realm. Lu Yin stood in outer space and just as he was about to follow her in, he heard a voice. He turned around in surprise and saw a brothel in the distance. He rubbed his eyes. It really was a brothel, but he had not expected it to be here. The person who had transmitted the voice was Gu Shower. Gu Shower had been leisurely in the brothel the entire time, and he had even stayed at the outermost position to observe who was entering the mountain and sea realm. Although he was frivolous, he did not forget about proper business. He had seen the burial garden's successor enter, and he had felt like he had seen a ghost. He had also seen the young master of the Aurora spacecraft enter, and he had been envious of his spacecraft's extravagance. Now he had seen the Sirius Sex disciples, and he struggled to tear his eyes away from Qiushi's imposing breasts. Then he saw Lu Yin. He was also very confused. Wasn't it rumored that Lu Yin had died? Furthermore, he was a traitor of the Fifth Mainland, so how could he still fight for the Star Tower? And he was even mingling with the Sirius Sex people. Come on, Brother Lu. It's comfortable here. Gu Shower shouted. Mu Ziying and the others saw this and they all looked at Lu Yin strangely. Lu Yin coughed and then said to Mu Ziying and the others, I'll be right back. I'm an acquaintance. Yao Ji disdainfully replied, lecherous wastrel. He then looked at the brothel with envious eyes before entering the mountain and sea realm. Mu Ziying and Hua Xiao exchanged glances and shook their heads. They then entered the mountain and sea realm as well. The brothel in front of them was even larger than the ones in the western realm. When Lu Yin arrived, the group of girls bowed just like the brothels in the western realm. Gu Shower led the girls into the brothel and led Lu Yin inside. Aren't you dead? Why are you here? Gu Shower asked curiously. Lu Yin replied, Night King Zhenwu is just spreading rumors. Gu Shower nodded. That guy is indeed despicable and I can tell at a glance that he's not a good person. Actually, I wanted to help you back then, but I was captured by my father and ruthlessly trained. I only came out recently. Don't worry, once we enter the mountain and sea realm and meet Night King Zhenwu, I'll help you beat him up. Lu Yin pursed his lips. Thank you. The brothel was different from what Lu Yin had imagined. The girls were as beautiful as paintings, but they could only be looked at and not touched. Gu Xiaoer was satisfied as this was his only pursuit. Of course, his so-called true love was in the brothel, but she had not appeared here. Aside from the smokescreen mountain range, the brothel had already become his second home, and he felt especially close to it. Brother Lu, you don't know this, but the mountain and sea realm has gone crazy. Everyone there is like a rabid dog that bites anyone they see. For example, that first way guy is relying on his so-called mysterious technique to beat up anyone he sees. There's also that second way guy who wears a mask and no one knows whether he's crying or laughing. In any case, he's crazy. The Mavis family is everywhere and those idiots from the 7 courts are swaggering around. The unlucky bastards from the Xia family have been beaten up so many times, and there are also the 10 arbiters who are being watched wherever they go. This brother here kindly advises you not to go in right now and wait until the Star Tower opens. Otherwise you'll definitely get into trouble. Gu Xiaoer took a sip of wine and shook his head, using the most concise words to describe the current situation in the mountain and sea realm. Have the people from Eternal Sky Island arrived yet? Lu Yin asked. Chapter 1108. Gu Xiaoer thought about it. We're here. I remember seeing a spacecraft from Eternal Sky Island pass by. Why, is there someone familiar? More or less. That's good. It's best if you don't make an enemy out of Eternal Sky Island, they're crazy. Many people say that the home of the gods is a bunch of lunatics, but in my opinion they're even crazier. They're so protective of their own, it's like they're their own children. You're right. Tai Yishan walked over from nearby. Lu Yin looked over. He had noticed Tai Yishan a long time ago, but they hadn't interacted much before, so he hadn't greeted him. Still, he had a good impression of Tai Yishan since they had fought together against Bukong, and Tai Yishan had helped him in the past. You're from the home of the gods? Gu Xiaoer looked at Tai Yishan in surprise. That's right. Gu Xiaoer pursed his lips and stopped talking. Although he had said that Eternal Sky Island was crazier, the home of the gods was a bunch of lunatics. Lu Yin's deepest impression of Tai Yishan was that he had arrogantly called himself a god when he had first appeared on the roll call platform and challenged Bukong to a duel. The people from the home of the gods were too arrogant, but they had the right to be arrogant. Furthermore, the cultivation method of the successor of rune technology was no different from that of a god, as he could create things out of nothing. The home of the gods has inherited the previous civilization. I'd like to visit when I have time, Lu Yin said. Tai Yishan looked at Lu Yin. Since you've inherited rune technology, what level have you reached with the true scripture of Yin evolution? The spiritual realm. Lu Yin didn't hide it. Tai Yishan sighed. Very few outsiders can cultivate the true scripture of Yin evolution to the spiritual realm. Once you do, you'll be the strongest among your peers. Bro, don't praise yourself like that, Gu Xiaoer rolled his eyes. Tai Yishan proudly replied, among the younger generation of the home of the gods, anyone who can cultivate to the spiritual realm can fight with the heirs of the various great powers, regardless of whether they win or lose. I'm not boasting. You've surpassed the spiritual realm? Lu Yin looked at Tai Yishan seriously. Tai Yishan. Yishan smiled. Yes, I have. Lu Yin praised. Amazing. Supreme Yishan was very arrogant. The style of the home of the gods was not humble. Powerful was powerful. Gu Xiaoer curled his lips. The brothel was located right next to the mountain and sea realm, and was filled with the elite of the younger generation. Anyone who could afford to show up here had to have a powerful background. The experts of the older generation didn't have the face to stay in the same brothel as these youngsters. Not long after, Lu Yin saw another familiar face. Drunkard. He really couldn't figure out what this big sister was doing in a brothel, but when he saw her hugging 2 large barrels of wine, he understood. An acquaintance? The drunkard saw Lu Yin with hazy eyes and walked over unsteadily. Gushar's eyes lit up and he squeezed Lu Yin. Bro, who's this beauty? One of the 10 arbiters, drunkard, Lu Yin said. Lonely little fool's enthusiasm immediately dropped by half. He had personally experienced the power of the 10 arbiters, and in all honesty he did not have the confidence to deal with them. This was especially true for someone who appeared drunk on the surface but whose true thoughts were unknown. Gu Xiaoer had obviously guessed wrong. Xianxia was really drunk. She laid down on Lu Yin's table and fell asleep. Xing Kai appeared after Jiu Hao looking frustrated. He was the tallest of the 10 arbiters, but he was also the most honest. He really wanted to fight for the Star Tower, but he was too old. Bro, you're really unlucky. Gu Xiao'er looked at Xing Kai sympathetically. Xing Kai became even more frustrated when he heard this. Tai Yishan stared at Xing Kai and then at Drunkard with a serious expression. Both of their rune lines were not bad, so how had the Innerverse given birth to 10 freaks? A table with 3 10 arbiters, one from the home of the gods and one from the Smokescreen mountain range, had long since attracted the attention of the brothel. The goal of the brothel was to befriend the various great powers and gain influence. This had always been their goal, so how could they let go of this table? Many girls took turns coming over in an attempt to befriend Tai Yishan, but they were all rejected by Tai Yishan with an arrogant gaze. This angered Gu Xiao'er so much that he almost flipped out. These girls are boring. If you want one, I'll introduce you to Goddess Xiao Bai, Tai Yishan said generously. Gu Xiao'er was surprised. Goddess Xiao Bai? Who? The most beautiful girl in the home of the gods. She's lively and cute, so you'll definitely like her, Tai Yishan said confidently. Gu Xiao'er's heart itched. When? Call her over. Before Tai Yishan could say anything, the brothel suddenly became noisy and everyone went crazy. Gu Xiao'er's expression changed and he was overjoyed. The courtesan is here. This is a welcome for the courtesan. Let's go and see the courtesan. He then immediately ran off. Luin was curious. He had seen the courtesans in the Western realm, and they were 2 levels below the courtesan. Tai Yishan was curious as well. Brothels were famous throughout the Neoverse, and the courtesan's rankings shocked everyone. The courtesan ranked first was the courtesan, and she had always stayed in the Glory Realm's brothel. Now she had actually appeared here. Regardless of whether or not Tai Yishan was interested, since he was here, he had to take a look. Xing Kai followed along. The brothel had a rainbow bridge that spanned across the entire brothel. Every time the courtesan appeared, she would walk on the rainbow bridge. Everyone could see her, but they could not get close to her. It was the same this time. Flower petals rained down as the courtesan walked on the rainbow bridge. She was like a fairy that had descended to the mortal realm, and her beauty was peerless. Every frown and smile was captivating. Lu Yin had seen the legendary courtesan of the brothel for a long time, and she was indeed breathtaking. Her feminine charm was infinitely magnified, and in terms of looks she was at the top of all the women he had ever seen. More importantly, she had an indescribable attractiveness to her. Even someone like Lu Yin, who had seen many beauties in his life, couldn't help but be moved when he saw the courtesan. What he cared about the most was that she was actually a hunter. The hunter realm was the symbol of cultivation that distinguished the top of the younger generation. Whether it was Tai Yishan, Gu Xiao, Hua Xiao, or the rest, they were all just cruisers, but this courtesan had actually become a hunter. It was inconceivable. So this is the legendary courtesan, Tai Yishan exclaimed. Gu Xiao'er was so excited that he could not breathe, and he cheered along with many others. Lu Yin was speechless. How could his actions attract the courtesan's attention? At her level, the person that she had taken a fancy to was at least a top descendant of a great power. However, the Smokescreen mountain range did not seem too bad either. The courtesan stood on the rainbow bridge and smiled as she looked down. She then left behind a fragrant wind and slowly walked away without saying a single word. Even so, Gu Xiao'er was satisfied. This is the second time I've seen the courtesan, and she's still so beautiful. So beautiful that it's intoxicating. I wonder who she'll marry. Tai Yishan was curious. After the courtesan left, the courtesan walked out from the rainbow bridge and beamed at everyone. Mingyu will also be participating in the Star Tower contest. I hope that all of you will help me when the time comes and take care of her. Mingyu has said that she will marry one of the 5 astral children, even if she has to become a servant. Mingyu was the courtesan's name. Many were excited, but even more sighed. They had no hope of becoming one of the 5 astral children, and they could only watch as the courtesan entered someone else's embrace. Gu Xiao'er excitedly said, I must become one of the 5 astral children. I must become one. He then turned to Lu Yin with bloodshot eyes. Brother, help me out. Lu Yin was speechless. In the distance, a young prince smirked and looked at the crowd with disdain. You're just a bunch of trash, yet you still want to compete for the Starry 5. How could someone who can truly become one of the Starry 5 be attracted to you? You want to get rid of me? Behind him, a man whispered, Sir, if one of the 5 astral children really wants Mingyu, then it'll be troublesome. The young man coldly replied, "Don't worry, Brother Xianxia is definitely one of the 5 astral children. He has 3 ancestral qi and is invincible. The tear girl also has the ability to take one." Although the old man didn't say anything about the others, there shouldn't be any variables. It's impossible to get rid of me. You're wise, sir. Right, what about the other woman? Once I get Mingyu, she'll become the courtesan. If I nurture her well, she'll be mine in the future. The young man's eyes burned with passion. Don't worry, sir. At one side of the brothel, the courtesan Mingyu returned to her room after crossing the rainbow bridge. She wasn't alone in her room. There was another woman with her back to the door and staring blankly at the mirror. You still haven't figured it out? I told you that you don't need to accompany the guests. They're just dolls. Your every frown and smile is enough to captivate them and they'll do anything for you. Just treat it as a game. Why are you so stubborn? Mingyu closed the door and spoke softly behind the woman. The woman's voice was cold. I can't do it. Mingyu sighed and walked over to the woman. She raised her finger and lifted the woman's chin. Her gaze was stunned. Your pure and charming face is naturally suited for this role. Forget your previous name. From now on you will be called Yenyu. After speaking, she slowly left the room. After Mingyu left, the woman looked at the mirror with a dull gaze. She slowly touched her face and said bitterly, Brother Lu, I'm sorry. I didn't expect this to happen. I'm sorry. The woman was Ming Yan, the brothel's designated next courtesan. Lu Yin had no idea that Ming Yan was not too far away from him. Perhaps they were only separated by a wall, but they were so close that they were worlds apart. He stayed in the brothel for the next few days. Just as Gu Xiao had said, the mountain and sea realm was in chaos, and the 10 arbiters had not been idle. When Sanxi, Ling Gong, Lan Si, Ming Guang and Long He had all been attacked by Neoverse experts. Many people from the Neoverse wanted to kick the 10 arbiters out, including the heirs of the great powers such as Ku Lei from the Ku family and the gods from the home of the gods. On this day, a piece of news spread through the brothel, shocking everyone. Lu Tianmu of the 10 arbiters had used the 11th sword to resist the Hall of Honor's second method, the Crying Lady. It was likely that he had already been defeated. Back during the battle at the Cosmic Sea, Lu Tianmu had used the 11th sword to block Ziyi's strongest attack, tearing apart the sea. The 11th sword's fame had spread to the 6th mainland. That was when Lu Tianmu had used the 11th sword to block Ziyi's strongest attack, tearing apart the ocean. And now, in the mountain and sea realm, the 11th sword had been defeated by the Hall of Honor's second method. When Gu Xiao heard the news, he was left speechless. The Hall of Honor's methods are quite fierce this time. Forget about the first method, he's simply abnormal, but the second method is also terrifying. Even that woman from the 10 arbiters was defeated. The 10 arbiters really can't compare to those freaks from our Neoverse. Chapter 1109. Tai Yishan's expression turned serious. He had also participated in the battle in the Cosmic Sea and knew how terrifying Lu Tianmu was. If Lu Tianmu hadn't been holding Ziyi back during the battle for the general appointment platform, the outcome of the battle might not have been the same. Even such a powerhouse had been defeated by a sword technique like that. The Hall of Honor was truly terrifying this time. Although the 10 arbiters had yet to determine a victor, Lu Tianmu was definitely one of the strongest. Her defeat cast a shadow over the other arbiters, including Lu Yin. Lu Tianmu lost? Unbelievable. Xing Kai's first reaction was disbelief. Jiu Hao burped. I think I can get another bucket. I have money. Was the Hall of Honor's foundation that deep? The Three Suns' ancestral qi was an absolutely invincible battle technique, and the other battle techniques that were second only to it were definitely not weak either. They had been focusing on Xianxia and had actually neglected the other methods. Speaking of which, Lu Yin had also thought of the Hall of Honor's method. He wondered what the other arbiters were thinking. Brother, you're out? Someone shouted from the distance. A man walked over and smiled bitterly. Thank goodness I came out. It's a mess inside and I don't know who's leading the charge to expel the Innerverse 10 arbiters. There's fighting everywhere and the Hall of Honor's method is to fight Xianxia. Staying inside is just asking for trouble. Not only that, but Ku Lei from the Ku family has gone crazy. He swore that he'll definitely capture those 2 girls from Eternal Sky Island and chase them all over the mountain and sea realm. Speaking of which, I don't know how those 2 girls did it. Many people in the mountain and sea realm want to kill them. In the distance, Lu Yin stood up. Sorry, I'll be leaving first. Jiao Hao raised his hand. I can get another bucket. Tai Yishan was confused. Brother Lu, are you going to the mountain and sea realm? Lu Yin didn't even turn around. I'm an in-name disciple of Eternal Sky Island. He then left the brothel. Gu Shaoer, Tai Yishan and Xing Kai were all stunned as they had not known about this. A figure walked out from the mountain and sea realm, and the void distorted for a moment before returning to normal. Lu Yin looked around and saw 5 tall mountains in 5 different directions. Was this the mountain and sea inheritance? In the distance, star energy spread out, accompanied by a strong wind. He looked around and saw that there were rune lines everywhere. It would not be easy to find Xiao Bai or Little Black. Although he was not familiar with the 2 girls, they were still from Long Sky Island. He could not leave them alone. The north had the most rune lines, so he took a step forward and headed north. Along the way he saw many cultivators in groups of 2s and 3s. There were also some cultivators fighting. The battle didn't necessarily start from the opening of the Star Pagoda. Now it was already a contest for the Star Pagoda. Many people wanted to finish off their opponents first. Lu Yin's luck wasn't that good. He didn't walk far before he bumped into Shangqing. Shangqing did not recognize him, and Lu Yin had concealed his aura extremely well. At first, Shangqing did not pay attention to him at all until Tai Yuanjun spoke up. Lu Yin, why are you here? Tai Yuan Lord was surprised. Up ahead, Shangqing turned around. Lu Yin? Lu Yin frowned as he had just seen the Prime Clear. Originally, he had not wanted to provoke the Prime Clear, as those 3 streams of energy were terrifying. However, he had not expected the Tai Yuanjun to follow him. You're Lu Yin? Shangqing looked over, not concealing the desire for battle in his eyes. Lu Yin casually nodded. You're Shangqing the Prime Clear? Shangqing's lips curled up. You defeated Arbiter Lan Si and Arbiter Zhenwu. I saw your battle with Arbiter Zhenwu. Not bad. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. As the Prime Clear of the Hall of Honor, you have the qualifications. Try your best to fight for the Star Pagoda. The Tier Lady can take one, and I hope that you can take one so that you can take all 3 of the 5 astral children. Tai Yuanjun spoke up. Lu Yin is not only the Prime Clear of the Hall of Honor, but he is also one of the 10 arbiters. People call him Lu Ju. Aren't you looking for one of the 10 arbiters? A stream of energy swept out from Shangqing's body and slammed into Tai Yuanjun, sending him flying. Shangqing's tone was cold. Mind your own business. Scheming will only make me hate you. Tai Yuanjun spat out a mouthful of blood and his face paled. He did not dare to look at Shangqing again. You're very confident, Lu Yin commented. Shangqing calmly replied, my confidence is different from Arbiter Zhenwu's. Comes from my many battles. In order to prevent you from causing trouble for me in the future, I'll let you have a taste of it. He then raised a hand and a stream of energy shot towards Lu Yin. Not far behind, Xie Xiaoxian's eyes lit up with excitement. Another fight had begun. For Shangqing to take action and for him to be so unfamiliar, he had to be one of the 10 arbiters as well. Lu Yin's expression changed as this was the ancestral qi of the 3 sons. He raised a hand and unleashed an emptiness palm. An invisible palm print tore through the void and slammed into the stream of energy. The stream was easily scattered, but it quickly reformed itself and whizzed towards Lu Yin. Lu Yin's figure flickered as he dodged, but the stream of energy pierced through the void and was not any slower than his own. He turned around and saw 520 stars revolving around his body. Serious art. In the distance, Shangqing's eyes went wide. This was the serious art? The stream of energy rushed into the range of the stars, and its speed became very slow in Lu Yin's eyes. He could clearly see the stream's trajectory and he took the initiative to attack. He struck out with a palm, using overlaying stacks to disperse the stream of energy once more. However, the stream of energy condensed once more and fiercely slammed into him. 9-lined battle force appeared around Lu Yin's body, and he wanted to forcefully withstand the stream of energy's attack. In his eyes, the stream of energy did not represent too many rune lines. However, in the next moment as the stream of energy struck him, his abdomen felt stifled, and his 9-lined battle force rapidly disintegrated. His pupils shrank and he transformed his runes to weaken the stream of energy's rune lines. However, he was shocked to find that he could not weaken the stream of energy at all. This was the first time that the scripture of Ian evolution had failed. Lu Yin raised a hand and waved the Yu secret art, diverting the stream of energy slightly. The moment the stream of energy struck his body, it was diverted away. Lu Yin looked down and saw that his 9-line battle force had actually cracked open. How had this been done? Not only had that stream of energy been able to resist the scripture of Ian evolution, but it had also been able to silently disintegrate his 9-lined battle force. Could it be that it could ignore his defenses? Behind him, the stream of energy attacked him once more. It was a very simple attack, but it made Lu Yin's hair stand on end. He raised a hand and slapped Xianxia with an emptiness palm. Another stream of energy appeared around Xianxia's body and blocked in front of him. The stream of energy that should have been easily dispersed was rather tough, and it actually withstood the emptiness palm's attack. Lu Yin stepped onto the ground and used Nightfall. A violent spiritual force swept out and suppressed Xianxia. Along the way, Tai Yuanjun fainted and collapsed to the ground. Xie Xiaoxian's expression changed and she immediately retreated. What a powerful spiritual force. This was a battle technique from the Day-Night clan. Was this guy from the Day-Night clan? Xianxia raised an eyebrow and allowed Nightfall to descend. Everything in front of him turned dark, and this spiritual force suppression could only be resisted with spiritual force. Lu Yin had thought that he would at least be able to make Xianxia feel uncomfortable, and he would take the opportunity to attack with the Dream Finger. However, Xianxia did not have a single opening, and Nightfall was ineffective against him. Xianxia's spiritual force might not have reached Night King Zhenwu's level, but it was enough to ignore Nightfall. Lu Yin frowned. This was troublesome. This was too troublesome. Behind him, a stream of energy whistled past and smashed towards him. Lu Yin's figure flickered as he unleashed 6 consecutive emptiness palms, all of which were targeted at Xianxia. However, they were all blocked by the stream of energy around Xianxia's body and could not advance any further. Lu Yin had no choice but to activate the Yu secret art and forcefully redirect the stream of energy attacks as he quickly retreated. He could not deal with the ancestral qi of the 3 suns and he could not even touch Xianxia. Before he could think of a way to deal with the ancestral qi of the 3 suns, it was best to avoid encountering Xianxia. Fortunately, he could use the Yu secret art to redirect the stream of energy attacks. Lan Si's emptiness palms had been too fast, and Night King Zhenwu's arrow progenitor battle technique had been too powerful. However, the ancestral qi of the 3 suns could unexpectedly be redirected, but Lu Yin did not think that this was a good thing. Since it was known as an unparalleled technique and the #1 technique in the universe, how could the ancestral qi of the 3 suns be so easy to deal with? Xianxia's expression turned solemn as he watched Lu Yin's retreating figure. His gaze landed on the stream of energy in front of him. That attack power is the strongest I've ever seen. Even in the mountain and sea realm, you can be considered a top expert and you have a chance of becoming one of the 5 astral children. He then looked off into the distance and saw Xie Xiaoxian. Xie Xiaoxian watched Lu Yin's retreating figure with a shocked expression. She had just experienced the power of the emptiness palms, and she had been truly shocked. If that palm had landed on her body, she would not have been able to withstand even a single blow. That person's name was Lu Yin? She had thought that all the top experts had appeared, but she had not expected such a person to appear. And if she had not seen wrong, he had used the Yu secret art. Lu Yin's battle with Xianxia had been very short, but it had still been witnessed by others and news of it had spread. Of course, the news had only spread of Xianxia's unparalleled reputation, and Lu Yin had only been a supporting character. Outsiders had not personally faced Lu Yin's attacks, and they had only seen him being chased by a stream of energy. This was because they had not been able to see the emptiness palms, so Lu Yin had been treated as a passerby. However, Lu Yin's name had still spread. In a corner of the mountain and sea realm, Lan Si and Ling Gong were together. When they heard people discussing Lu Yin's name, they were both shocked. They had not expected Lu Yin to come. "This guy really is like a ghost that won't go away," Ling Gong commented. Lan Si smiled. "Now that he's here, things will be interesting." "He's a troublemaker," Ling Gong commented. Lan Si smiled but did not say anything. Elsewhere, Starsabil also smiled when she heard that Lu Yin had appeared. He really came. On a grassy plain, Yuhua Mavis closed her book and had a strange expression. "Lu Yin? He must be an interesting person." The little stutterer had been following behind the Xiaoya king all this time. He felt that the Xiaoyating was so cold that not many people dared to provoke him, and following him gave him a sense of security. Reality proved that he was quite smart, as no one dared to provoke the Xiaoya King. The Xiaoya King's coldness came from his bones, and aside from the top experts, no one dared to cause trouble for him. He was also very lucky as he had not encountered any trouble. When the little stutterer heard that Lu Yin had appeared, he became excited. Meat is here. The Xiaoya King paused. Lu Yin? The Neoverse did not know much about Lu Yin, but everyone in the Outerverse had heard of him. Ever since Lu Yin had stepped onto the path of cultivation, his name had gradually spread throughout the Outerverse. Since ancient times, only Lu Yin had been able to unify the Outerverse. Thank you, brothers, for your support. Windborn has done his best. Thank you, brothers, for your support. Chapter 11:10. Shamrock Enterprises' businesses spanned the entire universe, and Lu Yin had unified the entire Outerverse. He was the Outerverse King, and as the young master of Shamrock Enterprises, he was no stranger to this name. Furthermore, whether it was Lu Yin's battle with Lan Si or his battle with Night King Zhenwu, he had watched both. What had left the deepest impression on him was Lu Yin's ever-changing battle techniques and his indescribable speed of improvement. This person seemed to transform every time he appeared. In the distance, Xia Tian knelt on one knee, surrounded by several Neoverse cultivators. You're the so-called top of the top 100 rankings? You're so weak. A desolate place like the Innerverse can't produce any powerhouses, and you still dare to compete with us for the Star Tower inheritance? Get lost while you can. Someone shouted. Outsiders will never understand what it means to be the core of the human domain. Xia Tian clutched his chest and looked up with difficulty. If he hadn't been accidentally hit by that person from Burial Garden, he wouldn't have been defeated so easily. Even if these people worked together, they still wouldn't have been able to defeat him. Scram or we'll send you on your way. There was a thump as Xia Tian was sent flying by a kick and rolled down the mountain. They wanted to attack again, but Xia Juyo descended from the sky and smiled at them. Their expressions changed and they slowly retreated. Xia Juyo walked over to Xia Tian. This is getting more and more interesting. Xia Tian looked at him and smiled bitterly. I heard that you were beaten up quite badly. Xia Juyo shrugged. My skills aren't up to par, so there's nothing I can do about it. Right, Lu Yin came and even fought with the Prime Clear. Xia Tian spat out a mouthful of blood. I admire him. Xia Juyo laughed. Me too. Lu Yin had come to the Mountain and Sea Realm to find Xiao Bai and Little Black. Most of the cultivators in the Mountain and Sea Realm knew about these two girls, and many of them had been played by them before. The one who had been played the most miserably was Ku Lei. He didn't know what Xiao Bai and Little Black had done to him, but he swore that he would tear their mouths off. Lu Yin was more anxious. Even though Xiao Bai and Little Black were very fast, Ku Lei was the heir of the Seven Courts Ku family, and he was clearly not a simple person. Lu Yin was worried that the two girls would be careless. The two girls were very famous in the Mountain and Sea Realm, but very few people had actually seen them before. They were just too fast. It would be very difficult for Lu Yin to specifically search for Ku Lei, but fortunately he had managed to find him. Right now Xiao Bai's biggest problem was Ku Lei. Lightning flashed across the sky. Ku Lei's face was gloomy. He had been looking for Xiao Bai and Xiao He. Although these two girls were from the Long Sky Island, he still wanted to teach them a lesson. As long as he didn't kill them, no one could say anything about him in the Star Tower contest. Damned girl, don't let me find you, Ku Lei muttered to himself. While searching for Xiao Bai and Little Black, he also had to avoid the Shangqing and Lei Nu. He was very wary of these two methods of the Hall of Honor. Right below Ku Lei, Lu Yin looked up and his eyes flashed. With a light tap of his foot, he soared into the air and blocked Ku Lei's path. You're a descendant of the Ku family? Ku Lei stared at Lu Yin in displeasure. Who are you? Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. I'm from Eversky Island. Ku Lei's eyes widened and he directly attacked without any nonsense. The lightning tore through the air, unleashing a battle prowess of over 200,000. It shook the lands of the Mountain and Sea Realm, causing quite a few people to look over. Ku Lei's fighting with someone else again. That guy has such a bad temper. But he's still very strong. Stay away or you might get caught up in the lightning. Lu Yin stood high in the sky as the incoming lightning transformed into a ferocious beast that roared. Ku Lei was a descendant of the Ku family and he had the strength of a hunter. His lightning prowess was renowned throughout the Neoverse. Lu Yin raised a hand and struck out with a palm. Stars appeared from his palm. This was the Sirius palm. 520 stars circled the sky, but only a small number of people could see them. Kulei's brows rose. The Sirius palm? Are you from the Sirius sect or Eversky Island? Take a guess. Lu Yin growled as his stars exploded. 520 stars surpassed Mu Xiang's, and he was second only to Qiu Shi in the Sirius sect's younger generation. Even though Kulei was conceited, he did not dare to underestimate Lu Yin. The power of the exploding stars dispersed the lightning. Kulei snorted as nine-lined battle force surged from his body and charged towards Lu Yin. The lightning transformed into a halberd that was wrapped in nine-lined battle force and pierced through the void. The halberd's power tore through the sky, shocking many of the cultivators present. Lu Yin tilted his head to avoid the halberd and grabbed it. Kulei sneered. You're courting death. His halberd was formed from lightning, and his nine-lined battle force could extend along with the lightning to perfectly display his strength. Another blade condensed from the center of the halberd and slashed down. Lu Yin grabbed the lightning halberd with his left hand and raised his right hand, imprinting his own nine-lined battle force onto it. He flicked his finger and with a bang the lightning blade broke apart. A gust of wind shot out and struck Kulei. Kulei felt a sharp pain in his shoulder, and he immediately let go of the halberd and retreated several steps. Lu Yin moved forward and raised his hand. It was still the Sirius palm. Kulei's expression changed, and the star energy around his body revolved before dispersing. A formless aura rippled outwards, preventing Lu Yin from attacking. At the same time he tapped out with a finger and used finger tap. Lu Yin also raised a finger and tapped out using dream finger. The two fingers collided in the air, and an arc of energy tore through the void and slashed towards the ground, causing the world to tremble. Kulei was in disbelief. There were very few finger techniques that could resist the Ku family's ultimate technique, finger tap. When combined with the withered Zen technique, even the most powerful finger technique would find it difficult to resist and would not even be able to attack. However, this person seemed to have been prepared for this. Not only had Lu Yin suppressed Kulei with a single finger, but he was also unaffected by the technique. With a bang, Kulei's fingertips split open, and even his nine-line battle force could not withstand the attack. Lu Yin took advantage of the opportunity to strike Kulei's right shoulder, piercing it and causing blood to spill out. Kulei retreated 1,000 meters, his left shoulder numb from the gust of wind while his right shoulder had been pierced through. His arms were powerless and drooped down. He stared at Lu Yin in shock. Who are you? Lu Yin retracted his hand and his lips curled up. Lu Yin. If his battle with Lan Si had been when he had just reached this level, then his battle with Night King Zhenwu had put him at the peak of this realm. His wisdom root had not only allowed him to comprehend the secret art of plan, but it had also allowed him to perfectly display the overlaying stacks path. Combined with his nine-lined battle force, his domain and so on, Lu Yin's foundation was definitely not any weaker than the heirs of these great powers. Kulei had no advantage over Lu Yin at all. His nine-lined battle force, innate gift of thunder, and finger tap were all useless against him. Lu Yin. Kulei cried out in disbelief. You're Lu Yin. Lu Yin was puzzled. You have a huge reaction to me. Have you heard of it before? Kulei gritted his teeth. When the 10 arbiters had first entered the mountain and sea realm, he had promised to take revenge for Lan Si. He had even said that he would beat Lu Yin up until the latter was kneeling on the ground. But now this person was right in front of him, and the one being beaten up was not this person but Kulei himself. This made him feel humiliated. Did Lan Si tell you? Kulei asked through gritted teeth. Lu Yin was puzzled. What does that have to do with Lan Si? Kulei frowned. Then why are you looking for me? Lu Yin clasped his hands behind his back. I'm an unnamed disciple of Eternal Sky Island. I heard that you were looking for trouble with Eternal Sky Island, so here I am. Kulei suddenly remembered that this person had said that he was a disciple of Eternal Sky Island. Do you look down on Eternal Sky Island? Lu Yin raised his head. Kulei's gaze darkened. Are you here to stand up for those two brats? That's right. Lu Yin shouted. He suddenly felt like he was back when Heizij Lian had asked for help and Heizij Shenwei had stepped in. He was now in Heizij Shenwei's shoes, standing up for Xiao Bai and Little Black. Kulei angrily shouted, Your eternal sky island is not strict enough. Those two brats will be torn apart sooner or later. That won't be you, Lu Yin said as he stepped forward. Night descent. A violent spiritual force swept through the void, forming a torrent of dark clouds that covered Kulei in the blink of an eye. Kulei was furious. These two brats had insulted him and this Lu Yin was actually standing up for them. When had he, Kulei, ever been bullied like this? Lightning connected the heavens and the earth as Kulei exploded. He had immediately fled when facing the Prime Clear because he had felt that they would be difficult to deal with. The current Lu Yin was also difficult for him to deal with, but he did not want to leave. Lu Yin had truly angered him, so he was going to go all out. Kulei's eruption excited Lu Yin, as he could finally fight against the top geniuses of the Neoverse. He had thought about the successor of the Seven Courts for a long time, and Kuwei had also talked to him about the Ku family's successor. This Kulei was his first opponent in the Star Tower contest and the Prime Clear did not count. Lightning tore through the spiritual force and filled the sky, covering the entire mountain and sea realm. The Prime Clear looked up. Who had forced Kulei to this extent? Xiajuo looked up with a strange expression. Had Kulei gone crazy? Yu Hua Mavis, the Xiaoye King, Wen Sanxi, and the rest all looked up, sensing Kulei's determination to fight to the death. In the distance, Xiao Bai and Xiao He were speechless. It can't be targeting us, right? That lightning is so powerful that I'm scared. What are you scared of? Those damn lightning bolts can't find us. Let's go find Lu Yin. He seems to be here. Yeah, he's so powerful. Those lightning bolts can't catch us, but he can. Let him beat up those bad guys for us. The lightning completely exploded, isolating the area. Kulei's entire body turned into lightning, and his eyes exploded with light. Sparks flashed as he disappeared and reappeared behind Lu Yin. He kicked out with 9-line battle force wrapped around his leg. Lu Yin did not even look back as he easily dodged the kick. He had already activated his serious art, so speed was useless against him. He grabbed Kulei's calf and viciously flung it away. Kulei turned around and roared, causing the thunder to explode. The sound was so loud that it covered the sky and startled everyone. Kulei then tapped out with a finger. It was still the finger tap, but this time the power of the lightning was even more terrifying. Lu Yin's expression was calm as he casually waved his hand. Bang! Kulei did not even have time to defend himself before he was struck by the hollow palm. His body was sent flying into the distance and he spat out a mouthful of bitter water. This palm strike had almost caused his organs to explode. Lu Yin had not held back, and the power of this palm strike was the same as when he had struck Night King Jinwu. After all, both of them had grasped 9-line battle force. Kulei crashed to the ground and coughed violently, causing a trace of blood to flow out of his mouth. The intense pain in his abdomen left him unable to speak. What a terrifying palm strike. It was so powerful that even his 9-line battle force could not withstand it. If not for his battle force, this palm strike might have pierced through him. This Lu Yin was actually so terrifying. This person had definitely surpassed the 10 arbiters and was extremely close to the level of the Prime Clear. Chapter 11:11. Kulei managed to sit up with great difficulty. His abdomen had clearly sunk in, looking like a palm print. Lu Yin appeared in the distance and looked at him coldly. You can leave now. Kulei gritted his teeth and stared at Lu Yin without saying a word. His abdomen was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. And it wasn't just his abdomen. Both of his shoulders were rapidly recovering as well. Lu Yin was astonished. The withering secret character. Spring transformation? The Ku family's secret technique was none other than the Ku secret character, rejuvenation. Lu Yin knew that this secret technique was related to healing, but he had not expected it to surpass the 6th mainland's revival technique so quickly. Kulei quickly recovered and stared at Lu Yin with bloodstains between his teeth. I've learned my lesson today. You're Lu Yin, right? I'll look for you. He then flickered with lightning and flew off into the distance. Lu Yin did not stop them as Kulei had already been defeated. It was best not to cause any bloodshed here, especially since the other party was from the 7 courts. Speaking of which, even if he wanted to kill him, it would not be easy. Furthermore, there was no blood feud between them. However, if he saw Gong He here, he would not hold back. Even if others said that the inner verse had internal strife, it did not matter. A single piece of paper with the surname Lu and 72 lives had to be repaid. Lu Yin's victory over Ku Lei shook the entire mountain and sea realm. Soon everyone knew about it. As the successor of the Ku family, Ku Lei's strength belonged to the top ranks. Even if he encountered a prime clear expert, he would still be able to safely retreat. Yet he had actually been defeated by Lu Yin. The commotion caused by this incident far exceeded Lu Yin's expectations. The people from the 7 courts were especially interested in Lu Yin. Outside the mountain and sea realm, in a brothel, many people were discussing Lu Yin's battle with the prime clear lineage, followed by his battle with Ku Lei, and then Lu Yin's adventures in the innerverse and outerverse. Gu Xiao'er was shocked. That guy actually defeated Ku Lei? Amazing. War King Xing Kai said enviously, "It's great to be able to wage war in the mountain and sea realm." Tai Yishan's expression was solemn. If Ku Lei is defeated, the other heirs of the 7 courts will not let this matter rest. Even if it's for the sake of the 7 courts' reputation, they will still cause trouble for Lu Yin. Gu Xiao'er disdainfully replied, "What 7 courts? They're the weakest of the 3 dark hands." The Xia family's Xia Juya was beaten up several times, and the Su family's Su Jiu ran away whenever he encountered a prime clear expert. There's nothing to be proud of. The Yu family is gone and the Yu family is divided. Don't underestimate the 7 courts. Their foundation is unfathomable, said Supreme God. Jiu Hao lay on the table, hugging the wine barrel and muttering to herself. No one could understand her except for herself. They could vaguely hear something about celestial and great tomb. The mountain and sea realm was currently in a state of chaos, and there had been a recent rumor that the heirs of the various top powers of the Neoverse were planning to join forces to expel the Innerverse 10 arbiters. When this news spread, many people withdrew from the mountain and sea realm. They had only come here to try their luck, and they did not want to get involved in this kind of conflict. They would wait for the Star Tower contest to begin before heading to the mountain and sea realm. Because of a rumor, the brothel's business suddenly became much more prosperous. Even Gu Xiao'er was unhappy and felt that it was not as peaceful as before. In one corner of the mountain and sea realm, 2 figures, one black and one white, were flying through the air. Behind them were a dozen or so cultivators, all of whom had angry looks on their faces, and some of whom were even cursing and swearing. "Xiaobai, you're too much. If you want to tease him, so be it. Why did you have to take off his pants? Aren't you ashamed?" Xiaohei said. Xiaobai pursed her lips. "I didn't want to either. Who told him to move? Once he moved, his pants fell off." "No, those aren't pants. They're skirts." "Skirts? They're pants, aren't they? Turn around and look. They're definitely skirts. Look at how angry that auntie is," Xiaohei said as he turned around. Behind them, the woman in front of the group heard this and her face darkened. "Damn brat, when I catch you I'll rip your mouth off." "Xiaohei, she's so fierce. She won't be able to find a man," Xiaobai said, feeling a lingering fear. Xiaohei nodded seriously. "Fierce, ugly and loose skin. You'll have wrinkles soon. No one wants you." He then shouted, "Auntie, control your anger. You're smoking." Xiaohei shouted. Whitey laughed. "It's smoking, haha, it's smoking." The woman behind them was so angry that her teeth were about to shatter from gritting them. "Chase after them. We have to catch those 2 damn brats." Some of the cultivators behind them were very close to her, while others didn't know her at all. They were all chasing after Xiaobai and Xiaohei for the same reason, to rip their mouths off. They were really asking for it. Xiaohei and Xiaobai looked at each other. "Run. We can't get caught. They're so fierce. They should be put in cages." With Xiaohei and Xiaobai's speed, even Ku Lei wouldn't be able to catch up to them, let alone these people. However, they weren't moving very fast. They maintained a rhythm that made these people want to catch up to them, but they couldn't. This made the people behind them so angry that they started to use tricks to surround them and try to catch them. Not far away, Mu Xing, Hua Xiao, and Yao Ji were resting when they saw Xiaobai and Xiaohei rushing towards them. Yao Ji was about to attack when Hua Xiao shouted, "This has nothing to do with us. Don't cause trouble." Yao Ji nodded and sat down. They didn't move, but Xiaohei and Xiaobai came over. The 2 girls curiously sized up Mu Xing and the others. Xiaobai pointed. "Someone familiar." Xiaohei blinked and shouted happily, "Someone who plays with stars." Mu Xing's mouth twitched. He recognized them as the 2 troublemakers from Eternal Sky Island. Hua Xiao had also recognized the 2 girls, which was why he had asked Yao Ji to sit down. He didn't want to attract their attention, but he didn't expect to be caught. So it's junior sisters Xiao Hei and Xiao Bai. What are you two junior sisters doing? Mu Ziying asked and forced a smile. Xiao Bai exclaimed, Xiao Hei, his smile is so ugly. Mu Ziying's eyes twitched. Xiao Hei pressed down on Xiao Bai's head and said seriously, Xiao Bai, don't speak nonsense. This is senior brother Mu from the Starry Star sect. Xiao Bai said, oh, I know. He's from the Starry Star sect. Mu Ziying was speechless. My two junior sisters, we still have matters to attend to. We'll be leaving first. Xiao Hei and Xiao Bai pulled on Mu Ziying's sleeves and looked at him pitifully. Senior brother from the Starry Star sect, we've been bullied. As they spoke, a group of cultivators surrounded them from afar and stared at the two girls with unfriendly gazes. The girl in particular gritted her teeth so hard that they almost shattered. She sneered, run. Why aren't you running? This time I'll tear your mouths apart and teach you a lesson on behalf of your elders. Xiao Bai pursed her lips and looked at Mu Ziying with tears in her eyes. Mu Ziying face-bombed and looked helplessly at Hua Xiao. Hua Xiao patted Yao Ji's shoulder. Chase them away. Yao Ji was stunned and he was confused. Me? Who else could it be? Hua Xiao glanced at him. Yao Ji was stunned. Why was he the unlucky one? But when faced with Mu Ziying and Hua Xiao's unfriendly gazes, he did not dare to resist. He helplessly took a few steps forward and activated the stars around his body. Suddenly, everyone's expressions changed. Everyone, no matter what grudges you have, the Star Tower is about to open. Please leave, Yao Ji said. The Sirius sect was a colossus in the Neoverse, and even the Hall of Honor did not want to provoke it. It had many experts and many disciples, and all of them were lockbreakers. Lockbreakers had high statuses, and coupled with their status as disciples of the Sirius sect, there were not many in the Neoverse who dared to provoke the Sirius sect. Although the crowd was unwilling, they did not want to offend the Sirius sect because of the two girls' pranks. One by one they all left. Even the woman who was the most unwilling was dragged away by someone. Mu Ziying was helpless. That's enough, junior sisters. Little Bai and Little Black released their hands and smiled brightly. Senior brother familiar is so nice. Although he's ugly, he's kind. Hua Xiao and Yao Ji looked at them strangely. Mu Ziying took a deep breath. You don't have to say anything else. Alright, we still have matters to attend to, so we'll be leaving first. The two girls immediately grabbed onto his sleeves and looked at him pitifully. Mu Ziying was speechless, but then he suddenly thought of something and smiled. I forgot to tell you that Lu Yin, a nominal disciple of Everlasting Island, is here. He just defeated Ku Lei, the heir of the Seven Courts Ku family. He's definitely here to avenge you. Go find him, he misses you. The two girls were excited. Lu Yin's here? That's great. Little Black, let's go play with him. These seniors are too weak and can't protect us. Don't spout nonsense, Xiao Bai. These seniors aren't weak, but their bodies are a little weak. Let's go and find Lu Yin to play with. Xiao Bai acknowledged and quickly disappeared, leaving behind Mu Ziying and the other two with ugly expressions. As true disciples of the Sirius sect, they had actually been ridiculed as weak and physically weak. They had never experienced such humiliation before. Hua Xiao smiled bitterly. Senior brother, don't mind them. You and I both know what kind of people they are. When they first came to the sect, even eldest senior sister was angered. Mu Ziying shrugged. I know. It's good that they're gone, but with them around, Lu Yin won't be able to relax. Hua Xiao laughed when he thought of this. He's going to be unlucky. Yao Ji laughed as well. He was happy that Lu Yin was unlucky. Many people wanted to see Lu Yin suffer, but there were too few who could actually do so. He was now very surprised, because he had seen someone who should not be here but who should be here at the same time, Xia Luo. Why are you here? Lu Yin looked across in surprise. Xia Luo still looked gentle and elegant, and his entire person seemed to be at ease. Xia Luo smiled. Why can't I be here? You should know where I'm from by now. Lu Yin nodded. The head of the Seven Courts, a member of the Xia family. Xia Luo looked at Lu Yin in admiration. I thought that you had really died at Night King Zhenwu's hands, but I didn't expect you to be alive and kicking again. Brother Lu, you're indeed Astral 10's top student. Lu Yin casually replied, I was just lucky. Xia Luo laughed. You were lucky enough to defeat Lan Si and Night King Zhenwu. That kind of luck can be considered heaven-defying. You're not bad yourself. You're already a cruiser. Have you graduated? Lu Yin looked at Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo spread out his hands. Not yet, I forgot. Lu Yin replied, same, I forgot as well. That means that we're still classmates. Of course you're still my top student. Xiao Luo smiled. Lu Yin had not expected to see Xiao Luo here. He had improved quickly because he had taken a shortcut, but Xiao Luo had also become a cruiser, which was extraordinary. Furthermore, Xiao Luo had represented the Xia family in the Star Tower contest as a cruiser, which meant that his status in the Xia family was not ordinary. Chapter 11-12. Lu Yin still remembered the first time he had seen Xiao Luo outside the capital during Earth's Armageddon. This person gave him an indescribable feeling. He was mysterious and unfathomable. Even now he still felt that way. The primeval surname and the 7 courts. This was the Xia family. Do you remember the first time we met? Lu Yin asked. Xiao Luo thought about it. Do you want to reminisce about your youth? Lu Yin laughed. Why not? Because there's someone you can't avoid. Silver. Xiao Luo nodded. I told you before that I feel an inexplicable hostility towards him. It's a bad feeling. Lu Yin asked, do you know why now? Xiao Luo looked at Lu Yin. It's simple. It's because he belongs to the Neo-Human Alliance. Lu Yin was not surprised, as Silver did indeed belong to the Neo-Human Alliance. He had known that for a long time. But he's not a corpse king. He's even stronger than a corpse king. Lu Yin was curious. What do you mean? Xiao Luo shook his head. I don't know. He gives me a very sinister feeling, so sinister that it's indescribable. There's a deep evil about him. I have a premonition that we'll meet again in the future. Maybe this time, Lu Yin said. Xiao Luo was stunned, and then he looked at Lu Yin seriously. Maybe. Do you really think that he'll come to the mountain and sea realm? Lu Yin was only joking, but Xiao Luo did not seem to be the case. Xiao Luo solemnly said, Brother Lu, I know that you don't believe me, but it's best if you believe me. Silver hides the deepest evil, and that feeling makes me want to vomit. There's no way I'm wrong. Be careful, this is the highest stage in the human domain. I'm not surprised that he'll appear here. Lu Yin nodded. You have a high opinion of him. Lu Yin had been cultivating for more than 12 years, and he had only just started when Xiao Luo and Silver had appeared. The three's fates were intertwined, and Lu Yin felt that both of them were rather mysterious. Now that his status had risen and his understanding of the universe had deepened, he gradually understood Xiao Luo. However, he still did not understand Silver. Although meeting Xiao Luo was unexpected, Lu Yin was still quite happy, as they had been friends for more than 10 years. Xiao Luo was happy as well, and they chatted for the entire day. On the afternoon of the second day, the lands of the mountain and sea realm began to tremble. Next, golden screens appeared on the 5 surrounding mountains, one after another. Lu Yin looked around at the golden platform, which seemed to be the highest stage in the world. It was shaped like a pagoda, and it illuminated the entire mountain and sea realm in a golden light. Everyone looked up and saw the golden platform. So this is the Star Tower. Xiao Luo sighed, his eyes burning. Lu Yin looked around. So this was the Star Tower? Brother Lu, do you see that supreme stage? As long as you can stand on the highest stage, you'll be one of the 5 sons of the stars. And that's when the 5 sons of the stars are the most numerous. In the past there have only been 3, 2, or even 1. If only one person can reach the top, then they won't be one of the 5 sons of the stars. They'll be the strongest of the younger generation in the entire human domain. Rumor has it that a senior from the Hall of Honor did it, said Xiao Luo. Lu Yin clenched his fists and looked up. This was the competition for the Star Tower. This place represented the human domain's highest stage for those of the same generation. The golden stage at the very top was something that everyone yearned for, as standing on it was equivalent to stepping on everyone else. There's no rush to climb the platform. The mountain and sea realm's legacy is all about the inheritance. The sea isn't easy to cross and the mountains aren't easy to climb. Take your time. Brother Lu, I'll be leaving first, Xiao Luo said. Lu Yin looked at him. Not coming. Xiao Luo's lips curled up, and he turned to look at the highest golden platform. We can meet there. Lu Yin looked at him seriously. All right, I'll wait for you. Maybe I'll wait for you. Xiao Luo waved him off and left. Lu Yin looked at the distant mountain and sea. The mountains weren't easy to climb, but the sea wasn't easy to cross either. At that moment 2 figures, one black and one white, rushed over. Luin, it's Luin. Lu, we're here. Luin rolled his eyes, but Xiao Bai and Little Black flew over. Luin grabbed them both. Don't call me Little Lu. Call me 7th bro. Xiao Bai pouted. Oh. Xiao He snorted. Luin smiled. You're really not going to call me that? Fine, I won't bring you along to play. Xiao Bai's eyes lit up and she looked at him with sparkling eyes. Play? Play what? Lu Yin's lips curled up and he pointed at the distant mountain. Cross the sea, climb the mountain and fight for the inheritance. Xiao Bai was excited. 7th bro. 7th bro. Lu Yin laughed, grabbed the 2 girls and jumped into the sea. Before coming here, Elder Yuanke from the Sirius sect had told him that the competition for the mountain and sea realms' inheritances would be very difficult. One could not fly across the sea. After all, the mountain and sea realms' inheritances, regardless of whether they were mountains or seas, could contain the highest level of inheritance. As for the sea, one could not fly or else they would be in trouble. The only way to cross the sea was to swim, or one could use star energy to create a small boat. When Lu Yin had first heard of this, he had first thought of the Tao of Heaven's Ocean of Death in the Astral Combat Academy's trial zones. To cross the Ocean of Death, one had to use star energy to build a boat, but the seawater would constantly corrode star energy. It should be the same here, but the corrosive star energy was useless to them. Beyond the explorer realm, the seawater here was no different from ordinary seawater. Lu Yin did not know if the Ocean of Death had anything to do with this place. The 5 mountains represented 5 different directions, and everyone who was participating in the competition for the Star Tower had set off from one of these 5 directions. There were dozens of people in Lu Yin's direction and he saw Mu Xing, Hua Xiao and Yao Ji. Mu Xing and the others saw him as well and Yao Ji felt uncomfortable and apprehensive. They knew Lu Yin's strength and it would be difficult for them to snatch anything from him. However, there were experts everywhere in the mountain and sea realm, and this direction was considered good. In the other directions there were the Hall of Honors Xianxia, the Tier Lady, the 7 Courts, the Innerverse 10 Arbiters, and even the mysterious experts from the Burial Garden. They did not want to provoke him. In comparison, although Lu Yin was a little stronger, he would not go overboard. Lu Yin saw Xu Jing. This person was the fastest and he was rushing in a straight line towards a distant mountain. He also saw Qing Longlong and she also saw Lu Yin. She was rather surprised but she did not greet him. They were now competitors. What caught Lu Yin's attention was the 2 powerful rune lines he saw. One of them had a cold expression, and his body was surrounded by a white aura that occasionally froze the void. It was obvious that this person had been unfrozen for an unknown number of years and had only recently broken free. The other person looked normal, but his rune lines were not weak and were not any weaker than Kulei's. Both of them were hunters. In the inner verse and outer verse, this level of strength was equivalent to that of the 10 arbiters. There were quite a few such powerhouses in the mountain and sea realm, but Lu Yin did not know if there were any enlighters among them. Lu Yin took Xiao Bai and Little Black with him and used their star energy to form a boat as they headed towards the mountain. He did not notice that in the distance, there was another person following behind the cold-faced man. It was the little stutter and he looked at Lu Yin excitedly. Meet is coming. The little stutter then used his star energy to form a boat and chase after Lu Yin. Suddenly, a gray fog appeared above the sea and quickly enveloped everyone. Lu Yin's eyes trembled. Just as Elder Yuanke had said, there was an illusion attack here that was exactly the same as the one in the Tao of Heaven's Ocean of Death. The little stutter was chasing after Lu Yin when a face covered in acne appeared in front of him. It gave him a fright and he almost lost his soul. When he looked again, the face had disappeared. His face went pale and he rubbed his eyes. Ghost. In front of him, Lu Yin raised a hand and struck out with a palm. A strong wind swept out and tore through the fog, causing the illusion to vanish. He could detect illusions in advance because of his rune lines. Xiao Bai was scared. There really is a ghost. I want to go home. Xiao Bai, don't be afraid. The ghost is gone. How scary. On the other side, Mu Xing and the other 2 were panting heavily. They had just encountered an illusion and they had almost fought each other. Hua Xiao looked at Yao Ji awkwardly. Sorry, Junior. I didn't know it was you. Yao Ji was miserable. He had just been hit by Hua Xiao and his organs had almost been shattered. He bitterly replied, It's fine, senior. I'll rest for a bit. Hua Xiao pursed his lips. Mu Ziying looked solemn. There's an illusion here. Be careful. The person at the front of the group was Xu Jing. His innate gift allowed him to travel in a straight line, and no matter what kind of attack he faced, he would always strike in a straight line. He quickly charged towards the distant mountain, leaving Lu Yin and the others far behind. Just as he was about to reach the mountain, a blade of light streaked past, tearing through the void as it slashed towards his head. Xu Jing's expression changed and star energy swept out from his body to block the attack. With a bang, the blade of light disappeared, and Xu Jing himself was sent flying backwards, causing seawater to surge towards Lu Yin and the others. Lu Yin raised a hand to disperse the seawater and frowned. The blade of light in the distance had disappeared. That attack had not been a simple illusion. It had been a war spirit. This place was exactly the same as the Tao of Heaven's Ocean of Death, so could there be another island at the end? Could it be related to the sixth mainland? Xu Jing's retreat made it clear to everyone that the ocean was not easy to cross. Obtaining the inheritance would not be easy. The battle for the Star Tower had been going on for countless years, and there were ancient records about it. Lu Yin looked at Xiao Bai. Did Senior Shen Wei tell you about the battle for the Star Tower? Xiao Bai thought about it seriously and then nodded. Yes. Lu Yin looked on expectantly. Little Black and Little White spread out their hands at the same time, looking adorable. I forgot. Lu Yin was speechless, as even he felt that these two girls were asking for a beating. Suddenly Xiao Bai pointed behind Lu Yin. There's treasure. Lu Yin turned around and saw a giant whirlpool on the surface of the ocean. He recalled Elder Yuanka's words on the spacecraft that the mountain and sea inheritances were accompanied by strange phenomena. The most common phenomenon was a whirlpool in the ocean, and there was usually something at the bottom of the whirlpool. In the distance, Xu Jing charged down in a straight line. The other people who were close to him also rushed down. Xiao Bai was impatient and wanted to rush down, but Lu Yin grabbed her. Take a look. Xiao Bai grew anxious. What are you looking at? There's treasure. Snatch it. Xiao Bai grew anxious as well. You're such a coward, Lu Yin. Lu Yin stared at the bottom of the whirlpool and saw many rune lines tangling together. Clearly there was a battle going on below. He leapt up and charged towards the whirlpool, but there were also a few cultivators rushing over at the same time. Scram! A burly man roared as he punched out in an attempt to push Lu Yin back. Thank you. My life is only for you. I can't sleep. How's these monkey brothers' reward? I'll give it to Windborn for his hard work in writing. Thank you, brothers, for your support. Chapter 11:13. Lu Yin casually waved his hand, and an enormous force caused the void to crack. Star energy howled as it swept out. The large man and the other cultivators were shocked, but they couldn't escape even if they wanted to. They were all sent flying by the star energy. These people were all very outstanding and had the strength of a cruiser. They were in the middle of the top 100 rankings, but they couldn't even withstand a single attack from Lu Yin. The difference between them was too great. Lu Yin didn't care about these people at all, and he simply followed the flow of the water to the bottom. He was greeted by a ray of sword light, but he raised a hand and flicked his finger. There was a clang as the sword broke apart, and the woman who had been holding it was stunned. You dash! Lu Yin threw her away before she could even finish her sentence. She looked up and saw a stone tablet slowly emerging from the ground. Xu Jing was fighting with a young man, and there were more than 10 cultivators fighting around them. Xu Jing and the young man were the closest to the stone tablet. Behind them, Xiao Bai and Xiao He rushed in and cheered as they rushed towards the stone tablet. Lu Yin shouted, "Come back." Xiao Bai and Xiao He were too fast for Lu Yin to catch them in time. In front of the stone tablet, Xu Jing waved his hand and slashed at the bottom of the sea, slicing apart the visible sea. Xiao He and Xiao Bai were almost hit and they were startled. They glared fiercely at Xu Jing, but they didn't dare to charge forward again. The man fighting with Xu Jing wanted to take the opportunity to rush towards the stone tablet, but the boiling star energy around his body suddenly transformed into fallen leaves that trapped him in place. His gaze changed and he looked to his right where a young man with a cold gaze was standing. It was the man that Lu Yin had confirmed had awakened from the ice seal. Star-shifting leaf, a technique from Shamrock Enterprises. You're the Little Leaf King. The young man was the Little Leaf King and he had trapped the man. 2 fallen leaves appeared beneath his feet, and he quickly approached the stone tablet. At the same time, everyone at the bottom of the sea lost control of their star energy and transformed into fallen leaves that trapped them. Lu Yin was the same. His star energy had uncontrollably transformed into fallen leaves that trapped him in place. This technique was quite mysterious. As the little Leaf King approached the stone tablet, a golden light appeared above everyone's heads and transformed into meteors that rained down on everyone, not just the little Leaf King. Not too far away from Lu Yin, a man cried out, "7 quartz Hui family battle technique, golden meteor." Boom, boom, boom. The ocean floor was bombarded by golden meteors and each strike was enough to make him cautious. These meteors were terrifying, and they were no weaker than Kulei's lightning. Was this person from the Hui family? The little Leaf King continued to evade the golden meteors, and the closer he got to the stone tablet, the more golden meteors fell upon him. The power of the golden meteors was so great that even he didn't want to take them head-on. The bottom of the ocean was boiling. On the surface of the sea, Mu Ziying and the other two looked at each other. The golden meteor has appeared. We can go down now. Charge. As soon as he finished speaking, the three of them rushed into the whirlpool. At this moment, everyone was still trapped by the little Leaf King. However, the little Leaf King was getting further and further away from the stone tablet. Mu Ziying and Hua Xiao attacked at the same time. Serious technique was activated, enveloping the entire area. Xu Jing raised a hand and tapped out with a finger. Star energy transformed into a straight line that pierced through the void and headed straight for the young Leaf King. The little Leaf King hurriedly dodged, but because he was trying to avoid the golden shooting star, he wasn't able to dodge in time. As a result, his shoulder was struck and his clothes were torn apart. As the young Leaf King was attacked, the fallen leaves that had trapped everyone in the group dispersed and turned back into star energy. Lu Yin subconsciously retracted his star energy and used his physical strength to support himself as he rushed towards the stone tablet. The Hui family's heir also retracted his star energy and rushed towards the stone tablet. Mu Ziying was very fast, but she wasn't as close to the stone tablet as Lu Yin. However, Serious Technique's area of effect was too large and the stars exploded. Everyone was attacked, including Xiao Bai and Little Black. It should be said that Mu Ziying was focusing on Xiao Bai and Little Black. The two girls were too fast, and once they obtained the stone tablet and ran behind Lu Yin, no one would be able to snatch it from them. Xiao Bai screeched as she tried to dodge. Lu Yin easily dodged the stars and kicked out with his right foot. A terrifying gale transformed into a slash that swept across the seabed. The slash was only about a meter tall and everyone was targeted. Everyone else attacked indiscriminately, so Lu Yin did the same. Although Lu Yin's attack did not rely on star energy, his strength was too great, and the slash's power exceeded 200,000 stars. Many people felt their hair stand on end and they immediately crouched down. Even the young Leaf King, the Hui family's heir, and Xu Jing crouched down without a care for their image. Mu Ziying and the others immediately crouched down when they saw Lu Yin raise his leg. The slash quickly swept across the seabed and tore through the void, causing cracks to appear in the void. When the slash passed, everyone looked at Lu Yin in shock. This was too terrifying. The young Leaf King stared at Lu Yin. This person was too strong. Lu Yin's sweeping kick had turned into a slash that left everyone speechless. At this moment, the stone tablet had completely emerged. He charged towards the stone tablet and quickly passed by the young Leaf King. The young Leaf King subconsciously tried to switch the stars, but he discovered that there was no star energy around Lu Yin's body. Xu Jing pointed a finger and slashed a straight line. 9-lined battle force appeared in Lu Yin's palm, and he slapped down, breaking the line in half. At the same time, an enormous wind howled from his palm and swept towards the Hui family's heir. The Hui family's heir was forced back 100 meters by an irresistible force. He raised a hand and pressed down, causing the golden meteor to fall down once again, all of them aimed at Lu Yin. Lu Yin did not dodge, and when he saw that the golden meteor was about to hit him, he waved his hand and activated the secret art. The golden meteor changed direction and smashed towards the Hui family's heir. The Hui family's heir's eyes narrowed. The secret art. There was a loud boom as the golden meteor crashed into the seabed, causing a huge shockwave that obscured everyone's vision. Mu Ziying had been rushing towards the stone tablet, but he was also affected by the golden meteor attack. His body paused and he immediately retreated. Only Lu Yin had used the secret art to shift the golden meteor, causing the area in front of him to become empty except for the stone tablet. He easily traversed the void and grabbed the stone tablet with one hand, placing it on his back. No one was willing to let Lu Yin steal the stone tablet. Everyone looked at him and attacked together. Xu Jing's straight line. The Hui family's golden meteor. The young leaf king's shifting stars. Mu Ziying's serious palm. All sorts of attacks descended, including those of the other cultivators. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold as 520 stars revolved around his body. His 9-lined battle force soared into the sky, enveloping each star before exploding. When the 520 stars appeared, Mu Ziying, Hua Xiao and Yao Ji were all stunned. As the stars exploded, the seabed boiled as a huge force surged out of the sea, transforming into pillars of water that shot into the sky. Many cultivators dodged on the surface of the sea, but they were all shocked and thankful that they had not gone to the seabed to fight for the stone tablet. Xu Jing, the Hui family's heir, the young leaf king, and the others were all within range of the attack and they were all heavily targeted. The young leaf king and Xu Jing were battered and exhausted, and only the Hui family's heir was unharmed. He wanted to take advantage of the moment when Lu Yin used the serious art to steal the stone tablet. However, the serious art was only one of Lu Yin's attacks. He had even more powerful ones. Just as Lu Yin was about to attack the Hui family's heir, Blackie and Xiao Bai shot past him like meteors. Because they were too fast, the two girls each slammed into the Hui family's heir's shoulders, sending him flying. His shoulders were numb and he could not even lift them. Lu Yin was flabbergasted, but he was not surprised. Since Everlasting Sky Island dared to let Blackie and Xiao Bai participate in the fight for the Star Tower, it proved that they were confident. The two girls looked pitiful, but they had been able to escape from Ku-Lei time and time again. They were not simple in themselves and they even had a combination battle technique that surprised even Lu Yin. "It hurts, Blackie. That guy's shoulders are so hard," Xiao Bai complained. Blackie grimaced in pain as well, and the two girls turned around to look at Lu Yin with pitiful eyes. They looked like they were about to cry. Lu Yin was helpless. "Got it. Thank you." The two girls immediately smiled through their tears. The Hui family's heir Xu Jing and the young leaf king were the most powerful opponents in this area. Now that they had been beaten back, the others did not even have the right to attack. Mu Ziying and the other two did not attack either, as they were rather afraid of Lu Yin. "Everyone, I've already obtained the item. You can all stop now," Lu Yin said as he swept his gaze across the crowd. Ever since he had unified the Outer Verse and defeated Lan Si and Night King Zhenwu, his temperament had undergone a huge change. He now had an invincible aura that could only be cultivated by someone who had stood at the peak for many years. Xu Jing and the others looked at each other, unwilling to give up. However, the strength that Lu Yin had displayed was terrifying, and even if he could not fight against all of them, he could still escape. Furthermore, he had helpers. There were many inheritances from the mountains and seas, and there was no need to fight to the death with Lu Yin over just one. If something else were to appear, it would benefit others. "Brother Lu, congratulations. This stone steel is yours. But you have to be careful with it," said Xu Jing indifferently. He then left the seabed. The young leaf king did not say anything and remained unusually cold. The Hui family's heir looked at Lu Yin and asked, "Where are the people from the Yu family?" Lu Yin met his gaze. "They've long since stopped caring about worldly affairs and are living in seclusion." The Hui family's heir frowned. "The Seven Courts Yu family. You can't avoid them. You're called Lu Yin?" "That's right. I've heard of you. When the Sixth Mainland invaded, everyone said that you died at the hands of Night King Zhenwu. Actually, I really wanted to see Night King Zhenwu's strength at that time," the Hui family's heir said. Lu Yin shrugged. "It's too late. I killed him." The Hui family's heir fell silent and then turned to leave. Lu Yin calmly looked at him. "Seventh bro, this guy is really rude. You're just short of becoming sworn brothers with his ancestor. When he sees you, he should greet you as Ancestor Lu." "Ah." The ghost monkey cackled. Lu Yin pursed his lips. It seemed like that was indeed the case. Brother Hui Kong was definitely the ancestor of the Hui family, and this Hui family's heir was much younger than Lu Yin himself. The Hui family's heir was the only one who had not been forced back by the serious art. The technique that he had just used was probably the secret technique, the Hui secret art, which had blocked the serious art. Lu Yin did not know how powerful the technique was. On the surface of the sea, the young Leaf King appeared. In the distance, Qing Longlong looked at the seabed. She did not go down to fight for the stone tablet, as she had a clear understanding of herself. She was not like Tai Yuanjun, who dared to provoke anyone he saw. There were too many people in the Mountain Sea Legacy Land who were stronger than her. She had come here to try her luck, not to fight for anything. She did not have the ability to do so. Even further away, the little stutterer licked his lips and stared at the seabed, waiting for Lu Yin to emerge. As long as Lu Yin came out, he would definitely follow him. His master had told him that following Lu Yin would be beneficial. Chapter 11:14. At the bottom of the sea, Lu Yin, Xiao He and Xiao Bai looked at the stone tablet with confused expressions. There was an ancient text on the tablet, and from the looks of it, it could be traced back to a very long time ago. Lu Yin guessed that it might be similar to the ancient text in the Daoist sect's scripture pavilion, and that it belonged to the same era. Can you guys understand it? Lu Yin could not help but ask when he saw the serious expressions on Xiao Bai and Xiao He's faces. Xiao Bai and Xiao He looked up at Lu Yin as if they were looking at an illiterate person. Lu Yin blinked and asked expectantly, "Can you guys really understand it?" "Of course not." Xiao Bai shouted. Xiao He nudged her. "Xiao Bai, even if you don't understand literature, you have to pretend to understand it. Otherwise, you'll be looked down upon." Xiao Bai suddenly understood, and she looked at Lu Yin seriously again. "I understand." Lu Yin was speechless. These two brats would tear each other apart sooner or later. Seventh bro, these ancient words are exactly the same as the ones in the Daoist sect's scripture pavilion. I can only recognize a few of them, but according to their meaning, this stone tablet should be a ceremonial text. The people of ancient times were more particular, and there were ceremonial texts for the creation of mountains and seas. These texts were usually carved by people who lived by the sea, and their purpose was to protect the peace of the region. "They don't have much value," the monkey explained. Lu Yin thought about it and then copied the words on the stone tablet. He then smashed the tablet into the bottom of the sea. This sort of thing would be a hindrance if he carried it on his back, and it would be easy for envious people to snatch it from him and cause trouble. In any case, the most valuable part of this stone tablet was the words. Even with Lu Yin's strength, he could not destroy the stone tablet. The stone tablet's material was quite good, but it was a pity that he could not carry it around. Based on Lu Yin's strength, this stone tablet had been smashed very deep into the sea, and it would not be easily discovered. "All right, let's go," Lu Yin said. Just as the three were about to leave the seabed, Xiao Bai pointed into the distance and shouted excitedly, "Look, there's a current." Lu Yin looked over and saw a white current in the distance that looked like an underwater tunnel that extended into the distance. Elder Yuan Ku had reminded him that there were many good things at the bottom of the sea, but there were also many dangers, and that the best method was to follow the current. There could be quite a lot of currents at the bottom of the sea which were equivalent to undersea passages. As long as one followed the currents, they would always be able to find something good. The currents were equivalent to undersea passages. For countless years, many cultivators had come to the mountain and sea realm, not to fight over the stellar pagodas, but to search for the undersea currents and treasures. Since the current had appeared, there was no reason not to follow it. Lu Yin brought Xiao Bai and Little Black into the current, and in that instant the scenery on both sides of them flew past rapidly. The mountain and sea realm had 5 mountains and 5 seas. The 5 mountains were located in 5 different directions, but the 5 seas were connected. As they stepped onto the current, Lu Yin wasn't sure which mountain they would end up at. Perhaps they would end up in the same direction, or perhaps they would end up in a different direction. At the bottom of the sea, many currents intersected and converged. Lu Yin brought Xiao He and Xiao Bai along as they wandered along the ocean's current. They encountered other currents along the way, and they also saw other cultivators. Once Lu Yin saw Lu Tianmu, and Lu Tianmu saw him as well. The two passed each other. Lu Yin saw Jiao Hao next, hugging a large barrel of wine as he slept in the current. Xiao Bai and Xiao He even shouted at each other. Lu Yin didn't know if it was fate, but he bumped into Ku Lei. Xiao Bai and Xiao He also shouted when they saw Ku Lei. Ku Lei saw Lu Yin, and when he saw that Lu Yin's gaze was unfriendly, he leaped out of the current and headed for the surface. "Chase him! Hit him! Hit him!" Little Black and Little White shouted. Lu Yin hurriedly stopped them. Is the treasure more important or is beating people more important? The two girls thought about it and decided not to chase after him. His words made sense. Ku Lei had just left when Lu Yin saw Gong He. His eyes were filled with killing intent and he immediately charged over. Gong He looked at Lu Yin in astonishment, but then she smiled and leaped towards the surface of the sea. Lu Yin immediately chased after her. Xiao Bai and Xiao He were very fast and they grabbed onto each side of Lu Yin. Lu Yin, where are you going? Beating people up, Lu Yin said in a low voice. Xiao He shouted, is the treasure more important or is beating people more important? Nonsense, of course it's beating people up. Lu Yin was very decisive and leaped towards the surface, leaving Xiao Bai and Xiao He speechless. This was the first time they had been held back. There was a thump as Gong He charged out of the sea. She looked down and saw Lu Yin emerge from the bottom of the sea with a cold gaze. Gong He narrowed his eyes and retreated. Lu Yin charged out from where he had been standing and unleashed an emptiness palm without any hesitation. No matter who it was, their first time facing an emptiness palm would not end well. This sort of invisible palm was not only fast, but also extraordinarily powerful. Gong He was one of the more unfathomable of the 10 arbiters, and he cultivated the true scripture of Yin evolution. A single glance from him could wipe out a civilization on a planet, and he was known as the invincible 10 arbiters. However, that was in the past. Once that mysterious veil was removed, he was no longer as mysterious as before. The emptiness palm slapped Gong He into the bottom of the sea. Gong He had been prepared the moment Lu Yin charged out, but it was still not enough. The emptiness palm was too powerful, and even though he had weakened the rune lines in Lu Yin's palm beforehand, he had only managed to reduce a portion of the attack's power. The remaining power was still enough to make him cough up blood. Lu Yin charged to the bottom of the sea and grabbed at Gong He. There was blood at the corner of Gong He's mouth, and the smile on his face disappeared. A strangely shaped technological weapon that resembled a gun appeared in his hand and he fired it. There was a bang and Lu Yin casually used the secret art to redirect the bullet, causing it to pierce through the void. This shot was rather powerful, but it could only be used once. After that, it would be rejected by the mountain and sea realm. Gong He created another gun with his left hand and fired it again. Lu Yin used his emptiness palm again and shattered the bullet, but this time Gong He dodged it. Lu Yin was stunned and looked at his own palm. He then stared at Gong He. This person's true scripture of Yin evolution had weakened his rune lines by too much. If he made a comparison, Lu Yin had not even weakened half of Gong He's rune lines. At the same time, both Gong He and Lu Yin's eyes turned into runes that weakened each other's rune lines. Lu Yin continuously struck out with his emptiness palm while Gong He's star energy formed a light screen in front of him. Gong He's eyes stared at the screen as he directly weakened the rune lines in that space, which was equivalent to adding a defensive force field in front of him. If the emptiness palm wanted to hit him, it would have to pass through that light screen, and the rune lines in that space would be greatly weakened. No matter how powerful the emptiness palm was, it would only have less than half of its original power left by the time it reached Gong He. Gong He could easily dodge an emptiness palm with only half of its power. This was Lu Yin's first time seeing someone use the true scripture of Yin evolution in such a manner, and it was an eye-opener. His usage of the true scripture of Yin evolution had always been crude, and Gong He had just taught him a lesson. This is the mountain and sea realm and everyone wants to expel us. Do you want to fight amongst yourselves, Lu Yin? Gong He's long hair fluttered as he looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin's gaze was icy. I'm sorry, but I represent Everlasting Island. Gong He was helpless. Stop. I really don't want to fight with you. I can't beat you, but it's also impossible for you to kill me. You should have heard about me. Can't be attacked? Lu Yin asked coldly. Gong He smiled. You should have experienced it yourself. Lu Yin fell silent. This person was indeed troublesome. His battle with Lan Si could be considered a head-on clash, as they were both overlaying stacks users. Lu Yin's battle with Night King Zhenwu had been like walking on thin ice. He had needed to guard against Night King Zhenwu's spiritual force attacks and secret techniques, and he had also needed to find a way to break through Night King Zhenwu's defenses. However, Lu Yin's strength had already surpassed Night King Zhenwu's by then. If not for Night King Zhenwu's incredible innate gift, he would not have been defeated so miserably. His battle with Night King Zhenwu had not been a contest of strength, but rather a contest of intelligence. After defeating Night King Zhenwu, Lu Yin could be considered to be standing at the peak of a certain level. Ku Lei, the Hui family's descendant, Xu Jing, and the others were all suppressed by him, including Gong He, who was weaker than him in terms of absolute strength. However, Gong He's unique trait of being unable to be attacked was indeed troublesome. The true scripture of Ian evolution had been created by the rune progenitor, and it had been used as a foundation to create a mystical civilization that could counterattack the sixth mainland. This technique was not as simple as just weakening an enemy's rune lines. Gong He had only cultivated the true scripture of Ian evolution from start to finish, and his control and usage of the technique had already reached perfection. If Lu Yin wanted to rely on the true scripture of Ian evolution to fight him in such a short period of time, then he was simply asking for trouble. A simple screen of light had placed Gong He in an undefeatable position. Night King Zhenwu had cheated with his innate gift, which allowed him to withstand multiple attacks that were certain to kill him. On the other hand, Gong He's attacks were unable to threaten him at all. The 10 arbiters were not simple. In comparison, even though the 7 court's descendants had secret techniques, they were much easier to deal with. Lu Yin suddenly felt that if the 10 arbiters were to face off against the descendants of 10 of the Neoverse's top powers, they would have a higher chance of winning than losing. Rune technology is the most mystical civilization in history, but it's also the cruelest. Do you know why, Lu Yin? Gong He asked. Lu Yin looked at him. Gong He's lips curled up. Because those who cultivate the true scripture of Ian evolution don't need too many techniques in battle. If a person can directly weaken an opponent's rune lines, then that opponent will disappear completely. Lu Yin stared at him. Gong He smiled. Isn't that cruel? Try to make me disappear or else I'll make you disappear, Lu Yin said coldly. Gong He was helpless. Why bother? You and I aren't mortal enemies, and the trial back then was a matter of loyalty. I was only the spokesperson, not the initiator. The initiator was the Pi Society? Lu Yin asked. Gong He nodded. That's right. A few years ago that big sis of yours returned to Leon's armada, and the armada declared war on the Pi Society. The peace that had been in the cosmic sea for many years was broken, and the Pi Society suffered heavy losses. You're also one of the accomplices. You can't escape the debt of 72 lives. Lu Yin shouted. Gong He raised his head and sighed. If I had known that this would happen, I would have destroyed you long ago. You're so troublesome. It's not too late now. Let's see who'll destroy who. Lu Yin shouted as his eyes widened. Nightfall covered the surface of the sea. Gong He spread his arms out, and a screen of light formed from star energy enveloped his entire body. This was why he could not be attacked. He had used the true scripture of Ian evolution to weaken all rune lines outside his body. No matter where an attack came from, its power would be weakened by half. It would be very difficult to defeat Gong He with half the power of an attack. Chapter 11:15. Lu Yin continuously struck out with his hollow palm, using all of his strength with each strike. However, as long as they passed through the light screen, their rune lines would be weakened, and by the time they reached him they would not be much of a threat. Lu Yin suddenly thought of Night King Zhenwu's heart arrow secret technique. That secret technique was very useful for sneak attacks, and as long as he succeeded he would be able to heavily injure or even kill Dihi. Dihi retreated step by step. Although he was confident that he could remain undefeated, he knew that he could not defeat Lu Yin. He truly regretted his actions. If he had known that this would happen, he would have personally gone after Big Sis's mercenary group. Who would have thought that an ordinary person who had not cultivated would reach such a level in just a dozen years? Dihi could even suppress Dihi. This talent was truly terrifying. As he thought about it, Dihi's eyes flashed with killing intent. He could not give Lu Yin any time to grow, or else who knew how far he would go in the future. Brother Lu, I'm not going to play with you anymore. Dihi smiled as dozens of guns appeared in front of him. In an instant, dozens of bullets pierced through the void and shot towards Lu Yin. He had to leave and think of a way to kill Lu Yin. He could not do it in a one-on-one battle. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold and his feet moved. A chessboard that only he could see appeared. Secret plans scattered stars and his body turned into a chess piece that moved. Lu Yin disappeared, only to reappear in front of Dihi. The two were less than a meter apart. Dihi's pupils shrank in disbelief. Not good, a secret technique? Lu Yin slammed a single palm into Dihi's chest, and with a thump, he spat out a mouthful of blood as he was sent flying. He spat out another mouthful of blood in midair and his hair was dyed red. He's body fell onto the surface of the sea, his face deathly pale. Lu Yin did not plan on giving him another chance and he struck out with another hollow palm in an attempt to kill He in one fell swoop. A shield suddenly appeared in front of He, condensing the moment he fell onto the surface of the sea and blocking the hollow palm. The hollow palm's power was actually unable to destroy the shield. The mountain and sea realm rejected all foreign objects, and He's spear and shield could only be used once. This was only possible because of the scripture of Ian Evolution's mystical abilities. Anyone else would not have been able to bring them in. After blocking Lu Yin's hollow palm, he endured the pain in his chest and condensed the shield once more. The hollow palm's attack had been blocked once more. Lu Yin barked, "How many more times can you block?" As he spoke, he raised his hand and struck out with his empty palm. Curly Hair opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. Star energy gathered in front of him, and his pupils transformed into runes that weakened the rune lines in the surrounding space once more. However, the area weakened this time was much smaller than before, and it was only able to block half of his body. Furthermore, the moment the empty palm pierced through his star energy barrier, Curly Hair was unable to avoid it. His abdomen was struck and he spat out another mouthful of blood as his body was sent flying once more. Lu Yin snorted and his figure flickered as he charged towards Feng He, looking down at him from above. "Can't be attacked? What a joke." There was blood at the corner of Coco He's mouth, and her entire body fell miserably onto the surface of the sea. She looked at Lu Yin with great difficulty and smiled bitterly. "Secret technique. It's another secret technique. Only a mysterious secret technique can get close to me. My defeat was not unjust." Lu Yin did not hesitate as he did not want to waste his breath on her. Just as he was about to attack, several figures rushed out from the bottom of the sea. "Stop." Lu Yin looked over and saw that it was the people from the home of the gods. There were 7 of them in total and there were both men and women. The leader was a man, and when he saw that Lu Yin was about to kill Curly Hair, he shouted, "Stop. I'm Qin Guangshan from the home of the gods. This person is a traitor and we want to bring him back for trial." Qin Guangshan waved his hand, and the people behind him immediately charged towards Curly Hair, intending to take him away. Lu Yin's gaze was cold and he casually waved his hand, causing the void to ripple as a huge force pushed back the people who were about to take Curly Hair away. "Who allowed you to take him away?" Lu Yin's tone was icy. Qin Guangshan raised his brows. "Brother, think carefully. We are from the home of the gods. If you want revenge, you can come to the home of the gods and personally witness our trial. We welcome you, but please do not obstruct us." Lu Yin had always heard that the people of the home of the gods were arrogant and conceited. Tai Yishan was indeed arrogant and had even called himself a god. However, Tai Yishan had helped him before, so Lu Yin had not thought much of it. Now that he faced Qin Guangshan, he finally understood why the outside world called these people crazy. Curly Hair laughed. Interesting. Qin Guangshan, you can leave. His name is Lu Yin and you want to take me away in front of him? What a joke." Qin Guangshan frowned. "Shut up, you traitor." He then looked at Lu Yin. "I've heard of you. Tai Yishan mentioned you before, and you've also cultivated the true scripture of Ian Evolution. We can forget about this, but don't obstruct us. Take him away." The people from the home of the gods moved forward to take Curly Hair away again. Curly Hair looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin's expression was cold as he glared at them. Nightfall appeared, enveloping Qin Guangshan and the rest. Their spiritual force caused them to feel dizzy, and aside from Qin Guangshan, the other cultivators from the home of the gods almost collapsed. Qin Guangshan shouted, and his pupils turned into runes as he stared at Lu Yin's eyes. Lu Yin's pupils also turned into runes as he stared back at Qin Guangshan. Both sides were weakening each other's rune lines, but outsiders could not tell. Only those who cultivated the true scripture of Ian Evolution could. There was a sonic boom and Qin Guangshan's body swayed. He was shocked. "You've cultivated to the spiritual realm?" Lu Yin replied, "Aren't you the same?" Qin Guangshan was in disbelief. "It's very difficult for outsiders to cultivate to the spiritual realm. You must have obtained the rune technology ruins. Hand it over." Lu Yin laughed. "Is there something wrong with your head? Is the rune ancestor your ancestor?" Qin Guangshan's expression turned ugly. The people from the home of the gods shouted in unison as they glared at Lu Yin. Seventh bro, these guys are crazy. They're crazy. The monkey shouted. At that moment Xiao Bai charged out from the seabed and stood beside Lu Yin. He stared at Qin Guangshan with wide eyes. Xiao Bai, it's these lunatics. Yeah, Xiao Hei, these lunatics are here too. Qin Guangshan and the rest's faces darkened. Suddenly Lu Yin's expression changed and he turned to look at Imperial Tutor. He discovered that a strange device had condensed on Imperial Tutor's back. Imperial Tutor smiled at Lu Yin and said, "Goodbye." With that, the device emitted a loud bang and Imperial Tutor was sent flying. His speed was even faster than when he had fled, and he directly crashed into the ocean's current. Lu Yin wanted to chase after her, but it was too late. He was furious and he glared at Qin Guangshan and the rest. Qin Guangshan and the rest were even angrier, as if Lu Yin had gotten in their way. Lu Yin, right? We'll remember you, Qin Guangshan said unhappily. Lu Yin clenched his fists. I wasn't going to argue with you guys out of respect for Tai Yixing, but you still dared to provoke me. He then raised his hand and sent out a series of empty palms. These invisible palms were truly unbreakable and Qin Guangshan and the rest could not resist them. They did not have Imperial Tutor's reaction speed, and there were 7 of them in total. All of them were struck and fell into the ocean. Lu Yin's empty palms weren't too powerful and he didn't want to do anything to them. He just wanted to teach them a lesson and prevent them from getting in his way again. Of the 7 from the home of the gods, only Qin Guangshan was a hunter. The rest were cruisers and they couldn't withstand a single empty palm. Even if it wasn't too powerful, a few of them fainted and floated on the ocean's surface. Qin Guangshan's face turned green, and he gritted his teeth as he glared at Lu Yin, his body emitting a hazy green light. Lu Yin was curious. So it's a healing innate gift. Lu Yin, do you know who you're going against? Qin Guangshan barked, unable to restrain his anger. Lu Yin laughed. A bunch of lunatics. Well done, just you wait. The home of the gods won't let you off. You're from the Innerverse and this competition for the Star Tower has nothing to do with you. Soon someone will come looking for trouble with you. Just wait to be eliminated, Qin Guangshan threatened. Lu Yin frowned. I've heard rumors that someone is joining forces to expel the Innerverse. Who would come looking for trouble with me? Qin Guangshan sneered and used his star energy to carry the other 6 away. Lu Yin fell into deep thought. Qin Guangshan's attitude did not seem to be fake, and Starsibyl's worries were not unfounded. The Neoverse would indeed push out the Innerverse, and it was not without reason that she had formed an alliance with the 10 Arbiters. No matter how strong the 10 Arbiters were, they would not be able to withstand the overwhelming numbers of the Neoverse. However, there was one thing that made Lu Yin feel at ease. The 10 Arbiters were indeed very strong. Before coming here, Lu Yin had been frightened by Heizid Shinwei and Starsibyl. He had thought that the heirs of the 7 courts and the other great powers were all comparable to the 10 Arbiters and that they would be able to crush them with sheer numbers. However, his battle with Kulei had shown him that Kulei indeed had the strength to fight against the 10 Arbiters, but it would be very difficult for him to defeat them. Of the 10 Arbiters, Lu Yin only understood Lan Si, Night King Zhenwu and Imperial Tutor. The others were unfathomable and he did not understand them at all. If these people from the Neoverse underestimated the 10 Arbiters, then the results might not be as they wished. Lan Si's emptiness palm was not something that Kulei could easily deal with, and Night King Zhenwu could even trick them to death. Imperial Tutor's usage of the Aeon Evolution True Scripture had reached perfection, and this group from the home of the gods was no match for her. Furthermore, Imperial Tutor had not used her innate gift this entire time. Lu Yin, let's continue looking for the ocean currents. Xiao Bai and Blackie pulled Lu Yin to the bottom of the sea. At the bottom of the sea in the mountain and sea realm, when Sanxi's arm was bleeding and his face was slightly pale. Across from him was a woman, Qiu Shi. The legendary 4 Ultimates Heavenly Maiden truly lives up to her name. That must have been the serious art that you used with all your strength, right? You actually broke through the literary prison. When Sanxi exclaimed, Qiu Shi remained calm. You are not my opponent. Leave the mountain and sea realm. This battle for the Star Tower has nothing to do with you. When Sanxi was helpless. I came here with the hopes of the Wen family and the Innerverse. I'm not willing to leave just like that. Then I'll send you off. Star energy surged around Xiaoxi's body as more than 900 stars revolved around her, causing the bottom of the sea to become like a starry sky. She raised a hand and struck out with serious palm. When Xianxia clenched his fist and waved it, ancient characters appeared one after another, trapping Xiaoxi within them. Everyone knew that when Xianxia of the 10 arbiters could use up to 7 characters in the literary prison. However, the literary prison was unable to trap Xiaoxi, and as the stars exploded, the literary prison cracked open just like before. At that moment, the number of ancient characters increased to 8 characters. Thank you, drunken snow and warm face, for the rest of my life, only for you, mouse monkey. Brothers, reward, I'll give it to you. Stay up late to write, work hard, work hard. Thank you for your support. Chapter 11:16. The Wen family's literary prison was at most 88, and when Xianxia had cultivated it to 88. Once the 88 literary prison appeared, even Xiaoxi was trapped. Think thrice before you act. Goodbye for extremities, goddess. When Xianxia waved and turned to leave, the next moment, a terrifying wave of star energy whizzed past, causing the sea to boil. When Xianxia suddenly turned around and stared at Xiaoxi in shock. This star energy belonged to an enlighter. None of the 5th mainland's younger generation had reached the enlighter realm. Only the Daoist 3 skies had done so. 4 extremities goddess Xiaoxi had reached the enlighter realm, and with her terrifying star energy and Sirius, she shattered the 88 literary prison and sent a palm towards Wen Xianxia. From the hunter realm to the enlighter realm, it seemed like a single realm. The 10 arbiters had long since been able to challenge those above their realms, but this was no ordinary cultivator. Xiaoxi was on the same level as Wen Xianxia, and breaking through to the next realm was a completely different matter. They could have broken through to the enlighter realm long ago, but they had not done so because they wanted to accumulate more experience. Breaking through from the hunter realm to the enlighter realm was a qualitative change, and the more experience one had as a hunter, the greater the change after breaking through to the enlighter realm. Xiaoxi dared to break through, which meant that she had accumulated enough experience, and her strength had undergone a complete transformation. Sirius' palm pressed down on Wen Xianxia so hard that he could not breathe. He retreated, but he could not avoid the revolving stars around him. I told you to leave, but you didn't. I'll send you off. The 5 astral children have nothing to do with you. The sea trembled as a huge gully appeared in the sea. Stone tablets shot out from the bottom of the sea and scattered across the sea. On the other side, Ling Gong had also encountered a rather troublesome enemy, Yuhua Mavis. The Mavis family had always been mysterious, and they controlled the human domain's economy. They never lacked money and they were incredibly powerful. Yuhua Mavis was born from the heart of a tree and she was a core member of the Mavis family. No one knew how much power she wielded. Ling Gong's expression was solemn. As one of the 10 arbiters, she did not fear anyone, but Mavis truly made people feel uneasy. In particular, wherever Yuhua Mavis went, flowers blossomed which made people shudder. Leave. The struggle for the Star Tower belongs to the Neoverse, and it has nothing to do with your Innerverse. Yuhua Mavis smiled and her tone was gentle. White Knight raised her spear. Try me if you want me to leave. Yuhua Mavis sighed. The Lingling clan is the favored child of the universe, and they're the embodiment of innate gifts. No one dares to say that they can win against your clan, but you're just a hunter so you can't fight me. Ling Gong's eyes narrowed. You're an enlighter? Yuhua Mavis raised his head. If I don't become an enlighter, then I'll become one of the 5 astral children. He then tapped his foot against the ground and under his bare feet, green grass spread out from the seabed towards the spirit palace. The grass then condensed into a giant fist that smashed towards the spirit palace. Ling Gong thrust out her spear. With a bang, the body of the spear shattered. The power of the fist made of grass made Ling Gong doubt her life. He was sent flying. Ever since she started cultivating, she had never encountered such a powerful opponent. This kind of power was simply unfathomable. Yuhua Mavis still had a smile on her face, and the grass fist opened up into a palm that grabbed at Ling Gong. Ling Gong's eyes turned cold as her innate gift appeared. A bell rang out and all living beings prostrated themselves before the Sky Palace appeared. Ling Gong's Sky Palace was known to be able to suppress everything. The moment it appeared, it was accompanied by a phenomenon that intimidated everyone. Yuhua Mavis praised, "What a powerful innate gift. It's a pity that there's still a gap between us and even this innate gift can't make up for it. The grass then grew even more crazily, and the palm suddenly grew larger and larger until it finally became a giant green palm that covered the entire mountain range. The sky palace crashed upwards while Ling Gong wielded her spear and stabbed at Yuhua Mavis. There was a loud boom as more than 10 cultivators in the distance were fighting over something. When the sky palace and the giant green palm collided, the resulting shockwaves swept across the seabed. The cultivators were shocked, and they were unable to react in time before they lost consciousness and were buried under the sea. The sea trembled as terrifying shockwaves surged out of the surface and swept towards the sky. Following that, there was a violent explosion as the void distorted and split apart, scattering in all directions. At the bottom of the sea, Ling Gong stared at Yuhua Mavis in disbelief. Her spear had been easily caught by this woman, and her sky palace had been shattered by the giant green palm. How was this possible? Yuhua Mavis smiled. You're really powerful. Is this the power of the 10 arbiters? If I hadn't broken through to the Enlighter realm, I would have had a hard time fighting you. Unfortunately, the gap between us is too great. She then exerted more force and Ling Gong's star energy spear shattered once more. Ling Gong was then flung away by Yuhua Mavis. The 10 arbiters were being targeted as the Prime Clear group had been searching for them ever since it had appeared in the mountain and sea realm. As the contest for the Star Tower began, the 10 arbiters were being attacked one after another. Regardless of whether it was a one-on-one battle or an encirclement, none of them were idle. Lan Si was surrounded by several Neoverse cultivators, but none of them posed any threat to him. He was considered lucky, while Wen Sansi and Ling Gong were considered unlucky. Everyone was searching for the mountain and sea realm's inheritance, and there were many cultivators in the ocean currents. Vortexes appeared one after another, indicating that there were many treasures at the bottom of the sea. At a certain location at the bottom of the sea, more than 10 cultivators were fighting over a stone tablet. As a sword light flashed past, the cultivators all stopped and stared blankly into the distance. In that instant they had all experienced the feeling of death. The moment that person's sword left its sheath, it meant that their fates had ended. One of the 10 arbiters, Lu Tianmu. His sword chi shook the heavens. The cultivators slowly retreated. The stronger one was, the greater their horizons and the more they could sense Lu Tianmu's strife. Lu Tianmu easily obtained the stone tablet, but then he suddenly put it down and slowly turned around. Black flames burned at the bottom of the sea and there was the faint sound of hooves. Something invisible had left footprints on the ground. Others could not see it but Lu Tianmu could. In front of him was a strange rider covered in flames, riding a black warhorse and carrying a war banner. His attire could not be more obvious. Burial garden. A desolate whistle sounded from the bottom of the sea and it grew closer and closer. The whistle came from the burial garden knight, and the black flames spread out and gradually surrounded Lu Tianmu. Retreat from the mountain and sea realm, the ghost-like black flame knight said, his voice cold and his eyes even colder. Lu Tianmu unsheathed his sword. Try it. My name is Yuip and I'll cry as I send you off. Goodbye. The whistle grew louder as the black flames condensed into a spear. The warhorse charged forward and stabbed at Lu Tianmu. Lu Tianmu slashed out with his first sword. There was a loud bang as the sharp slash cut horizontally through the sea. The cultivators who had been about to leave were shocked, and they hurriedly dropped to the ground. The slash swept past and tore through the void. What the hell? One of the cultivators could not believe his eyes. The power of this attack was too terrifying, and if they had been hit by it they would have died without a doubt. The other cultivators exchanged glances and then looked into the distance in shock. Lu Tianmu's sword was formed from star energy. Although the first sword had blocked the spear, the blade had already cracked, and the star energy had even been ignited by the black flames. Lu Tianmu's body was forced back by the massive impact. The warhorse neighed and its 4 hooves burned with flames as it charged forward once more. Lu Tianmu frowned and immediately used the 4th sword. Countless sword images appeared around him and condensed into one as he slashed out. Yuip's spear became even darker and as the warhorse charged forward, the spear pierced through the void once more. There was a bang and the sea boiled as the void was cut apart. The lightning spread out in all directions and the seabed was torn apart. Lu Tianmu's eyes widened. Man and sword became one, sword and domain became one, and then man and domain became one. The fifth sword. Bang. There was another loud bang, and this time Yuip was forced back. Her warhorse could not stop its momentum and was forced back several steps. Quiet Weep's black spear was severed. Lu Tianmu leaped high into the air and slashed his sword towards Quiet Weep. As the sword shadow descended, the sword chi swept past Quiet Weep and her warhorse, slashing towards the seabed. Lu Tianmu's pupils shrank. Something was wrong. The next moment her wrist was grabbed and the black flames spread all over her body. The flames seemed illusory, but they contained a temperature that chilled her to the bone and burned her flesh. Lu Tianmu swung his sword and used the sixth sword to defend. Yuip was forced back once more, and so was Lu Tianmu. The two were separated by 100 meters and they stared at each other. What kind of existence is the burial garden? Lu Tianmu asked, emphasizing each word. Yuip looked at Lu Tianmu coldly. Among those of the same generation, there are very few who can fight with me. I acknowledge you, sword sex Lu Tianmu. It's still too early to say that. Your existence is very strange, but it's not invincible. As long as I can find a weakness, you might not be able to obtain my acknowledgement with your strength, Lu Tianmu said coldly. Yuip seemed to smile, but it also seemed like she wasn't. It was hard to tell, but her desolate whistle became even louder. The black flames on her body spread to the top of her head, gradually turning into a book. A strange book that burned with black flames. 10,000 years ago there was a powerhouse called the Ninth Shield. His innate skill was the shield and he could block all weapons. I wonder if your sword can break through his shield, Yuip said slowly. Following her words, a huge shield appeared. It seemed to revolve around her body, and with the neighing of a warhorse she charged at Lu Tianmu, her spear stabbing out. Lu Tianmu gripped his sword tightly. Looking at the black spear, he slowly raised his sword, and his clothes fluttered despite the lack of wind. 10th sword, star slashing. With a whoosh, the invisible sword chi swept out. The sea, air, and everything visible to the naked eye were cut apart. Specks of light scattered across the sea like fireworks. Each of the 13 swords could be called a powerful sword technique, and countless people yearned to use them. In the hands of different people, the power of each sword would be different. However, no matter who used it, as long as the 10th sword was used, its power would be enough to shock countless people. The 10th sword, star slashing, was just that powerful. The sea floor was cut open horizontally and it gradually healed. As for Yuip, her shield was cut open as well. The black flames on her body completely disappeared, revealing a person in black armor. This person was Yuip. Chapter 11:17. This is the sword sex 13 swords? Shield 9 couldn't block it, Hidden Weep said slowly. Lu Tianmu's eyes flashed. What about you? Hidden Weep slowly looked up and her warhorse neighed at the sky. Black flames surged out and swept across the seabed before spreading to the surface. An indescribably powerful aura descended. This was an enlighter. Lu Tianmu's expression changed. It was actually an enlighter. I know about your battle with Leilas. You didn't lose and she didn't use her full strength either. As for me, even if I don't use my strength as an enlighter, you still aren't my match. However, to make you realize the difference between us, I'll show you. You can attack now. 11th sword, Hidden Weep said coldly. The warhorse's eyes turned scarlet as it stared at Lu Tianmu. Lu Tianmu took a deep breath. She had used the 11th sword in her battle with Leilas. Although she hadn't lost, she hadn't won either. This was something that he had not expected, and now he had encountered Hidden Weep again. This was an absolute genius from the Neoverse, and there was value in fighting to the death. In the distance, the Prime Clear attacked Xianxia. Before the Star Tower had opened, Xianxia had been following the Prime Clear, but the Prime Clear had not made a move. This time, however, the Prime Clear had acted. Xianxia was a descendant of the Seven Courts Shi family, and her strength was not weak. She had been able to fight against the Spectre clan until both sides had suffered heavy losses. She had also comprehended the evil secret art, and most people would not be her match. However, she had been defeated not long after. She seemed to have experienced something incomprehensible as she lay at the bottom of the sea and watched the Prime Clear leave. What was going on? Was that the true face of the three young ancestral chi? Who could be its opponent? Was that the #1 technique in the universe? A truly unparalleled technique? It lived up to its reputation. The mountain and sea realm's inheritance had been passed down for countless years, and it had long since been understood by others. The appearance of a whirlpool in the sea was a sign that a treasure had appeared. Lu Yin wandered the seabed for 2 days and met many people along the way. He also encountered some currents, but he didn't even know where he had drifted to. No one was in a hurry to ascend the mountain, and there were many inherited treasures in the sea. He had seen people carrying things in a gunny sack before. The gunny sack had a professional name, Shanghai bag. I told you to go right but you went left. You're so stupid, Xiaobai grumbled. Lu Yin had led them around for several days, but they still hadn't found any treasures. Blackie was also unhappy. That's right. It's better to go to the right. Are you left-handed? You guys were the ones who dragged me to the left. Liar, you idiot. You have no sense of direction. Lu Yin couldn't be bothered to argue. It was at this point that 2 cultivators stealthily headed toward the mountain and sea realm, carrying bags on their backs. Xiaobai was excited. It's a treasure. Lu Yin, hurry up and snatch it. When the 2 cultivators heard this, they were shocked. Their faces turned pale and they hurriedly ran away. Lu Yin was eager to give it a try, but he still felt a little embarrassed. Little Black and Xiaobai had instigated Lu Yin to rob them, but they themselves hadn't done anything. Why don't you guys snatch it? With the black and white pair's powerful attacks, they'll definitely be able to snatch it, Lu Yin said. Xiaobai rolled her eyes. Of course you're the one who's going against your conscience. Yes, you do it, Little Black said. Lu Yin was speechless. He felt really bad about watching the 2 cultivators run away. He had robbed during Earth's apocalypse because his opponents were invaders and he could do anything to them. However, these 2 cultivators weren't his enemies and they hadn't attacked him. He really couldn't bring himself to do it. Of course, it was a pity, but he would definitely rob them next time. Just as he was thinking about this, a giant whirlpool appeared in front of him. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. Little Black and Xiaobai immediately rushed over, but suddenly, Lu Yin's expression changed. Dodge. Up ahead, the seabed was torn apart as an attack descended, accompanied by a terrifying pressure. Little White and Xiaobai had narrowly escaped being hit. They hurriedly retreated and patted their chests in fear. Lu Yin's expression darkened as he looked in another direction. There, a woman wearing a half-red, half-white mask was treading across the waves. She looked at Lu Yin without saying a word, and then she raised her hand and gathered star energy to form a slash that slashed down. Lu Yin's eyes went wide, and he raised his hand to gather 2 suns before viciously attacking. The surrounding sea shook, and the shock waves from the collision of star energy almost overturned the seabed. 520 stars revolved around Lu Yin's body as he activated his serious art. He sensed the masked woman rapidly approaching him, accompanied by a suffocating pressure and an indescribable sense of emptiness. This feeling made Lu Yin extremely uncomfortable, as if his heart had been torn apart and his emotions had disappeared. He only heard the words heartless sorrow for autumn. The next moment, the extreme discomfort and suffocation made him spit out a mouthful of blood. He pulled Little Black and Little White and quickly retreated. He had been hit. He didn't know what attack it was, but he was inexplicably injured. The masked woman quietly stood in place. Leave the mountain and sea realm. Lu Yin was shocked and he sized up the masked woman. If he wasn't wrong, this woman should be the Tear Lady. Legend had it that she had defeated Lu Tianmu's 11th sword. And that was the Hall of Honor's second method. What kind of attack was that? An emotional attack. Although he had only cultivated for 12 years, he had experienced a lot, but this was his first time encountering such a strange attack. You're the Tear Lady? Lu Yin asked. Leave the mountain and sea realm. You only have one chance, she said coldly. I'm also from the Hall of Honor, Lu Yin said in a low voice. The Tear Lady was cold. It's temporarily taken away. You're one of the 10 arbiters of the inner-verse and outer-verse. Lu Yin had Little Black and Xiaobai retreat far away. At this juncture, the 2 girls wouldn't cause trouble for him. Lu Yin stared at the Tear Lady, and his pupils turned into runes as he activated Nightfall. The Tear Lady looked up, but Nightfall had no effect on her. Lu Yin struck out with his palm, but it was empty. The Tear Lady's body trembled as she was struck by the empty palm. She was sent flying and a trace of blood appeared beneath her mask. No matter how strong someone in the same generation as Lu Yin was, they couldn't possibly ignore him, especially since he had used empty palm. Lu Yin raised his hand again, but it was still empty. Ripples appeared in the Tear Lady's eyes, and soon after ripples appeared in the air and even in the sea. These ripples were rune lines in Lu Yin's eyes. He didn't know what they were used for, so he didn't dare to approach them. He wanted to avoid them, but they were so fast that he didn't even have the time to do so. Helpless, Lu Yin could only weaken the rune lines of the ripples. For some reason he felt sleepy and his body lost all strength. His eyelids slowly closed. Suddenly Lu Yin felt a sense of danger. No, this was hypnosis. He looked up and saw a finger descending. It was that finger from his dreams. Boundless rage spread and he couldn't help but roar, "How dare you!" In the next moment the finger struck him and the finger disappeared before his eyes. It was replaced by the strange half-red, half-white mask of the tearful lady. He felt a sharp pain in his chest, and when he looked down he saw blood staining his robes. He had been hit again. The Tear Lady's attacks were too strange. "I told you to leave the mountain and sea realm," the Tear Lady said. Lu Yin's gaze turned vicious. "It's just a small trick. Do you really think you can win?" He then grabbed her arm and unleashed 170 stacks. Even Zi had been injured, let alone the Tear Lady. Of course, Lu Yin had to be able to hit her first. When Lu Yin unleashed 170 stacks, he found that the Tear Lady in front of him was nothing more than air. The real Tear Lady had already passed by, and 4 words appeared in his ears: "Heartless, autumn's sorrow." Lu Yin spat out a mouthful of blood as his heart throbbed with pain. What was going on? What kind of attack was this? This was definitely not an ordinary battle technique, as he couldn't even see a trace of the attack. It surpassed the empty palm and was definitely not an ordinary attack. Was this the Hall of Honor's second method? He had always known that the Hall of Honor was the leading power of the human domain, but he had never seen its true strength. Even though Xianxia had been warned by Xianxia Shenwei, he had never expected the second method, the Tear Lady, to be so powerful. Her attacks left no trace and there was no way to dodge them. By the time he reacted, he had already been injured. This was the power of a direct descendant of the Hall of Honor. As he looked at the Tear Lady in front of him, Lu Yin suddenly thought of Starsabel. The Tear Lady had used hypnosis to prevent him from finding her and then attacked him. By the time he reacted, he had already been hit. Starsabel, on the other hand, had used divination to avoid the attack and had even planted an attack in advance. In comparison, Lu Yin still felt that Starsabel's technique was superior, but the Tear Lady's attacks were too strange and unavoidable. Since he couldn't avoid them and couldn't hit them, there was only one way. A chessboard appeared beneath Lu Yin's feet. The secret plan scattered stars chess. Air, sea, people and even attacks were used as chess pieces. On the scattered stars chess, everything could be distinguished. When the scattered stars chess technique appeared, the Tear Lady's expression changed. What is this? Lu Yin used himself as a chess piece and saw that the Tear Lady was no longer in her original position. He didn't know if the Tear Lady's current position was the real one, but he didn't need to know. He raised a hand and his muscles bulged as he used 170 stacks to attack the void. There was a loud bang as the space around them was compressed. The terrifying overlaying stacks swept through the void, distorting the entire area, including the sea. Lu Yin could see that the entire chessboard had been enveloped by this attack. The Tear Lady could use hypnosis to prevent him from finding her position, but as long as she was within range of the scattered stars chess, she would have to endure this attack. Ripples appeared in the sea as the Tear Lady crashed into it, causing a huge splash. Lu Yin turned around to look behind him and saw that she was actually there. He didn't hesitate to attack with his palms, one after another. Suddenly, the sea began to boil as a terrifying amount of star energy soared into the sky and transformed into a powerful pressure that spread out in all directions. Wuxia, autumn's sorrow. A cold female voice sounded out, accompanied by the powerful star energy of an enlighter. An inexplicable and indescribable feeling filled Lu Yin's heart, and he felt as if his heart was being grabbed. He was shocked as the Tear Lady had actually become an enlighter. She was only the Hall of Honor's second disciple, but she had already become an enlighter. This meant that the first disciple Xianxia was definitely an enlighter as well. There were only 3 enlighters in the entire 6th mainland's younger generation, and they were known as the Daoist 3 skies. The first and second disciples were both enlighters, so could the other behemoths that even the Hall of Honor feared also have enlighters? The 5th mainland's neoverse was truly not simple. Chapter 11-18. With that in mind, Lu Yin did not hesitate to turn around and charge towards Xiao Bai. Run! Xiao Bai and Xiao He fled in the blink of an eye without any hesitation. Lu Yin had already experienced how fast the two girls were, so he was not worried that the crying lady would catch up to them. However, the three of them had underestimated her. The younger generation was all accumulating hunters' foundations in preparation for breaking through to the Enlighter realm. The fact that the crying lady dared to do so meant that her foundations were deep enough. The moment she was exposed meant that the battle had already ended, or at least that was what she believed. Lu Yin looked back and was shocked. He exerted strength in his legs and rushed to Xiao Bai's side. A star-scattered chessboard appeared beneath his feet and he moved around like a chess piece. Lu Yin grabbed Xiao Bai and Xiao He and disappeared using the secret plan when the crying lady appeared. She looked back in surprise, but Lu Yin had already returned and was rushing towards the whirlpool. The crying lady disappeared and then reappeared, rushing into the whirlpool as well. At the bottom of the sea there was a stone tablet right below the whirlpool. Indecipherable words were carved onto it, and they were exactly the same as the one that Lu Yin had obtained before. Lu Yin was disappointed when he saw that it was a stone tablet, but just as he was about to use the secret plan to leave, he saw a cultivator appear before him. The cultivator panicked when he saw Lu Yin, and he pressed a hand against the words on the tablet. His entire body was swallowed up by the tablet. Lu Yin was shocked. What the hell? Xiao Bai was excited and suddenly sped up. Xiao Bai grabbed the cultivator who was about to disappear, but the cultivator was shocked. Let go of me. No, I want to go to the world within a tablet. Xiao Bai shouted. Xiao He was excited. World within a tablet, world within a tablet. Lu Yin didn't know what the two girls were doing, nor did he know how the cultivator had been swallowed by the stone tablet. He was at a loss as Little Black and Little White pulled him along and disappeared from the stone tablet along with the cultivator. The next moment the crying lady appeared, and the tablet had turned gray as if it had been corroded by the passage of time. The whirlpool disappeared, and the crying lady stood at the bottom of the sea, calmly looking at the gray tablet. Another streak of blood flowed down her mask from Lu Yin's overlaying stacks. Although his eyes were calm, he could not hide his astonishment at Lu Yin's strength. The Tear Lady had encountered the heir of the 7 courts and the 10 arbiters. From her point of view, even Lu Tianmu's 11th sword was not as terrifying as Lu Yin's. At the very least, Lu Tianmu had not been able to injure her twice. This person was still only a cruiser, but once he broke through to the hunter realm his strength would soar. Even an enlighter like herself might not be his opponent. The outer verse had actually given birth to such a genius. Therefore he had to be thrown out of the mountain and sea realm. Otherwise, this person could become a variable in the competition between the 5 starry suns. Qianzhou was a good person. He had always thought so. He liked to fight for justice when he had nothing to do. He would also give some money to the poor when he saw them. These were common occurrences. In this cruel universe there were not many people like him. Of course, doing good things also had costs. He liked to use his own ability to get things that were not costly but were valuable. Many people said that this was called stealing, but it was not. This was an art that was related to the growth of one's soul. Those who had their things taken would learn a lesson and they would definitely grow up. In fact, this was also a good thing, was it not? Qianzhou did not consider himself to be good-looking, but the universe had always taken good care of him. He thought back to the time when he had been discovered stealing, taking things, and he had not been able to hide. He had hidden himself in an auction house, and he had inadvertently obtained a speed battle technique called reverse step. With this battle technique he had managed to escape. There had also been one time when he had been surrounded. There had been too many opponents and one of them had been too strong. He had thought that he was in a desperate situation, but the people who had surrounded him had been attacked by his enemies. They had all been annihilated and he had even been rewarded by his enemies. They had said that without him delaying them they would have escaped. Another time he had been mistaken for a disciple of some sect after he had left. He had even been entertained by a heavenly city and enjoyed it for more than 10 days. There had been too many incidents and Qianzhou could not even count them all. It had been the same this time. His spacecraft had been sailing smoothly, but he had accidentally arrived at this place and had been pushed in. Only after entering did he realize that this was the legendary mountain and sea realm, where the 5 signs of the stars were competing. When he found out that this was the mountain and sea realm, Qianzhou had been very excited, but he had also been very nervous. Everyone who dared to compete for the Star Tower was a freak, and he would not be able to withstand a few blows. Fortunately, he had been fast enough to avoid them. When the competition for the Star Tower had started, he had been fine in the sea, but there had been battles everywhere. This was especially true for someone called Lu Yin. If he wanted to steal something, then so be it. Why did he have to attack everyone? A single kick had almost scared him to death. If he had not been fast enough, he would have been finished. That guy was truly a freak. He was so strong that a single kick could cut through the void. Fortunately, he had been able to escape unscathed because of his fast speed. However, Qianzhou felt that his good luck had come to an end. He had been fine riding the ocean currents when he had inadvertently arrived in front of an unearthed stone tablet. He had wanted to leave, but he had bumped into that bastard Lu Yin. Out of fear, Qianzhou had subconsciously tried to escape into the inner tablet world, but that bastard had actually allowed the two girls to grab him and drag him into the inner tablet world. Boom. Lu Yin crashed to the ground and immediately got up. He looked around and saw nothing but gray. There were no other colors, and he was surrounded by a very ancient street. Beside him, Xiao Bai and Little Black had fallen to the ground and were rubbing their heads as they stood up. There was also that cultivator who was looking around in panic as if he had been a thief. "Where is this?" Lu Yin asked. "Sure." A moment later, Xiao Bai, Xiao He and the cultivator all raised their index fingers at Lu Yin. Lu Yin blinked, confused. The cultivator panicked. "Don't make a sound. This is the inner tablet world." Lu Yin was puzzled. "What do you mean?" The cultivator was stunned. "You don't know about the inner tablet world?" Lu Yin shook his head. At that moment, a blurry figure appeared in the distance. The cultivator hurriedly rushed towards a place that looked like a restaurant on the side of the street. Xiao He, Xiao Bai and Lu Yin hurriedly followed behind. Although they moved quickly, they didn't cause much of a commotion. What surprised Lu Yin was that Xiao Bai and Xiao He's movements were also very quiet. These two girls were not afraid of anything, but they were acting like this. It was very strange for them to ask him not to make a sound. The cultivator waved at Lu Yin and gestured for him to sit down. Xiao He and Xiao Bai sat down at the same time and pursed their lips, looking like obedient children. Lu Yin was confused and he sat down at the table. He wanted to ask something, but the cultivator gestured for him to keep quiet again. The cultivator then sat at the table without moving or speaking, just like a statue. Strangely, Xiao He and Xiao Bai were the same. Lu Yin gulped, feeling a little apprehensive. This place was completely gray and there were no other colors at all. "Seventh bro, I'm a little panicked," the monkey said. It wasn't just the monkey. Lu Yin was also a little panicked. He felt like he was about to see a ghost and was being watched by something. He looked at the cultivator and saw that beads of sweat were dripping down his forehead. His eyes were filled with fear. Lu Yin looked at Xiao He and Xiao Bai and realized that the two girls were also panicking, their small eyes constantly looking outside the restaurant. Not long after, a few figures approached the restaurant. Lu Yin looked over and his pupils shrank. Those were not people at all but humanoid shadows. Gray, what were those? They couldn't really be ghosts, right? The cultivator gulped and pushed Lu Yin away, telling him not to look. Lu Yin retracted his gaze and imitated the cultivator, sitting quietly at the table. The figures slowly walked over. From their appearances, one was a man, one was an old woman, and the last one was a woman. They looked like a family of three as they slowly walked past the restaurant. Once the figures were far away, Xiao He and Xiao Bai heaved a sigh of relief. "That scared me to death. I saw a ghost." Lu Yin looked at the cultivator curiously. "What's going on?" The cultivator gasped for breath before replying fearfully, "This is the mountain and sea realm's inner steel realm. Didn't the elder who sent you here mention it?" Lu Yin shook his head as Elder Yuanka had never mentioned it. The cultivator felt strange. "That's not right. That's common knowledge. Even if your elder didn't mention it, you should have heard of it." Lu Yin asked, "Explain. What is this inner steel realm?" The cultivator explained, "This inner steel realm is a strange world. You can even think of it as a folded space. There are no living people here, only the remnant spiritual force of the dead. It's been like this for countless years. You can't make a sound here or else you'll be discovered and attacked by the spiritual force of the entire inner steel realm. You should know that this is a world of its own, And the remnant spiritual force here includes ordinary people as well as super powerhouses. Lu Yin was shocked. There's such a place? The cultivator replied, keep your voice down or we'll be finished. Lu Yin looked at Xiao Bai and Xiao He. Why didn't we enter the inner steel realm? Xiao He replied, some steels can be entered but others cannot. Why didn't you guys tell me about the inner steel realm? Xiao Bai rolled her eyes. Who knows? You don't know. Lu Yin was speechless. It seemed that the inner steel realm was common knowledge in the Neoverse, and Elder Yuanka had assumed that Lu Yin knew about it, which was why he hadn't mentioned it. Many people come to the mountain and sea realm in the hopes of entering the world within the stone steel realm. The remnant quintessence energy here is constantly repeating the same things. However, every so often the same things will change. Then during that period of time they will repeat the same things. These things include daily life as well as cultivation. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. So you're saying that as long as we don't make a sound we can see what everyone is doing here? Even if that person is cultivating we can observe the entire process? The cultivator nodded. As long as you don't make a sound. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. How big is the inner steel realm? The cultivator shook his head. I don't know. Every once in a while the remnant spiritual force here will change and the area might change as well. Remember, you absolutely cannot make a sound. Lu Yin understood. The cultivator heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the street they had come from did not have any remnant spiritual force. Otherwise, there was no way to explain why this guy would make a sound. No, I can't stay with this guy. The cultivator stood up and nodded, preparing to leave.